Some contact with Judaism was very natural under the circumstances. It is quite possible that Pythagorean views passed into Palestine. The opposite process is also possible. Finally, it is no less possible that both systems were drawing from a common source, from the practice of the Egyptians, for in Egypt the rather high stage of social evolution had come comparatively early to take the step of establishing monastic institutions. If the ancient culture of Egypt, and its protracted process of disintegration, had produced earlier than any other portions of the Roman Empire an aversion to the pleasures of life and to private property, and a desire to flee from the world, this desire could not anywhere be more conveniently carried out than in Egypt, where the desert began in close proximity with the seats of civilization. In any other part of the empire, he who fled from the great city found private property even in the country, and this was the most oppressive of all the forms of private property. It was landed property, otherwise it was necessary for such a man to retire to the wilderness, many miles remote from civilization, which could be rendered habitable only by the most strenuous labor, and a form of labor for which the dweller in great cities was least fitted. In the Egyptian desert, as in all other deserts, there was no private property of the soil. Yet it was not hard to live in the desert. Its climate required no great expenditure for buildings, clothing, fuel, protection against the inclemency of the weather. And the desert was so close to the city that the hermit could at any time easily be supplied with the needs of life by his friends. In fact, he might even secure such materials himself with the effort of an hour's walk. Egypt therefore began at an early age to develop a sort of monk-like hermit system. Then Neo-Pythagoreanism arose in Alexandria, and finally, in the 4th century of our era, the Christian monastery originated in the same city. But the Alexandrian Jews also developed a peculiar order of monks, that of the Therapeutsi. Philo's book on the life of wisdom, in which he tells us about them, has been declared a forgery, but the suspicion seems to be baseless in this case. According to this report, they renounced all possessions as does the sage, dividing them among their relatives and friends, deserted their brothers, children, wives, friends, parents, their native city, and found their true home in an association with others of like mind. These associations are found in many parts of Egypt, particularly near Alexandria. Here each of them lives by himself in a simple cell close to the cells of the others, but spends his time in meditative piety. Their nutrition is very simple, consisting of bread, salt, and water. On the Sabbath all gather, men and women in a general dining hall, in which the sexes, however, are separated by a partition, to sing and hear pious discourses. They condemn the eating of meat, the drinking of wine, and slavery, but we hear nothing of work in their system. They probably live on the alms of their friends and well-wishers. It is quite possible that Alexandrian Jews brought the notions of the Therapeut to Palestine, and thus exercised an influence on the Essenes, and yet the two are essentially different. The Therapeut lived in contemplative idleness on the Iabor of others. The Essenes labored diligently and acquired enough not only to enable them to live on it, but even to give to the needy of their surplus. Both condemned private property, but the Therapeut had no idea of what could be done with the goods of this world. Labor was as hateful to them as enjoyment. They did without articles of production and consumption and distributed their possessions to friends and relatives. The Essenes worked, for which they needed tools, therefore their members did not distribute their possessions to their friends, but collected them for the common use. Working, they must also remain efficient, must take sufficient nourishment. Austere asceticism is impossible for those who work. The difference between the Therapeut on the one hand, particularly the Neo-Pythagoreans who for the most part merely babbled about asceticism and unworldliness, and a surrender of property, and the Essenes on the other hand, is indicative of the contrast between the Jews of Palestine and the rest of the civilization of ancient Rome at the time when Christianity arose. 318. In Essenism we meet with the same vigor that we have encountered in Zelotism, and which so greatly elevates the Jews of that era above the cowardly querulousness of the other civilized peoples, who fled enjoyment and temptation because they feared the struggle, even their communistic tendencies assuming a cowardly and ascetic character. The thing that made Essenism possible was the Jewish vitality, but not this alone. Other factors are also responsible for making this phenomenon appear among the Jews rather than elsewhere. In the last century before Christ, we find that the widespread poverty is accompanied by an increased desire on the part of the proletarians and their friends to remedy the evil by their organizations. Common meals, the last remnant of the original communism, also serve as the beginning of the later communism. But among the Jews the need for union and mutual aid was particularly great. Fellow countrymen living abroad will always stand more closely together than at home, and there was no one more homeless, more constantly in foreign lands than the Jew outside of Judea. Therefore, the Jews among themselves were characterized by a charity which was just as striking as their exclusiveness with regard to non-Jews. Tacitus mentions in the same breath their hatred toward all other nations, and their ever-ready charity to each other. They seem to have clung with particular obstinacy to their organizations having common meals. It would otherwise be impossible to explain why Caesar, who forbade all organizations that were not of great age, should make an exception in favor of Jewish organizations. While he made the establishment of all other independent organizations holding property of their own depend on the consent of the Senate, he placed nothing in the way of the formation of Jewish organizations, with common meals and property of their own. In view of the widespread desire for fellowship which then characterized the organizations so much feared and persecuted by the state, this favoring of the Jewish religious organizations caused a large number of pagans to apply for admission to the Jewish community, which was granted them without difficulty. 65 It was natural for such an association, if proletarian, to assume a purely communistic character. But it was difficult for the organization in a large city to do more than provide common meals from the common provisions. Nor was there much need for more. Clothing was not an important item among the proletarians in southern Europe, it was an adornment rather than a protection from the weather. The proletarians of the city could always find a nook to sleep in. Furthermore, their occupations usually scattered them to the various parts of the city, where these consisted in begging, stealing, peddling, bearing burdens, etc. The common meal of the organization to which each member contributed his part and which each member attended, whether he happened to be in a position to make a contribution or not, was the most important bond cementing the Organisation, the most important means of protecting the individual member against the vicissitudes of life, only too fatal to those who had no property. But it was not the same in the city as in the country. In the city, the household and occupation are closely connected. Commilphone meals also require a common dwelling and a common management. Large agricultural establishments were nothing unusual at the time, run either by slaves or as large communistic families, household brotherhoods. They are one peculiarity of this stage of society. But Palestine was the only region in which the Jews still had a peasantry. The latter, as we have seen, was in close and constant contact with the large city of Jerusalem and its proletariat. It was therefore not difficult for communistic tendencies, more natural to the Jewish proletariat than to any other at that period, to pass into the country districts and there attain the development which is characteristic of the Essenes. The economic basis of the Essenian organization was the peasant economy. They are all engaged in agriculture, is Josephus' somewhat exaggerated statement. But such an organization could only maintain itself in the provinces while tolerated by the state. A producing cooperative organization cannot exist as a secret society, particularly in the country. Essenism was therefore bound up with the existence of Jewish freedom. The destruction of the latter meant that of the former also. And it was not capable of existing in a large city, outside of a free Palestine, as a secret society. The large city of Jerusalem was nevertheless destined to develop a form of organization that turned out to be more adaptable than any other to the needs of the urban proletariat throughout the empire, finally even more adaptable than any other to the needs of the empire itself. This organization, born from Judaism, extended over the entire empire and absorbed all the elements of the new attitude towards life, which arose from the social transformation and disintegration of that era. We have now to consider this organization, which is the Christian congregation. Part 4. The beginnings of Christianity. The primitive Christian congregation. A. The proletarian character of the congregation. We have seen that the purely nationalistic character of democratic zealotism did not correspond to the needs of many proletarian elements in Jerusalem. But the flight from the great city into the open country, which had been the effort of the Essenes, did not suit everyone's taste. Then, as now, it was easy to escape from the country, difficult to escape from the city. The proletarian who had become accustomed to city life no longer felt at home when in the country. The rich, in their country villas, perhaps found a pleasant change from the turmoil of the great city, but the return to the country in the case of the proletarian meant hard work in the fields, which he had not learned to do, and to which he was not equal. The mass of the proletarians necessarily preferred, in Jerusalem as well as in other large cities, to remain in the city. Essenism did not offer them what they needed. Certainly not to those among them who belonged to the lumpenproletariat and had become accustomed to live as social parasites. By the side of the Zealots and the Essenes, there necessarily was built up a third proletarian tendency, uniting the Zealotic and Essenian tendencies in one movement. The expression of this tendency was the Congregation of the Messiah. It is generally recognized that the Christian congregation originally embraced proletarian elements almost exclusively, and was a proletarian organization. And this was true for a long time after the earliest beginnings. St. Paul in his first letter to the Corinthians points out that neither culture nor property was represented in the congregation. For ye see your calling, brethren, how that not many wise men after the flesh, not many mighty, not many noble, are called. 323. 324. But God hath chosen the foolish things of the world to confound the wise, and God hath chosen the weak things of the world to confound the things which are mighty, and base things of the world and things which are despised, hath God chosen. 1. A good outline of the proletarian character of the primitive Christian congregation is given by Friedlander in his Roman Life and Manners under the Early Empire, from which we have already quoted several times. However numerous the causes that contributed to the spread of the gospel, it is certain that before the middle or end of the 2nd century it had only a few isolated followers among the upper classes. Not only did their philosophical training, and a general education intimately connected with polytheism, offer the strongest resistance, but, in addition, the Christian profession of faith led to the most dangerous conflicts with the existing order of things, and, lastly, the renunciation of all earthly interests was naturally most difficult for those who possessed honor, wealth and influence. The poor and lowly, says Lactantius, are more ready to believe than the rich, whose hostility was no doubt in many ways aroused against the socialistic tendencies of Christianity. On the other hand, in the lower strata of society the spread of Christianity, assisted to a remarkable extent by the dispersion of the Jews, must have been very rapid, especially in Rome. As early as the year 64 the number of Christians there must have been considerable. But this expansion was for a long time limited to certain localities. Statements quite accidentally preserved show that up to 98 some 42, up to 180 some 74, up to 325 more than 550, places contained Christian communities. Contributed greatly to its propagation, so that several persons in Rome, distinguished for their birth and wealth, turned to salvation with their entire household and family. Origen, in the reign of Alexander Severus, says that at the present day rich men and many high dignitaries, as well as delicate and nobly born ladies, receive the Christian messengers of the word, that is to say, Christianity then obtained successes of which it had not previously been able to boast. Consequently, from the time of Commodus onwards, the spread of Christianity amongst the upper classes is variously and expressly attested, whereas the reverse is the case in regard to the preceding period. The only persons of rank in the time before Commodus, whose conversion to Christianity seems probable, are the consul Flavius Clemens, executed in the year 95 AD, and his wife, Flavia Domitilla, who was banished to Pontia. This proletarian character of early Christianity is not the least of the reasons for our being so poorly informed on this early phase. Its first advocates may have been very eloquent persons, but they were not versed in reading and writing. These arts were far stranger to the habits of the masses of the people of those days than they are now. For a number of generations the Christian teaching of the history of its congregation was limited to oral transmission, the handings down of feverishly excited, incredibly credulous persons, reports of events that had been witnessed only by a small circle, if they ever really took place at all, and which therefore could not be investigated by the mass of the population, and certainly not by its critical and unprejudiced elements. Only when more educated persons, of a higher social level, turned to Christianity, was a beginning made in the written fixation of its traditions, but even in this case the purpose was not historical so much as controversial, to defend certain views and demands. Much courage or much prejudice is required, not to mention a complete ignorance of the conditions of historical reliability, to pretend to be able to give a record of the career and even the speeches of certain personages with absolute certainty, on the basis of literary documents produced in the above manner and full of impossibilities and outright contradictions. We have already shown in our introduction that it is impossible to say anything definite of the alleged founder of the Christian congregation. After what has just been said, we may add that it is really not necessary to know anything about him. All the modes of thought which are commonly designated, in praise or condemnation, as characteristically Christian, have already been shown to be products in part of the Roman Hellenic, and in part of the Jewish tradition. There is not a single Christian thought that requires the assumption of a sublime prophet and Superman to explain its origin, not one thought that cannot be pointed out before the time of Jesus in pagan or Jewish literature. Slight as is the importance, however, as far as our historical understanding is concerned, of being fully informed concerning the personality of Jesus and his apostles, it is nevertheless very important to have definite information concerning the nature of the primitive Christian congregation. Fortunately, this is by no means impossible. No matter how fantastically adorned or how full of absolute inventions the speeches and acts of the persons may be who were honored by the Christians as their champions and teachers, there is no doubt that the first Christian authors wrote in the spirit of the Christian congregations in which and for which they were working. They were simply transmitting traditions from an earlier day which they might, to be sure, alter as to detail, but whose fundamental character was nevertheless so definite that they would have encountered active opposition had they attempted to alter these traditions in any very striking manner. They might attempt to weaken or reinterpret the spirit that prevailed in the beginnings of the Christian congregation, but conjure it away completely they could not. Such attempted dilutions can still be proved, and they become bolder and bolder as the Christian congregation loses more and more of its primitive proletarian character and accepts educated as well as wealthy and respected personages as members. But precisely these attempts enable us to recognize clearly this original proletarian character. The knowledge we have thus gained finds a support in the evolution of later Christian sects which are well known from their very beginnings and which clearly reflect in their later history the evolution of the Christian congregation after the 2nd century, as we now know it. We may therefore assume that the sequence of events constituted a natural law, and that the beginnings, well known to us, of the later sects, furnish an analogy to the unknown beginnings of Christianity. To be sure, such an argument by analogy does not constitute evidence in itself alone, but it may very well give support to a hypothesis that has been formed in another way. Both these elements, the analogy of the later sects, as well as the actually preserved remnants of the earliest traditions of primitive Christian life, are equally definite as evidences of tendencies which we might reasonably have expected in advance, knowing the proletarian character of the congregation. b. Class hatred. In the first place, there is a savage class hatred against the rich. This class hatred is clearly apparent in the Gospel of St. Luke, which was written early in the 2nd century, particularly in the story of Lazarus, which we find in this Gospel alone. In this passage, the rich man goes to hell and the poor man into Abraham's bosom, not because the former is a sinner and the latter a righteous man, of this we are told nothing. The rich man is condemned for the simple reason that he is a rich man. Abraham calls to him, "Remember that thou in thy lifetime receivedst thy good things and likewise Lazarus evil things." 328. But now he is comforted and thou art tormented. It was the desire for revenge on the part of the oppressed which rejoiced in this depiction of the future state. The same gospel has Jesus say, "How hardly shall they that have riches enter into the kingdom of God, for it is easier for a camel to go through a needle's eye than for a rich man to enter into the kingdom of God." Here also the rich man is condemned because of his wealth, not because of his sinfulness. Similarly in the Sermon on the Mount. "Blessed be ye poor, for yours is the kingdom of God. Blessed are ye that hunger now, for ye shall be filled, blessed are ye that weep now, for ye shall laugh, but woe unto you that are rich, for ye have received your consolation, woe unto you that are full, for ye shall hunger. Woe unto you that laugh now, for ye shall mourn and weep." The reader will observe that to be rich and enjoy one's wealth is regarded as a crime, worthy of the most cruel punishment. The same spirit is still breathed by the Epistle of St. James to the 12 tribes of the diaspora, dating from the middle of the 2nd century. "Go to now, ye rich men, weep and howl for your miseries that shall come upon you. Your riches are corrupted and your garments are moth-eaten, your gold and silver is cankered, and the rust of them shall be a witness against you and shall eat your flesh as it were fire. Ye have heaped treasure together for the last days. Behold, the hire of the laborers who have reaped down your fields, which is of you kept back by fraud, crieth. And the cries of them which have reaped are entered into the ears of the Lord of Sabaoth. Ye have lived in pleasure on the earth and been wanton, ye have nourished your hearts as in a day of slaughter. Ye have condemned and killed the just and he doth not resist you. Be patient, therefore, brethren, unto the coming of the Lord." St. James even fumes against the rich in his own ranks, against those who have joined the Christian congregation. "Let the brother of low degree rejoice in that he is exalted. But the rich in that he is made low, because as the flower of the grass he shall pass away. For the sun is no sooner risen with a burning heat but he withereth the grass and the flower thereof falleth and the grace of the fashion of it perisheth, so also shall the rich man fade away in his ways. Hearken my beloved brethren. Hath not God chosen the poor of this world rich in faith, and heirs of the kingdom which he hath promised to them that love him? But ye have despised the poor. Do not rich men oppress you and draw you before the judgment seats? Do they not blaspheme that worthy name by which ye are called? Few are the occasions on which the class hatred of the modern proletariat has assumed such fanatical forms, as that of the Christian proletariat. In the short moments in which the proletariat of our epoch has, hitherto held power, it has never heaped vengeance on the rich. To be sure, it feels itself far stronger today than the proletariat of nascent Christianity ever felt. But he who knows himself to be strong is always more inclined to be magnanimous than he who is weak. It is a sign of the lacking confidence of the bourgeoisie in its own strength that they always wreak such terrible vengeance on an uprising proletariat. The Gospel of St. Matthew is younger by a few decades than that of St. Luke. In the meantime, wealthy and cultured persons had begun to seek contact with Christianity, and many a Christian propagandist began to feel the need of putting the Christian doctrine more amiably in order to attract these people. The fire-eating, primitive Christian manner was no longer available. But this older attitude had struck too deep a root to be merely set aside, and an effort was made therefore simply to revise it in an opportunistic sense. It is this revisionistic spirit that has made the Gospel of St. Matthew the Gospel of contradictions, but also the favorite Gospel of the Church. In this Gospel, the Church found the audacious and revolutionary character of the primitive Christian enthusiasm and socialism so modified into the appropriate golden mean of an ecclesiastical opportunism, that it no longer seemed a menace to th existence of an organized church that had made its peace with human society. Of course, the various writers who successively collaborated in producing the Gospel of St. Mark omitted all the unfavorable parts which they possibly could omit, such as the story of Lazarus, the condemnation of the inheritance dispute, which also leads to a tirade against the rich. But the Sermon on the Mount had probably become too popular and too well known to make it feasible to treat this episode in the same way. The sermon was therefore Baudelarized. Matthew has Jesus say, "Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are they who are hungry and thirsty for justice, for they shall have their fill." Of course, this astute revisionism has wiped out every trace of class hatred. It is now the poor in spirit that shall be blessed. It is uncertain what manner of persons are meant by this expression, whether idiots, or such who are beggars only in their own imaginations and not in reality, in other words, those who continue to possess while maintaining that their heart is not attached to their possessions. Probably it is the latter who are meant, but at any rate the condemnation of wealth, which was once expressed by declaring the beggar blessed, is no longer present. It is amusing to find that the hungry have now been transformed into those hungry for justice, who are fed with the prospect that they shall have their fill of justice. The Greek word here translated by have their fill was used mostly of animals, being applied to humans only in a contemptuous or ludicrous sense, to designate a base mode of stuffing one's belly. The fact that the word occurs in the Sermon on the Mount also is a suggestion of the proletarian origin of Christianity, the expression having probably been current in the circles from which it was drawn, to indicate a full appeasement of bodily hunger. But it becomes ridiculous when applied to the satisfaction of a hunger for justice. The counterpart of these Beatitudes, namely, the cursing of the rich man, is not found in Matthew at all. Even the most ingenious distortion could not have devised a form that would have made them acceptable to the wealthy classes whose conversion was desired, and therefore this portion had to go. But however much certain influential circles of the Christian congregation, as it became more and more opportunistic, may have sought to obliterate its proletarian character, the proletariat and its class hatred were not eliminated thereby, and scattered thinkers arose from time to time to express this hatred. The reader will find a good collection of passages from the writings of Saint Clement, Bishop Astrius, Lactantius, Basilius the Great, Saint Gregory of Nyssa, Saint Ambrose, Saint John Chrysostom, Saint Jerome, Saint Augustine, etc., almost all of them writing in the 4th century, when Christianity was already a state religion, in the little book of Paul Pfluger, The Socialism of the Fathers of the Church. 5. All of them give vent to the sharpest denunciations of the rich, placing them on the same level with thieves and bandits. See communism. In view of this outspoken proletarian character of the congregation, it is natural that it should aim to achieve a communistic organization. In fact, so much is definitely declared. We read in the Acts of the Apostles, and they continued steadfastly in the Apostles' doctrine and fellowship and in breaking of bread and in prayers. And all that believed were together and had all things common, and sold their possessions and goods and parted them to all men, as every man had need. And the multitude of them that believed were of one heart and of one soul, neither said any of them that aught of the things which he possessed was his own, but they had all things common. Neither was there any among them that lacked, for as many as were possessors of lands or of houses sold them and brought the prices of the things that were sold, and laid them down at the apostles' feet, a distribution was made unto every man as he had need. It will be remembered that Ananias and Sapphira, who had attempted to withhold some of their money from the congregation, were punished for this offense by death by divine intervention. Saint John Chrysostom, an undaunted critic of his period, added to the above-quoted presentation of primitive Christian communism a discussion of its advantages, which has a very realistic economic sound. Far removed from ecstatic asceticism, we find this passage in the 11th of his homilies on the Acts of the Apostles. His words are as follows: "Grace was among them, because none suffered lack, for the reason that they gave so generously that none remained poor. For they did not give one part and retain another part for themselves, nor did they give everything as if it were their own property. They abolished inequality and lived in great abundance, and they did this in the most praiseworthy manner. They did not dare to place alms into the hands of the needy, nor did they give largesses with arrogant condescension, but they laid them at the feet of the apostles and made them the masters and distributors of the gifts. Each man took his needs then from the supply of the community, not from the private property of individuals. This prevented the givers from acquiring a vain self-complacency. If we should do this today, we should live much more happily, rich as well as poor. And the poor would not gain more happiness thereby than the rich. For the givers not only did not become poor but they made the poor rich also. Let us picture the thing to ourselves thus: all give that which they have to the common fund. Let no one be disturbed by this prospect, either the rich man or the poor man. Do you know how much money would thus be accumulated? I suppose, for it cannot be determined with absolute certainty, that if each man should give up all his money, his fields, his lands, his houses, I suppose a mass of about £1,000,000 of gold could be raised, perhaps even twice or thrice as much. For, let us see, how many persons does our city contain? How many Christians? Are there not fully 100,000? And how many pagans and Jews? How many thousands of pounds of gold could thus be raised? And how many poor have we? I do not believe that there are more than 50,000. How much would be required in order to feed them every day? If they should dine at a common table, the costs could not be very great. What shall we set about to do with our gigantic treasury? Do you believe that it could ever be exhausted? And will not the blessing of God be poured out upon us 1,000 times more abundantly than before? Shall we not make a heaven of the earth? If this experiment turned out so brilliantly successful in the case £3,000 or 5,000 persons and none of them suffered any lack, how much better must be the outcome in the case of so great a number as now? Will not each newcomer add something of his own? The dividing up of lands causes greater expenditures and therefore produces poverty. Just consider a house with a man and wife and 10 children. She weaves, he tries to make a living on the marketplace. Will it be cheaper for them to live together in one house or to live separately? Of course it will be more expensive to live separately. If the 10 sons separate, they will need 10 houses, 10 tables, 10 servants, and everything else tenfold in the same manner. And how is it with the mass of slaves? Are they not fed together at one table in order to save expense? Splitting up always leads to extravagance, joining together always leads to a husbanding of resources. Thus people live now in monasteries, and so the faithful ones lived. Who then died of hunger? Who was not richly satisfied? And yet people fear this condition more than they would fear a leap into the boundless sea. Why should we not at least make an effort and go about the thing bravely? How great would be our blessing thereby? For if in those days, when the number of the faithful was so small, only from 3 to 5,000, if at that time when the whole world was hostile to us, where we met with consolation nowhere, our predecessors set about the task so resolutely, how much more confidence should we have, now that there 334 are faithful everywhere by the grace of God, who would then still wish to remain a pagan? Noon, I think, we should draw all to us and make all incline toward us. 6. The first Christians were not capable of making such a clear and calm statement of the case. But their short observations, exclamations, demands, imprecations, clearly indicate in every case the uniformly communistic character of the first stage of the Christian congregation. In the Gospel of St. John, which, it must be admitted, was not written until the middle of the 2nd century, the communistic fellowship of Jesus with his apostles is taken for granted. They all had but one purse between them, and this purse was carried by Judas Iscariot. John, who in this case as in all others attempts to outdo his predecessors, increases the abhorrence in which the betrayer Judas must be held by branding him as an embezzler of the common fund. John describes the incident of Mary's anointing the feet of Jesus with precious ointment. Then saith one of his disciples, Judas Iscariot, Simon's son, which should betray him, why was not this ointment sold for 300 pence and given to the poor? This he said, not that he cared for the poor, but because he was a thief and had the bag and bare what was put therein. 7. At the Last Supper, Jesus says to Judas, "That thou doest, do quickly." And now no man at the table knew for what intent he spake thus unto him. For some of them thought, because Judas had the bag, that Jesus had said unto him, "Buy those things that we have need of against the feast," or, that he should give something to the poor. 8. Jesus in the Gospels repeatedly demands of his disciples that each shall give away everything he possesses. So likewise, whosoever he be of you that forsaketh not all that he hath, he cannot be my disciple. 9. Sell that ye have, and give alms. And a certain ruler asked him, saying, Good master, what shall I do to inherit eternal life? And Jesus said unto him, Why callest thou me good? None is good save one, that is, God. Thou knowest the commandments. Do not commit adultery, do not kill, do not steal, do not bear false witness, honor thy father and thy mother. And he said, All these things have I kept from my youth up. Now when Jesus heard these things, he said unto him, Yet lackest thou one thing, sell all that thou hast, and distribute unto the poor, and thou shalt have treasure in heaven, and come, follow me. And when he heard this he was very sorrowful, for he was very rich. 10. This incident impels Jesus to utter the parable of the camel, for which it will be easier to pass through the needle's eye, than for a rich man to enter the kingdom of God. The kingdom of heaven is represented as accessible only to those who share their wealth with the poor. The Gospel attributed to St. Mark presents the matter in exactly the same light. But the revisionalistic St. Matthew here again dilutes the original severity of the demand, by putting it only in a hypothetical form. Matthew has Jesus say to the rich youth, If thou wilt be perfect, go and sell that thou hast, and give to the poor. What Jesus was originally represented as demanding of every one of his adherents, of every member of his congregation, became in time a demand to be made only of those who laid claim to perfection. This sequence of events is quite natural in an organization that was at first purely proletarian and later admitted more and more elements that were wealthy. Nevertheless, there are a number of theologians who deny the communistic character of primitive Christianity. They allege that the report in the Acts of the Apostles on this subject is of later origin. As was so often the case in antiquity, it is alleged that the writer here also had placed the ideal condition of which he dreamed, back into the past. But these theologians forget that the communistic character of primitive Christianity was very inconvenient for the official church of the later centuries, which was more or less accommodating in its attitude toward the rich. If this picture of primitive Christianity depended on a later fabrication, the champions of the opportunist tendency would not have hesitated to protest against it and would have seen to it that the books containing such pictures should be stricken from the canon of books recognized by the Church. The Church has never tolerated forgeries except when it was fully in accord with its policy to do so, and surely this would not apply to communism. If communism has been officially admitted to be the most basic demand of the primitive congregation, surely such recognition has been given only for the reason that it was impossible to do otherwise, tradition in this matter having struck too deep a root and being too generally disseminated. D. The objections to communism. The objections of those who would deny the existence of communism in the primitive congregation are by no means convincing. We find all these objections recapitulated by a critic who opposes the picture I drew of primitive Christianity in my Forerunners of Socialism. This critic, a.k., a doctor of theology, published his objections in an article in Die Neue Zeit, concerning the so-called primitive Christian communism. It is pointed out to us, first of all, that the sermons of the Nazarene did not aim at an economic revolution. But where does A.K. get this information? The Acts of the Apostles seem to him an uncertain source on which to base the description of organizations whose origin he assigns to the period after the alleged death of Christ. The Gospels, which are some of them younger than the Acts of the Apostles, he considers as absolutely sure sources even for the speeches of Christ. As a matter of fact, the same truth is applicable to the Gospels as to the Acts of the Apostles. What we may learn from them is the character of those that wrote them, In addition, they may also contain some reminiscences, but reminiscences of organizations are more tenacious than reminiscences of speeches and cannot be so easily distorted. Furthermore, as we have seen, we can very well ascertain in the communicated speeches concerning Christ a quality that very definitely indicates the communism of the primitive congregation. The specific teachings of Jesus, of which we know nothing definite at all, cannot be used to prove anything against the assumption of the early communism. Furthermore, AK makes every effort to have us believe that the practical communism of the Essenes, which was developing under the very eyes of the proletarians of Jerusalem, had no influence on them at all. But the communistic theories of the Greek philosophers and poets had exerted the most profound influence on the uneducated proletarians of the Christian congregations outside of Jerusalem and had imbued them with communistic ideals, the realization of which, in accordance with the habits of the time, they had placed in the past, in other words, in the period of the primitive congregation in Jerusalem. In other words, we are told that the educated succeeded later in imbuing the proletarians with a communism, the practical observation of which had earlier left them untouched. We should certainly need the strongest proofs to make this view seem plausible to us. All that we have in the form of evidence is opposed to it. As the influence of the educated classes upon Christianity increases, Christianity departs more and more from communism, as we have already seen from Matthew, and as we shall later learn in tracing the evolution of the congregation. AK's ideas of the Essenes are entirely erroneous. He says of the communistic Christian congregation of Jerusalem, the fact that this single communistic experiment should happen to be made by an association consisting of Jews should arouse our suspicion. Down to the very beginning of our era, the Jews never made any such social experiments, never before then was there such a thing as a Jewish communism. But communism, both theoretical and practical, was nothing new to the Hellenes. 338. Our critic does not reveal the source in which he discovers the practical communism of the Hellenes in the time of Christ. But it is almost incredible to hear him say that he finds less communism among the Jews than among the Hellenes, when as an actual fact the communism of the former is far superior to the communistic visions of the latter, owing to its having been actually carried out. And AK evidently has not the slightest suspicion of the fact that the Essenes are mentioned 150 years before Christ, but seems to think that they did not arise until the time of Christ. Yet, these same Essenes who are represented as having had no influence on the practices of the Jerusalem congregation, are alleged to have produced the communist legend which was admitted to the Acts of the Apostles in the 2nd century after Christ. The Essenes, who disappear from sight with the destruction of Jerusalem, probably because they were dragged down in the general destruction of the Jewish community, are represented as having imbued the Hellenic proletarians with legends concerning the origin of the Christian congregation, and caused them to adopt the idea of a communistic post, at a time when the hostility between Judaism and Christianity had already assumed the sharpest forms, while it is also claimed that at the time when the Jewish proletarians founded an organization in Jerusalem which necessarily must have had close personal and practical contact with the Essenian movement, the latter had not the slightest influence on that organization. It is quite possible that Essenian legends and views were among the elements included in early Christian literature. But it is far more probable that in that early state of the Christian congregation, in which it was as yet producing no literature, its organization was under the influence of Essenian models. And this could only have been an influence in the sense of the actual carrying out of communism, and not in the sense of merely imagining an alleged communistic past, corresponding to no reality. This entire artificial construction, the creation of modern theologians, and accepted by AK, which would deny the Essenian influence at a time when there really was such an influence, and then ascribe a decisive function to it at a time when it had ceased, merely shows how ingenious many a theological brain can become in the service of the task of liberating the early church from the indecent odor of communism. But all the above are not decisive reasons for AK. He knows a chief reason, hitherto never appreciated. The opponents of the Christians have accused them of all possible offenses, but not of having been communists. And yet these opponents would not have relinquished the opportunity of making such an accusation if there had been any foundation for it. I fear the world will continue to ignore this chief reason. For AK cannot deny that the communistic character of Christianity is distinctly emphasized in a number of passages in the Acts of the Apostles, as well as in the Gospels. He merely maintains that these passages are purely legendary in character. But there is no denying that they are there and that they express genuine Christian tendencies. If the opponents of Christianity nevertheless did not emphasize the communism of Christianity, this cannot be due to the fact that they found no support for such an accusation. For they accused the Christians of other things, such as infanticide, incest, etc., for which there was not the slightest evidence in the Christian literature. It is hard to believe, therefore, that they would have refrained from making accusations for which they could offer proof in the Christian writings of even the earliest periods of Christian literature. We must seek the reason for this elsewhere than in the absence of communism in early Christianity. The true reason is that the attitude toward communism in those days was quite different from that of today. Today, communism in the early Christian sense, in other words, dividing up, has become incompatible with the progress of production, with the existence of society. Today, economic needs unconditionally demand just the opposite of a dividing up, namely, they demand a concentration of wealth in a few spots, either in the hands of private individuals, as is the case today, or in the hands of society, of the state, of the municipalities, perhaps also. 340. In those of cooperative organizations, as in the socialist scheme of things. But in the days of Christianity the case was quite different. Aside from mining, industry was almost altogether of a petty kind. In agriculture, it is true, there were cases of extensive large-scale establishments, but this large-scale enterprise, manned by slaves, was not technically superior to the petty establishment, and could only maintain itself where it permitted of a ruthless destructive exploitation of resources with the aid of the labor of cheap slaves. Large-scale production had not become the basis of the entire mode of production that it is today. Therefore, the concentration of wealth in a few hands then meant anything else but an enhancement of the productivity of labor, and certainly not a basis for the process of production and therefore of the social welfare. The concentration of wealth in a few hands did not mean a development of the productive forces, but merely an accumulation of articles of consumption in such volume that the individual could not possibly consume them himself, with the result that he had no other recourse but to share them with others. And the rich did this on a large scale, and partly voluntarily. Generosity was considered one of the most distinguished virtues in the Roman imperial era. It was a means of gaining adherents and friends and therefore a means of increasing one's power. Slaves, on their manumission, generally received a donation more or less generous. Martial instances 1 of 10 million. The families, too, of dependents and clients received gratuities and protection. And a freedman of Cotta Messallinus, a friend of Tiberius, celebrates on his tombstone in the Via Appia, how his patron often gave him sums amounting to the nightly census, educated his children, provided paternally for his sons, conferred a military tribunate on his son Cottanus, and paid the expenses of that tombstone. 12. There were very many such cases. But, where democracy prevailed, there was also an involuntary sharing of possessions in addition to the voluntary one. Anyone desiring an office had to purchase it by generous gifts to the people, the latter, wherever they had power, in addition imposed high taxes on the rich, in order to live on the yield of these taxes, while citizens were recompensed from the revenues of the state for their participation in the popular assemblies, and even for their attendance at public spectacles, or regaled at the public expense at great public tables, or given food from the public stores. There was nothing offensive in the eyes of the masses in the thought that the rich existed in order that they might share their property with others, nothing that contradicted the general views. It was rather an idea fully in accord with these views. The masses were not repelled by such actions, but rather flattered by them. The opponents of the Christians would have been fools to have emphasized just this phase. Let the reader merely note the respect with which such conservative writers as Josephus and Philo speak of the communism of the Essenes. They do not find this communism repulsive or ridiculous but quite sublime. AK's principal objection to the assumption of a primitive Christian communism, namely, that the Christians were not accused of this practice by their opponents, is therefore merely a proof that AK sees the past with the eyes of modern capitalistic society and not with its own eyes. In addition to these objections, which are based on no proofs at all and therefore are mere imaginings, AK now mobilizes a number of strictures which are based on facts related in the Acts of the Apostles. Curiously enough, our critic, who is so skeptical with regard to the delineations, in primitive Christian literature, of conditions of long standing, now accepts every mention of a single occurrence at its face value. It is the same case as if he should declare the descriptions of social conditions in the heroic age which are found in the Odyssey to be inventions, but should accept Polyphemus and Circe as historical characters who actually performed the deeds ascribed to them. But even these individual facts do not militate against the assumption of communism in the early congregation. In the first place, AK says the congregation at Jerusalem had 342. A membership of 5,000, and asks, how could so great a number, with their wives and children, constitute a single family? No one has claimed that they constituted a single family or that they ate at a single table. And it would be difficult even to assert that the primitive congregation really did have a membership of 5,000, as is reported in the Acts of the Apostles. Statistics were not the strong point of ancient literature and certainly not of Oriental literature. Exaggeration as a means of producing an effect was much in favor. The number 5,000 was often assigned in order to indicate a very great quantity. Thus, the Gospels very precisely state that the number of persons fed by Jesus with 5 loaves of bread was 5,000 men without women and children. Will my critic also insist on the correctness of the number in this case? But we have every reason to believe that the assignment of a membership of 5,000 to the primitive congregation was a little boastful. Soon after the death of Jesus, according to the Acts of the Apostles, Peter delivers an eloquent revival speech, and at once 3,000 persons have themselves baptized. His further propaganda brings it about that many become believers, and now the number 5,000 is given. Now, what was the actual size of the congregation at the time of the death of Jesus? Immediately after his death the congregation met and there were about 120 persons, all together. Surely this indicates that the congregation at first was very small, in spite of the most diligent agitation on the part of Jesus and his apostles. And now we are to believe that suddenly, after his death, the congregation is increased from hardly more than 100 to 5,000, by delivering a few speeches? If we must accept any definite number, the latter is probably much farther from the truth than the former. 5,000 organized members would have been a band quite noticeable in Jerusalem, and Josephus would surely have. The primitive Christian congregation 343 given them some attention. The congregation must actually have been very insignificant, since none of its contemporaries mentions it. Furthermore, AK raises the objection that the report concerning the communism of the congregation states, after describing the congregation, and Hoseas, who by the apostles was surnamed Barnabas, a Levite, and of the country of Cyprus, having land, sold it and brought the money and laid it at the apostles' feet. But a certain man named Ananias, with Sapphira, his wife, sold a possession, and kept back a part of the price, his wife also being privy to it, and brought a certain part and laid it at the apostles' feet. We are told that this is a testimony against communism, for AK thinks that Barnabas would not have been singled out for mention if the members had sold their possessions and brought the money to the apostles. AK forgets that Barnabas is here contrasted with Ananias as a model of proper conduct. Surely nothing could more clearly express the demand of communism. Was it necessary for the Acts of the Apostles to mention every man that sold his possessions? We do not know why it was just Barnabas that received mention, but to maintain that his mention is equivalent to a statement that he only had made an actual practice of communism, is putting too high an estimate on the intelligence of the authors of Acts. The example of Barnabas is mentioned in direct connection with the fact that all who owned anything sold it. If Barnabas is given special mention, the reason may have been that he was a favorite of the authors of Acts, for they singled him out for attention again and again. But another reason may be that his name happened to have been handed down together with that of Ananias, or perhaps these two were the only members of the original congregation who had anything worth selling, while all the rest were proletarians. The third factidust is the following, we read in the Acts of the Apostles. And in those days when the number of the disciples was 344. Plied there arose a murmuring of the congregations against the Hebrews, because their widows were neglected in the daily ministration. Would this be possible if communism were actually in practice? AK indignantly asks. But no one maintains that communism encountered no difficulties in carrying it out, or indeed, that it was not possible to encounter such difficulties. And the report further states, not that communism was now given up, but that its organization was improved by the introduction of a division of labor. The apostles were now occupied only with propaganda while a committee of 7 members was elected to take charge of the economic functions of the congregation. The whole story is quite compatible with an assumption that communism was practiced, but becomes entirely ridiculous if we accept our critic's view, borrowed by him from Holtzmann, to the effect that the Christians were distinguished from their Jewish fellow citizens not by their social organization, but only by their faith in the recently executed Nazarene. Why should there have been any objection to the mode of division, unless a division had been resorted to? Furthermore, in chapter 12 we read, as a direct contradiction to the reported existence of communism, that a certain Maria, a member of the society, was living in a house of her own. This is true, but how does AK know that Maria had any right to sell this house? Perhaps her husband was still alive and had not joined the congregation? But even if she had a right to sell her house, the congregation would not necessarily have demanded that it be sold. This house was the meeting place of the members, Maria had placed it at the disposal of the congregation. It was used by the congregation, though legally it belonged to Maria. The fact that the congregation needed meeting places, that it was not a legal personage that might itself acquire such premises, and that therefore individual members went through the form of such ownership, certainly does not speak against the primitive Christian congregation. 345. Assumption of communism. We have no right to assume that the primitive Christian communism was so pedantically stupid in applying its regulations as to force its members to sell even those houses, which it wished to make use of, handing in the proceeds for distribution. The last objection raised seems to be the fact that communism is reported only in the case of the congregation of Jerusalem while no mention of it is made in connection with the other Christian congregations. We shall have occasion to refer to this point in tracing the later history of the Christian congregation. We shall then see whether, and to what extent, and for how long, communism was successfully carried out, but that is another question. We have already indicated that difficulties were encountered in large cities, which did not exist in the case of agricultural communities, for instance among the Essenes. We are concerned now only with the original communistic tendencies of Christianity. We have not the slightest cause for doubt as to these. We have in their favor the testimony of the New Testament, the proletarian character of the congregation, and the strongly communistic tendency of the proletarian section of the Jews during the 2 centuries preceding the destruction of Jerusalem, which was very clearly expressed in Essenism. All the arguments against the communistic tendency are based on misunderstandings, subterfuges, and ingenious sophistries, for which there is not the slightest material support. Contempt for labor. The communism to which primitive Christianity aspired weighs in accordance with the conditions of the times: a communism in articles of consumption, a communism in the distribution and joint consumption of such materials. As applied to agriculture, this communism might also lead to a communism in production, in joint organized labor. In the large city, the manner of earning a living, whether by labor or by begging, necessarily dispersed the proletarians, owing to the conditions of production in those days. Communism in the large city could not signify in its goal anything but the highest possible stage of that bleeding of the 346. Rich by the poor, which had been so masterfully developed in earlier centuries wherever the proletariat had attained political power, as in Athens and in Rome. The joint activities to which it aspired could at most be equivalent to a joint consumption of the foodstuffs and other materials, thus obtained a communism equivalent to a common household, to a family organization. In fact, Chrysostom, as we have seen, makes the case for communism from this point of view only. Who is to produce the wealth that is to be consumed in common, is not one of his concerns, and we find the same condition in primitive Christianity. The Gospels cite remarks by Jesus on all possible subjects, but not on labor. Or rather, when he does speak of labor, he does so in the most disdainful terms. Thus we read in Luke, "Take no thought for your life, what ye shall eat, neither for the body, what ye shall put on. The life is more than meat and the body is more than raiment. Consider the ravens, for they neither sow nor reap, which neither have storehouses nor barn, and God feedeth them, how much better are ye than the fowls? And which of you with taking thought can add to his stature 1 cubit? If ye then be not able to do that thing which is least, why take ye thought for the rest? Consider the lilies how they grow. They toil not, they spin not, and yet I say unto you, that Solomon in all his glory was not arrayed like one of these. If then God so clothe the grass which is today in the field and tomorrow is cast into the oven, how much more will he clothe you, ye of little faith? And seek not ye what ye shall eat, or what ye shall drink, neither be ye of doubtful mind. For all these things do the nations of the world seek after, and your Father knoweth that ye have need of these things. But rather seek ye the kingdom of God, and all these things shall be added unto you. Fear not, little flock, for it is your Father's good pleasure to give you the kingdom. Sell that ye have, and give alms." This by no means is to be understood as an exhortation to the Christian to be ascetic and therefore ignore matters of eating and drinking, because of the necessity of turning his mind to his soul's welfare. No, the Christians are to strive for the kingdom of God, in other words, for their own rule, and then they will have everything they need. We shall have further occasion to observe how earthly was their conception of this kingdom of God. F. The destruction of the family whenever communism is based not upon a community of production but upon a community of consumption, and pursues the goal of transforming the entire community into a new family, it necessarily finds the presence of the traditional family ties to be a disturbing element. We have already seen this in the case of the Essenes, and now we are to observe a repetition in the case of Christianity, which often expresses its hostility to the family in a very emphatic manner. Thus the Gospel ascribed to Mark tells us, "There came then his brethren and his mother, and standing without, sent unto him, calling him. And the multitude sat about him, and they said unto him, Behold, thy mother and thy brethren without seek for thee. And he answered them, saying, Who is my mother, or my brethren? And he looked round about on them which sat about him, and said, Behold my mother and my brethren. For whosoever shall do the will of God, the same is my brother, and my sister, and mother." Luke is particularly emphatic on this point. We read, "And he said unto another, Follow me. But he said, Lord, suffer me first to go and bury my father. Jesus said unto him, Let the dead bury their dead, but go thou and preach the kingdom of God. And another also said, Lord, I will follow thee, but let me first go bid them farewell, which are at home at my house. And Jesus said unto him, No man, having put his hand to the plough, and looking back, is fit for the kingdom of God." While the above is an evidence that the greatest ruthlessness was demanded with regard to the family, we find in another passage in Luke a distinct expression of hatred against the family. "If any man come to me, and hate not his father, and mother, and wife, and children, and brethren, and sisters, yea, and his own life also, he cannot be my disciple. 348. In this connection Matthew again is found to be the opportunistic revisionist. Matthew renders the above sentence in the following manner: He that loveth father or mother more than me is not worthy of me, and he that loveth son or daughter more than me is not worthy of me. This already represents a considerable attenuation of the hatred toward the family. Closely connected with this hatred of the family is the renunciation of marriage, which was as inexorably demanded by Christianity as by Essenism. But the two systems are again found to be similar in the fact that both develop the two possible forms of the unmarried state, celibacy, or a renunciation of all conjugal life, and the irregular, extramarital sexual relations that have also been designated under the name community of wives. There is a very noteworthy passage in Campanella's City of the Sun, in which a critic maintains, Saint Clement the Roman says that by the arrangements of the apostles even their wives had to be owned in common, and praises Plato and Socrates for having also maintained that things should be so arranged. But the glosses interpret this as meaning a common obedience to all, but not a community of the bed. And Tertullian confirms these glosses and states that the first Christians owned everything in common except their wives, who, however, had shown common obedience to all. This common obedience is an interesting parallel to the blessedness of those who are poor in spirit. A peculiar state of sexual relations is suggested by a passage in the Doctrines of the 12 Apostles, one of the oldest literary products of Christianity, which gives an idea of its institutions in the 2nd century. Here we read: But every prophet, tried and true, who acts with regard to the earthly mystery of the Church, but does not teach others to do that which he himself does, let him not be judged by you, for be base a judgment in God. Such was the conduct of the ancient prophets. Harnack observes that the obscure words, the earthly mystery of the Church signify the married state, and that the object of these lines was to counteract the suspicion felt by the congregation towards such prophets as entered into peculiar conjugal relations. Harnack surmises that the reference here is to persons who lived in marriage as eunuchs, or lived with their wives as sisters. Is it possible that such continence could really have given offense? We may hardly assume so. It would be very interesting if we could learn that these prophets, while no longer preaching an extramarital sexual practice, nevertheless still resembled the old prophets, in other words, the first teachers of Christianity, in that they actually practiced such relations. Harnack himself quotes the following passage as a good illustration of conduct with regard to the earthly mystery of the Church, from the Letter on Virginity, wrongly ascribed to Saint Clement. Many shameless persons live together with virgins under the pretext of piety and thus incur danger, or they roam about with them alone on the paths and in wildernesses, on ways that are full of dangers, vexation, pitfalls, and ditches. Others eat and drink with them, lie together with them at table, with virgins and consecrated women, with luxurious revelry and much shamefulness. Such things should not come to pass among the faithful, and least of all among those who have chosen the office of virginity. In the first epistle of St. Paul to the Corinthians, the apostles, who are bound to celibacy, claim the right to roam about the world with female comrades. Paul cries to his hearers, "Am I not free? Have we not power to lead about a sister, a wife?" 13, as well as other apostles and as the brethren of the Lord and Cephas. 14. A moment before Paul had advised against marriage. This roaming about of the apostle with a young lady is an important element in the Acts of St. Paul, a romance which is said by Tertullian to have been written by a presbyter in Asia Minor in the 2nd century, according to the latter's own admission. Yet these Acts were for a long time a favorite book of edification. 15. A sign that the facts communicated in them must have been considered by many pious Christians as not at all offensive but rather quite edifying. The most remarkable part of this book is the pretty legend of Thecla, which constitutes an excellent depiction of the atmosphere of the Christianity of the 2nd century. 15. This legend tells us that Thecla, the betrothed of an aristocratic youth of Icarium, had heard one of the apostles' orations and had at once become enthusiastic for him. The narration gives us an interesting personal description of the apostle: short in stature, bald, with crooked legs, projecting knees, large eyes, eyebrows meeting over the nose, a rather long nose, full of charm, having the appearance now of a man and now of an angel. Unfortunately, we are not told which of the above corporal assets is to be classed as aiding to make up his angelic appearance. In short, the magic power of his speech makes a profound impression on the beautiful Thecla, and she renounces her betrothed. The latter denounces Paul before the governor as a man who by his speeches induces women and maidens to refrain from marriage. Paul is thrown into prison, but Thecla finds her way to his cell and is found there with him. The governor thereupon condemns Paul to be banished from the city and Thecla to be burned at the stake. She is saved by a miracle. The burning pyre is extinguished by a cloudburst, which also confuses and disperses the spectators. Thecla, now free, follows after Paul, whom she finds on the highway. He takes her by the hand and wanders to Antioch with her, where they meet an aristocrat, who at once falls in love with Thecla and is willing to take her from Paul and indemnify him richly for his consent. Paul replies that she belongs not to him and he knows her not, which is a very feeble sort of answer for a proud apostle to make. But Thecla makes up for this weakness by the energy with which she defends herself against the aristocratic voluptuary, who attempts to take possession of her by force. For this offense she is thrown to the wild animals in the circus, but they will do her no injury, with the result that she is once more freed. She now clothes herself as a man, cuts off her hair and again follows after Paul, who instructs her to teach the word of God and probably also bestows upon her the right to baptize, if we may infer this from an observation of Tertullian. The original form of this story evidently contained much that was offensive in the eyes of the later church, but as the acts were found to be otherwise edifying and entertaining, the device of a clerical editing was resorted to, which eliminated the most objectionable elements, without entirely removing all traces of the original character of the work. But though many such writings may have been lost, we still have a sufficient number of indications that point to the existence of peculiar sexual relations, which deviated considerably from the traditional forms, gave much offense, and therefore required energetic defense on the part of the apostles. The later church, which had to bear the responsibility for these conditions, tried as far as possible to suppress the record of them. We need hardly point out that the unmarried state is likely to lead to extraconjugal sexual relations, except in the case of fanatical ascetics. The fact that the Christians expected their future state, which was to begin with the resurrection, to be characterized by a cessation of marriage, is also clearly indicated by the following passage in which Jesus answers the delicate question: if a woman has had 7 husbands in succession, to which of them will she belong after the resurrection? And Jesus answering said unto them, the children of this world marry, and are given in marriage, but they which shall be accounted worthy to obtain that world, and the resurrection from the dead, neither marry nor are given in marriage. Neither can they die any more, for they are equal unto the angels, and are children of God, being the children of the resurrection. This must not be interpreted as signifying that men would be pure spirits in the primitive Christian state of the future, without fleshly needs. Their physical character and their delight in material enjoyments is expressly emphasized, as we shall still have occasion to learn. There is no doubt that Jesus is here saying that all existing marriages will be dissolved in the state of the future, so that the question as to which of the 7 husbands is the proper one loses its point. But we must not consider the act of the Roman bishop Callistus, who permitted maidens and widows of senatorial station to enter into extraconjugal relations even with slaves, to be an evidence of hostility to marriage. This consent was not the product of a communism whose hostility to the family had been exaggerated to the highest point, but rather the product of an opportunistic revisionism which gladly made exceptional concessions in order to obtain wealthy and powerful supporters. But this revisionism was repeatedly opposed by the revival of communistic tendencies in the Christian Church, and these were very frequently connected with a denunciation of marriage, by resorting to celibacy, or with the practice of a so-called community of wives, frequently found among the Manichaeans and Gnostics. The most vigorous of these tendencies was that represented by the Carpocritians. Epiphanes taught that divine justice had bestowed everything upon its creatures for equal possession and enjoyment. The mine and thine were not introduced into the world until human laws became operative, and with them theft and adultery and all other sins, for does not the apostle say, for by the law is the knowledge of sin, and nay, I had not known sin, but by the law. Since God himself had implanted in men the powerful sexual impulse in order to maintain the race, any prohibition of sexual lust is absurd, and prohibition of lusting after one's neighbors. The primitive Christian congregation 353 wife is doubly absurd, since thereby what is common is made a private possession. The Gnostics therefore consider monogamy to be as much a transgression of the community of wives required by divine justice as the private ownership of property is a violation of the community of goods. Saint Clement concludes his sketch of these libertine Gnostics with the observation that all these heresies may be classified according to two tendencies: either they teach a moral indifferentism or an exaggerated sanctimonious continence. 16. These were indeed the two alternatives which a consistent communism of the household might follow. We have already indicated that these two extremes may meet, that they take their origin from the same economic root, irreconcilable though they may appear to be in philosophy. With the dissolving, or at least the loosening, of the traditional family ties, there necessarily resulted a change in the position of woman. Once she ceased to be bound to the narrow family activities, once she cast them off, she was enabled to devote her mind and her interests to other thoughts, outside the family sphere. According to her temperament, constitution, and social station, she might in some cases free herself not only from the family ties, but also from all ethical considerations, from all respect for social commandments, from all virtue and modesty. This was usually the case with the aristocratic ladies of imperial Rome, who were enabled by their great wealth and by their artificial childlessness to refrain from doing any work in the family. On the other hand, the abolition of the family by a communism of the household produced in the proletarian women a great strengthening of the ethical feelings, which were now transferred from the narrow circle of the family to the much wider circle of the Christian congregation. Their unselfish solicitude for the daily satisfaction of the needs of husbands and children became a solicitude for the liberation of the human race from all its wretchedness. We therefore find in the early Christian congregation not only prophets, but also prophetesses. For instance, the Acts of the Apostles tell us of the evangelist Philippos, and the same man had 4 daughters, virgins, which did prophesy. The story of Thecla, whom Paul commissions to teach and perhaps even to baptize, also indicates that the presence of female teachers of the divine word was not at all unusual in the Christian congregation. In the first epistle to the Corinthians, Paul expressly recognizes the right of women to act as prophets. He asks of them only that they should be veiled when discharging this duty in order not to arouse the lust of the angels. To be sure, chapter 14 says, "Let your women keep silence in the churches, for it is not permitted unto them to speak, but they are commanded to be under obedience as also saith the law. And if they will learn anything, let them ask their husbands at home, for it is a shame for women to speak in the church." But modern biblical critics consider this passage to be a later interpolation. Similarly, the entire first epistle of St. Paul to Timothy is a forgery dating from the 2nd century. These writings already attempt to force woman back into the narrow confines of the family. Concerning her we read, "Notwithstanding she shall be saved in childbearing." This was by no means the view of the early Christian congregation. Its conceptions of marriage, the family, the position of woman, are fully in accord with what we may logically infer from the forms of communism that were then realizable in practice, and furnish an additional proof that communism dominated the philosophy of primitive Christianity. 2. The Christian idea of the Messiah. A. The coming of the kingdom of God. The title of this chapter is actually a pleonasm. We know that Christus is simply the Greek translation of Messiah. The Christian idea of the Messiah therefore means nothing more nor less, if we take it etymologically, than the messianic idea of the Messiah. But historically, Christianity does not include all those who believed in the Messiah, it includes only a specific class of these believers, a class whose messianic expectations differed but little at first from those of the rest of the Jewish people. In the first place, the Christian congregation in Jerusalem, like all the rest of the Jews, expected that the Messiah would come within a short but not precisely fixed time. While the Gospels preserved to us were written at a time when most of the Christians no longer had such sanguine hopes, the Gospels show us quite clearly that the expectations of Christ's contemporaries had been completely disappointed, as they nevertheless still preserve certain remnants of such a hope, remnants which they received from the oral and written sources with which they worked. According to Mark, after that John was put in prison, Jesus came unto Galilee, preaching the gospel of the kingdom of God and saying, "The time is fulfilled and the kingdom of God is at hand." The disciples asked Jesus, what is the token by which they shall recognize the coming of the Messiah? He tells them all these tokens: earthquakes, pestilence, the disasters of war, eclipses, £0 the sun, etc., and then informs them that the Son of Man will come with great power and magnificence to redeem his faithful, adding, "Verily I say unto you, this generation shall not pass away till all be fulfilled." 355. 356. Mark's report is similar. Again he has Jesus say in chapter 9, "Verily I say unto you, that there be some of them that stand here which shall not taste of death until they have seen the kingdom of God come with power." Finally, Matthew has Jesus promise his disciples, "But he that endureth to the end shall be saved, but when they persecute you in the city, flee ye into another, for verily I say unto you, ye shall not have gone over the cities of Israel until the Son of Man be come." Paul's statement in his first epistle to the Thessalonians is similar. "But I would not have you to be ignorant, brethren, concerning them which are asleep, that ye sorrow not, even as others, which have no hope. For if we believe that Jesus died and rose again, even so them also which sleep in Jesus will God bring with him. For this we say unto you by the word of the Lord, that we which are alive and remain unto the coming of the Lord shall not prevent them which are asleep. For the Lord himself shall descend from heaven, with a shout, with the voice of the archangel and with the trump of God, and the dead in Christ shall rise first, then we which are alive and remain shall be caught up together with them in the clouds to meet the Lord in the air, and so shall we ever be with the Lord. It was therefore not at all necessary that one should have died in order to enter the kingdom of God. The living might count upon beholding its coming, and it was conceived as a kingdom in which both those who were alive at the time, as well as those resurrected from the dead, would enjoy life in a full corporeal sense. We still have traces of this belief in the Gospels, although the later conception of the Church dropped the idea of an earthly state of the future and substituted the heavenly state for it. Thus Jesus promises, "Verily I say unto you, that ye which have followed me in the regeneration when the Son of Man shall sit in the throne of his glory, ye also shall sit upon 12 thrones, judging the 12 tribes of Israel. And every one that hath forsaken houses, or brethren, or sisters, or father, or mother, or wife, or children, or lands, for my name's sake, shall receive 100-fold and shall inherit everlasting life." In other words, the reward for having dissolved the family and given away one's property will be a real enjoyment of earthly pleasures in the state of the future. It is particularly the pleasures of the table that are meant. Jesus threatens them that will not follow him with exclusion from his society on the day after the great catastrophe. "There shall be weeping and gnashing of teeth when ye shall see Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob and all the prophets in the kingdom of God, and you yourselves thrust out, and they shall come from the east, and from the west, and from the north, and from the south, and shall sit down in the kingdom of God." But he promises the apostles, "And I appoint unto you a kingdom, as my Father hath appointed unto me, that ye may eat and drink at my table in my kingdom, and sit on thrones judging the 12 tribes of Israel." Disputes even arose among the apostles as to precedence at table in the state of the future. James and John demand the places at the Master's right and left, which causes, much anger among the remaining 10 apostles. Jesus tells a Pharisee, at whose house he is dining, not to invite his friends and relatives to dine, but the poor, the crippled, the lame, the blind, and thou shalt be blessed, for they cannot recompense thee, for thou shalt be recompensed at the resurrection of the just. We are immediately made to understand the nature of this blessedness, and when one of them that sat at meat with him heard these things, he said unto him, Blessed is he that shall eat bread in the kingdom of God. But there will also be beverages to accompany the food. At the Last Supper Jesus announces, But I say unto you, I will not drink henceforth of this fruit of the vine until that day when I drink it anew with you in my Father's kingdom. The resurrection of Jesus is considered as a harbinger of the resurrection of his disciples, but the Gospels expressly emphasize the bodily presence of Jesus after the resurrection. He meets 2 of his disciples after his resurrection at the village of Emmaus, has supper with them, and then disappears. And they rose up the same hour, and returned to Jerusalem, and found the 11 gathered together, and them that were with them, saying, The Lord is risen indeed, and hath appeared to Simon. And they told what things were done in the way, and how he was known of them in breaking of bread. And as they thus spake, Jesus himself stood in the midst of them, and saith unto them, Peace be unto you. But they were terrified and affrighted, and supposed that they had seen a spirit. And he said unto them, Why are ye troubled? And why do thoughts arise in your hearts? Behold my hands and my feet, that it is I myself, handle me, and see, for a spirit hath not flesh and bones, as ye see me have. And when he had thus spoken, he showed them his hands and his feet. And while they yet believed not for joy, and wondered, he said unto them, Have ye here any meat? And they gave him a piece of a broiled fish and of an honeycomb. And he took it and did eat before them. In the Gospel of St. John, Jesus gives evidence not only of his existence in the flesh after his resurrection, but also of a very healthy appetite. John reports that Jesus appeared to his disciples in a room the doors of which were locked and was handled by the doubting Thomas, and then goes on to say, After these things Jesus showed himself again to the disciples at the Sea of Tiberias, and on this wise showed he himself. There were together Simon Peter and Thomas called Didymus and Nathanael of Cana in Galilee and the sons of Zebedee, and 2 other of his disciples. Simon Peter saith unto them, I go a-fishing. They say unto him, We also go with thee. They went forth and entered into a ship immediately, and that night they caught nothing. But when the morning was now come, Jesus stood on the shore, but the disciples knew not that it was Jesus. Then Jesus saith unto them, Children, have ye any meat? They answered him, No. And he said unto them, Cast the net on the right side of the ship, and ye shall find. They cast therefore, and now they were not able to draw it for the multitude of fishes. Therefore that disciple whom Jesus loved saith unto Peter, It is the Lord. As soon as they were come to land, they saw a fire of coals there, and fish laid thereon, and bread. Jesus saith unto them, Come and dine. This is now the 3rd time that Jesus showed himself to his disciples, after that he was risen from the dead. The 3rd time was probably the last. Perhaps it was after the strengthening by this fish breakfast that Jesus rose to heaven in the imagination of the evangelist, from whence he should return as the Messiah. While the Christians firmly maintained the bodily presence of the resurrected, they nevertheless had to assume that this body was of a different nature than the former body, if only for the sake of the life eternal. In a period which was so ignorant and so gullible as that of primitive Christianity, it is no source for surprise to find the most exaggerated notions flourishing on this subject in Christian as well as in Jewish minds. In Paul's first epistle to the Corinthians, we find the view expressed that those of his comrades who will live to see the state of the future, as well as those that will be resurrected for the purpose, will both have a new and higher type of bodily existence. Behold, I show you a mystery, we shall not all sleep, but we shall be changed, in a moment, in the twinkling of an eye, at the last trump, for the trumpet shall sound and the dead shall be raised incorruptible, and we shall be changed. The revelation of St. John even speaks, of two resurrections, the first of which is to occur after the overthrow of Rome. And I saw thrones and they sat upon them, and judgment was given unto them, and I saw the souls of them that were beheaded for the witness of Jesus and for the word of God. And they lived and reigned with Christ 1,000 years, but the rest of the dead lived not again until the 1,000 years were finished. This is the first resurrection. Blessed and holy is he that hath part in the first resurrection. On such the second death hath no 360 power, but they shall be priests of God and of Christ and shall reign with him 1,000 years. But then there arises a rebellion of the nations of the earth against these holy men. The rebels are cast into a lake of fire and brimstone, and the dead, all of whom are now resurrected, are judged, the unrighteous being cast into the lake of fire, while the righteous shall no longer know death and shall rejoice in life in the New Jerusalem, to which the nations of the earth shall bring their splendors and their treasures. The reader will observe that Jewish nationalism here still peers through in the most naive manner. As a matter of fact, as we have already had occasion to observe, the pattern for the Christian revelation of St. John is of Jewish origin, having been composed in the period of the siege of Jerusalem. Even after the fall of Jerusalem there were still Jewish apocalypses which similarly expressed their messianic hopes. Examples of these are Baruch and the fourth book of Ezra. Baruch announces that the Messiah will gather the peoples and bestow life upon them that submit to the descendants of Jacob and destroy the others who have oppressed Israel. Then the Messiah will seat himself on his throne and everlasting joy will prevail. Nature will grant all gifts most generously, particularly wine. The dead shall be resurrected and men shall be organized quite differently. The righteous shall no longer be fatigued with labor, their bodies shall shine in splendor, but the unrighteous shall be even more ugly than before and shall be handed over to torture. The author of the fourth book of Ezra expounds similar thoughts. The Messiah will come, will live for 400 years, and then die together with all the rest of mankind. Thereupon there will follow a universal resurrection and a judgment in which the righteous shall have peace and sevenfold joy. We see how slight is the difference in all these points between the messianic hopes of the early Christians and those of the Jewish population as a whole. The fourth book of Ezra, with numerous later adornments, also attracted great attention in the Christian Church, and has been admitted to number of Protestant translations of the Bible. b. The ancestry of Jesus. The early Christian conception of the Messiah coincided so completely with the Jewish conception at that time that the Gospels still lay the greatest stress on making Jesus appear as the descendant of David. For the Messiah, according to the Jewish notion, was to be of royal race. He is spoken of again and again as the Son of David or the Son of God, which amounts to the same thing in Hebrew. Thus the second book of Samuel has God say to David, I will be his father and he shall be my son. And the king says in the second psalm, The Lord hath said unto me, Thou art my son, this day have I begotten thee. It was therefore necessary to prove by means of a long ancestral tree that Joseph, the father of Jesus, was a descendant of David, and to cause Jesus, the Nazarene, to be born in Bethlehem, the city of David. In order to make this seem plausible, the most remarkable assertions were mobilized. We have already referred to the account given by Luke. And it came to pass in those days that there went out a decree from Caesar Augustus that all the world should be taxed. And all went to be taxed, everyone into his own city. And Joseph also went up from Galilee, out of the city of Nazareth, into Judea, into the city of David which is called Bethlehem, to be taxed with Mary his espoused wife, being great with child. The author or authors of the Gospel of St. Luke had a suspicion that something was wrong and in their ignorance set down the baldest nonsense. Augustus never ordered a universal imperial census. The reference is evidently to the census that was carried out by Quirinius in the year 7 AD in Judea, which had just become a Roman province. This was the first census of this kind in Judea. 362. This mistake, however, is comparatively unimportant. But what are we to say of the notion that a general imperial census, or even a mere provincial census would require everyone to travel to his native town to be registered. Even today, in the age of railroads, such a regulation would produce an immense migration, the immensity of which would be exceeded only by its idiocy. As a matter of fact, the Roman census never required anyone to report except in his place of domicile, and only the men had to report in person. But the pious end would not have been served if the good Joseph had traveled alone to the city of David. The taking of the census is therefore also made to require each head of a family to travel to his ancestral home with child and baggage in order that Joseph might be represented as dragging his wife thither in spite of the advanced stage of her pregnancy. But all this labor of love was lost. In fact, it even became a source of serious embarrassment for Christian thought, when the congregation began to outgrow the Jewish milieu. The pagans had no particular interest in David, and to be a descendant of David was no recommendation in their eyes. The Hellenistic and Roman mode of thought was much inclined to take the fatherhood of God seriously, while to the Jews it had been merely a symbol of royal descent. It was nothing unusual among the Greeks and Romans, as we have seen, to represent a great man as the son of Apollo or some other god. But Christian thought, in these efforts to give the Messiah prestige in the eyes of the pagans, encountered a little difficulty, namely, monotheism, which it had borrowed from the Jews. The fact of a god's having begotten a son is nothing out of the way in polytheism, you simply have one god more to deal with. But to have God beget another god, and yet have God remain a unit, this is not so easy to explain. And the matter was not simplified by isolating the creative power emanating from the Godhead in the form of a special Holy Ghost. The task now was to accommodate these three persons under a single conception that would embrace them all. This was a task which brought to grief even the most extravagant imagination and the most ingenious quibbling. Therefore the Trinity became one of the mysteries that must simply be believed without being understood, a mystery that had to be believed for the very reason of its absurdity. There is no religion without its contradictions. No religion ever was born from a single brain as the result of a purely logical process. Each religion is the product of manifold social influences, often extending through centuries, and reflecting the most varied historical situations. But it would be difficult to find any other religion so rich in contradictions and unreasonable assumptions as is the Christian, because hardly any other religion arose out of such strikingly different elements. Christianity was handed down by Judaism to the Romans, by proletarians, to world rulers, by a communistic organization to an organization formed for the exploitation of all classes. Yet, the union of Father and Son in a single person was not the only difficulty arising from the image of the Messiah, for Christian thought, as soon as it came under the influence of a non-Jewish environment. What was to be done with Joseph's paternity? It was no longer possible to have Mary conceive Jesus from her husband. And as God had cohabited with her not as a human being but in the form of a spirit, she must have remained a virgin. This meant relinquishing Jesus's descent from David. But so great is the power of tradition in religion that in spite of all this the beautifully devised ancestral tree of Joseph and the designation of Jesus as the son of David continued to be faithfully handed down. But to poor Joseph was, now assigned the ungrateful task of living together with a virgin without violating her virginity, and also, without even being in any way offended by her pregnancy. C. Jesus as a rebel. Although the Christians of later days could not bear to relinquish entirely the royal ancestry of their Messiah, in spite of his divine origin, they took all the greater pains to eliminate another characteristic of his Jewish birth, namely, his rebellious spirit. Christianity in the 2nd century was more and more domi. 364. Nate by a passive obedience, which was quite different from the nature of the Judaism of the preceding century. We have already learned the rebellious character of those strata of the Jewish people that were waiting for the Messiah, particularly the proletarians of Jerusalem and the roving bands of Galilee, the very elements from which Christianity took its origin. We must therefore assume at the outset that Christianity was characterized by violence in its beginnings. This assumption becomes a certainty when we discover traces of this condition in the Gospels, in spite of the fact that their later editors were most solicitously ambitious to eliminate any element that might give offensito those in power. Gentle and submissive though Jesus may appear as a rule, he occasionally delivers himself of a statement of an entirely different kind, a statement forcing us to assume that whether he actually existed or was merely an ideal figure of men's visions, he was, in the original tradition, a rebel who was crucified as an unsuccessful leader of an insurrection. Even the manner is noteworthy in which he occasionally speaks of legally righteous persons. One came not to call the righteous but the sinners. Luther translates, I came not to call the righteous but sinners to repentance. Perhaps this was the variant in the manuscript he used. Certainly, Christians must have learned rather early how dangerous it would be to admit that Jesus summoned to him particularly those elements who were opposed to the laws. St. Luke therefore added to the calling, to remorse, which addition may also be found in many manuscripts of St. Mark. But in altering the summoning to himself or calling to the words calling to repentance, they robbed the sentence of any meaning at all. Who would think of calling the righteous, as Luther translates the Alkluk, to repentance? Besides, such an alteration would contradict the context, for Jesus makes use of the word because he has been accused of eating in the company of persons who are despised, and of associating with them, not of conjuring them to alter their conduct of life. No one would have objected to his calling sinners to repentance. Bruno Bauer rightly remarks in Bis' discussion of this passage. In its original form this dictum is not even concerned with the question of whether the sinners actually will do penance, accept the call and earn their right to the kingdom of heaven by obedience to him who preaches penance. Being sinners, they have privileges transcending those of the righteous. Being sinners, they are summoned to blessedness, given unconditionally favorable treatment. The kingdom of heaven is created for the sinners, and the call that goes out to them merely installs them in their property rights, inhering in them as sinners. 1. This passage suggests a contempt for the traditional laws, and the words in which Jesus announces the coming of the Messiah are suggestive of violence. The existing Roman Empire will perish in an orgy of murder. And it appears the saints are not to play a passive role in this process. Jesus declares, I am come to send fire on the earth, and what will I, if it be already kindled? But I have a baptism to be baptized with, and how am I straitened till it be accomplished? Suppose ye that I am come to give peace on earth? I tell you, nay, but rather division, for from henceforth there shall be 5 in one house divided, 3 against 2, and 2 against 3. And in Matthew we read the plain words. Think not that I am come to send peace on earth, I came not to send peace, but a sword. Having arrived at Jerusalem at the time of the Passover, he drives out the merchants and bankers from the temple, the doing of which is inconceivable without the active assistance of a considerable body of people whom he has aroused. Not long after, at the Last Supper, immediately before the catastrophe, Jesus says to his disciples, Now, he who has a purse, let him take it, and also a pocket, and he who has it not, let him sell his cloak, and buy a sword. For I say unto you, it must now be fulfilled in me what is written, namely, and he will be counted among the lawless. For what is written of me shall be fulfilled. They said, however, Lord, here are 2 swords. And he said to them, That is sufficient. Immediately thereafter, on the Mount of Olives, the conflict takes place with the armed power of the state. Jesus is about to be arrested. And, behold, one of them which were with Jesus stretched out his hand, and drew his sword, and struck a servant of the high priests, and smote off his ear. But in this gospel, Jesus is represented as being opposed to all bloodshed, consents peaceably to be chained, and is thereupon executed, while his companions remain absolutely unmolested. In the form in which we have it, this story is a most remarkable one, full of contradictory statements that must originally have been quite different. Jesus calls for swords as if the hour for action had come. His faithful set out armed with swords, and at the very moment when they encounter the enemy and draw their swords, Jesus suddenly declares that he is opposed in principle to all use of force. Of course, the statement is particularly sharp in the case of Matthew. Put up again thy sword into his place, for all them that take the sword shall perish with the sword. Thinkest thou that I cannot now pray to my Father, and he shall presently give me more than 12 legions of angels? But how then shall the scriptures be fulfilled, that thus it must be? But if Jesus was opposed on principle to any use of force, why did he call for swords? Why did he permit his friends to bear arms when they went about with him? /VE can only understand this contradiction by assuming that the Christian tradition in its original form must have contained a report of a carefully planned coup d'état, in which Jesus was captured, a coup d'état for which the time had seemed to be ripe after he had successfully driven the bankers and sellers out of the temple. The later editors did not dare to throw out this report, deeply rooted in tradition, in its entirety. They mutilated it by making the use of force appear to be an act undertaken by the apostles against the will of Jesus. It is perhaps not unimportant to recall that this collision took place on the Mount of Olives. This was the indicated starting point for any coup d'état against Jerusalem. Let us record, for instance, the report in Josephus concerning the unsuccessful insurrection led by an Egyptian Jew in the time of the procurator Felix. 2 This man came from the desert to the Mount of Olives with 30,000 men in order to attack the city of Jerusalem, drive out the Roman garrison and seize power. Felix gave battle to the Egyptian and scattered his adherents. The Egyptian himself appears to have escaped. Josephus's history swarms with similar events. They are indicative of the mood of the Jewish population in the time of Christ. An attempted insurrection by the Galilean prophet Jesus would be not at all in contradiction with this mood. If we are to regard his enterprise as an attempt of this kind, we can also understand Judas's treason, which is woven in with the report we are now discussing. According to the version that has been preserved, Judas betrayed Jesus by means of a kiss, thus designating him to the detectives as the man to be arrested. But this operation would have no meaning at all. Jesus was well known in Jerusalem. According to the Gospels, he preached publicly every day, he was received by the masses with open arms, and yet we are suddenly to believe that it was necessary for Judas to point him out, in order that he might be distinguished from his adherents. A somewhat parallel situation would be to behold the Berlin police paying a stool pigeon in order that he might point out to them who Babel is. But the matter becomes entirely different, if we are dealing with a carefully elaborated coup d'état. Such a situation would involve something worth betraying, a secret worth buying. If the report of the coup d'état that had been planned must be eliminated from the story, the tale of Judas's treason also becomes pointless. But as this act of treason was apparently too well known among the comrades, and their hatred of the betrayer too great, it was impossible for the evangelist to eliminate this event entirely. But he was now obliged to construct a new act of treason out of his own imagination, in which he did not meet with much success. Not less unhappily invented than the present version of Judas's treason is that of the capture of Jesus. It is just he that is arrested, although he is represented as preaching the use of peaceful methods, while the apostles who have drawn their swords and used them are not at all molested. In fact, Peter, who has smitten off Malchus's ear, walks after the policemen and takes a seat in the high priest's yard and converses peaceably with them. Just imagine a man in Berlin opposing by force the arrest of a comrade, discharging a revolver in this situation, thus injuring a policeman, and then walking along quietly, chatting amiably with the police, and then sitting down with them in the station house to warm up and drink a glass of beer with them. It would have been impossible to invent more stupid situations. But it is precisely this awkwardness that must show us that an effort is being made to conceal something that must be eliminated at any price. A natural action, one easily understood, a hand-to-hand conflict ending in a defeat because of Judas's treason, and in the capture of the leader, becomes an absolutely senseless and incomprehensible process, which has come to pass only that the scriptures might be fulfilled. The execution of Jesus, which is easy to understand if he was a rebel, now becomes a completely incomprehensible act of senseless malice, which even succeeds in gaining its point in opposition to the Roman governor, who would liberate Jesus. This is an accumulation of unreasonable situations that can only be explained by the need felt by the later editors to whitewash the real event. Even the Essenes, who were peaceable and opposed to all conflict, were carried away at the time by the general wave of patriotism. We find Essenes among the Jewish generals in the last great war against the Romans. Thus, Josephus reports of the beginning of the war. The Jews had chosen 3 mighty generals, who were endowed not only with bodily strength and bravery, but also with intelligence and wisdom, Niger of Perea, Silas of Babylon, and John, the Essenian. 3. The assumption that the execution of Jesus was due to the fact that he was a rebel is therefore not only the sole assumption which can make the indications in the Gospel clear, but it is also completely in accordance with the character of the epoch and of the locality. From the time to which Jesus' death is commonly assigned, up to the destruction of Jerusalem, there was no end of restlessness in that city. Street fights were a very common thing, as well as executions of individual insurgents. Such a street fight waged by a little group of proletarians, followed by the crucifixion of its ringleader, who was a native of Galilee, always a rebellious province, might very well indeed have made a profound impression on all the participants who survived, while history itself might perhaps not have taken the trouble to record such an everyday event. In view of the rebellious agitation in which the entire Jewish race was living at that period, it was natural for the sect which had brought about this attempted insurrection to emphasize it for purposes of propaganda, thus giving it a firm place in tradition and naturally also somewhat exaggerating and adorning such details as the personality of the hero. But the situation changed when Jerusalem had been destroyed. With the destruction of the Jewish community, the last remnants of the democratic opposition that had still maintained themselves in the Roman Empire were also destroyed. At about this time the civil wars in the Roman Empire itself cease. In the 2 centuries lying between the Maccabeans and the destruction of Jerusalem by Titus, the eastern basin of the Mediterranean had been in a constant state of unrest, one government after another collapsed, one nation after another lost its independence or its dominant position. But the power which directly or indirectly was behind all these convulsions, namely, the Roman state, was at the same period torn by the most gigantic disasters, from the Gracchi to Vespasian, which emanated more and more from the armies and their leaders. At this epoch, in which the expectation of the Messiah was developed and solidified, no political organism seemed more than provisional, while political revolution seemed that which was inevitable, that which was to be expected. This period ended under Vespasian. Under his reign, the military monarchy finally achieved the financial arrangement that was needed by the imperator in order to preclude in advance any activity of a possible rival in wooing the favor of the soldiers and thus for a long period to stop military rebellions at their source. From this time on we have the golden era of the empire, a general condition of internal peace lasting more than a century, from Vespasian to Commodus. While for the 2 preceding centuries unrest had been the rule, quiet was the watchword of this century. Political revolution, formerly a natural thing, now became most unnatural. Submission to the imperial power, patient obedience, now seemed not only a commandment of wisdom to the cowardly but became more and more deep-rooted as a moral obligation. This naturally had its effect on the Christian congregation. The latter no longer had any use for the rebellious Messiah, who had been acceptable to Jewish thought. Even the moral feeling of the congregation rebelled against this rebellious Messiah. But as the congregation had become accustomed to regard Jesus, as its God, as the incorporation of all the virtues, the transformation did not involve a relinquishment of the rebellious Jesus and the substitution of an ideal image of another personality, more adapted to the new conditions, but simply meant a gradual elimination of all rebellious elements from the image of the Jesus God, thus transforming the aggressively rebellious Jesus gradually into a passive figure, who had been murdered. Not because of an insurrection but simply because of his infinite goodness and sanctity, and the viciousness and malice of treacherous enviers. Fortunately the retouching was done so unskillfully that traces of the original pigments may still be detected, permitting us to make inferences as to the entire picture. It is precisely because these remnants do not harmonize with the later retouching that we can the more surely infer that the former are genuine, and represent the actual original report. In this respect as well as in the others already discussed, the image of the Messiah in the first Christian congregation fully corresponded with the original Jewish image. Only the later Christian congregation began to introduce divergences. But there are 2 points in which the image of the Messiah in the Christian congregation differs at the very outset from the Jewish Messiah. D. The resurrection of the crucified. There was no lack of Messiahs at the time of Jesus, particularly in Galilee, where prophets and leaders of bands arose at every moment, revealing themselves as redeemers and the anointed of the Lord. But when such a redeemer had succumbed to the Roman power, been taken captive, been crucified or killed, his messianic role was ended, and he was naturally regarded as a false prophet and a false Messiah. The true prophet was still to come. But the Christian congregation stood by its champion. For them also the Messiah in all his glory was still to come. But the Messiah still to come was none other than he who had already been, namely, the crucified, who had arisen 3 days after his death and, having appeared to his adherents, ascended heavenward. This conception was peculiar to the Christian congregation. What was its origin? According to the primitive Christian conception, it was the miracle of the resurrection of Christ on the 3rd day after his crucifixion which proved his divine character and caused expectations to be formed of his return from heaven. Our present-day theologians have not advanced beyond this point. Of course, the liberal spirits among them no longer take the resurrection literally. For the latter, Jesus did not really arise from the dead, but his disciples believed they saw him in their ecstatic raptures after his death, and therefore inferred that he was of divine origin. Therefore, we will have to regard the first appearance of Christ which Peter experienced in the same way as that of Paul, who saw the celestial light appearance of Christ in sudden 372 ecstatic vision on the way to Damascus, a physical experience, in no way an incomprehensible miracle, but psychologically conceivable according to many analogous experiences in all ages. Following other analogies, it is also easy to understand that this experience of inspired vision did not confine itself to Peter, but repeated itself soon for the other disciples and, finally, for assemblages of believers. The historical basis of the disciples' belief in the resurrection we find in the ecstatic visionary experiences emanating from an individual and soon convincing all. In these experiences they believed that they saw the crucified Master alive and raised to heavenly glory. At home in the world of the miraculous, the imagination wove the garment to clothe that which was moving and suffusing the soul. At bottom, the moving force of the resurrection of Jesus in their faith was nothing more than the ineffaceable impression which one person had made upon them. Their love and their confidence in him were stronger than death. This miracle of love and not a miracle of omnipotence was the foundation of the resurrection belief in the early congregation. Therefore it did not stop at passing emotions, but the newly awakened, inspired belief compelled action. The disciples recognized their life task. They were to proclaim to their compatriots that Jesus of Nazareth, whom they had delivered up to their enemies, was the Messiah, that God had shown it the more by the resurrection of Jesus and his ascension to heaven, and that Jesus would soon return to take up his messianic government of earth. For the above exposition would have us accept the dissemination of the Christian congregation's faith in the Messiah, and with it the entire enormous, historical phenomenon of Christianity, as consequences of an accidental hallucination of a single mortal. It is by no means impossible that one of the apostles may have had a vision of the crucified, nor is it impossible that there were many persons who believed in this vision, as the epoch was one that was quite credulous and the Jewish people were profoundly impressed with the faith in the resurrection. Awakenings from the dead were by no means considered inconceivable. Let us add a few examples to those we have already given. In Matthew, Jesus prescribes to the apostles their activities: heal the sick, cleanse the lepers, raise the dead, cast out devils. The raising of the dead is here included in the most matter-of-fact way in an enumeration of the daily duties of the apostles, together with the healing of the sick. An admonishing addition warns them against accepting pay for this work. Jesus, or rather the author of the Gospel, considered raisings from the dead for a fee, in other words, conducted as a business, to be quite within the realm of possibility. Quite characteristic is the story of the resurrection as reported in Matthew. The tomb of Jesus is guarded by soldiers, so that the apostles may not steal the corpse and spread the report that he has risen. But the stone is rolled from the opening of the grave to the accompaniment of flashes of lightning and earthquakes, and Jesus arises. And now when they were going, behold, some of the watch came into the city, and showed unto the chief priests all the things that were done. And when they were assembled with the elders, and had taken counsel, they gave large money unto the soldiers, saying, Say ye, his disciples came by night, and stole him away while we slept. And if this come to the governor's ears, we will persuade him, and clear you. So they took the money and did as they were taught, and this saying is commonly reported among the Jews until this day. These Christians therefore imagined that the resurrection of a man dead and buried for 3 days would not make so profound an impression upon eyewitnesses as to render it necessary to give more than a generous bribe in order to impose silence upon them, and even to induce them to spread a report that was the opposite of the truth. We may readily believe that authors who held views like those expressed here by the evangelist were capable of accepting the fable of the resurrection without the slightest hesitation. But this does not dispose of the entire question. This gullibility, this firm faith in the possibility of the resurrection, was 374. Not a characteristic peculiar to the Christian congregation, as the latter shared it with the entire Jewish population at the time, at least that portion of the Jewish population which was expecting a Messiah. Why did only the Christian congregation have a vision of the resurrection of its Messiah? Why not also the adherents of one of the other Messiahs who suffered a martyr's death in that era? Our theologians will reply that we must explain this by means of the particularly profound impression made by the personality of Jesus, an impression that none of the other Messiahs had been capable of making. But in contradiction to this statement is the fact that Jesus's activities, which according to all indications lasted but a short time, left no traces in the masses, with the result that not a single contemporary recorded them. But other messiahs continued fighting for a long time against the Romans and temporarily achieved great successes against the latter, successes that have been recorded in history. Was it possible that these messiahs made less of an impression than Jesus? But let us assume that Jesus, while incapable of fascinating the masses, was nevertheless able to leave behind ineradicable impressions among a few of his adherents, owing to the power of his personality. This would at most explain why the faith in Jesus continued among his personal friends, and not why it attained the force of propaganda among persons who had not known him, and whom his personality could not influence. If it was only the personal impression made by Jesus that produced the faith in his resurrection and his divine mission, this faith would necessarily become weaker as personal recollection of him died away, and the number of people who had been in personal contact with him decreased. Posterity has no laurels for dramatic performers, and in this respect the comedian and the clergyman have much in common. What is true of the actor is also true of the preacher, if he is only a preacher, and operates only through his personality, leaving no writings behind that may survive his personal life. His sermons may be ever so profoundly effective, may elevate ever so powerfully, they cannot produce the same impression on those that do not hear them, on those who obtain them only by hearsay. And his personality will not have any effect on such persons at all, their imagination will not be stimulated by him. No one can leave behind a memory of his personality beyond the circle of those who have been in personal contact with him, unless he has produced a creation which is capable of making an impression quite apart from his person, be it an artistic creation, an edifice, a reproduction, a musical composition, a work of literature, or a scientific achievement, a methodically arranged collection of data, a theory, an invention, a discovery, or, finally, a political or social institution or organization of some kind or other, produced by him or at least with his distinguished cooperation. As long as such a product endures and has its effect, an interest in the personality of the creator will also endure. In fact, while such a creation may have been practically ignored during the lifetime of its producer, it will grow after his death and begin to achieve significance, as is the case with many discoveries, inventions, and organizations. It is quite possible that the interest in its creator may only begin after his death, and may continue increasing more and more. The less attention was paid to him when alive, the less, actually known about his person, the more will this ignorance stimulate the imagination. If his creation is a mighty one, the more will this personality be surrounded by a halo of anecdotes and legends. In fact, man's love of causal relations, which seeks in every social event and at one time also in every natural event an active personality behind it, this love of causal relations is strong enough to cause the invention of the originator of any work that has become of great importance, or at least an association of this work with some name that has been handed down, in case the actual originator has been forgotten, or, as is so frequently the case, if it is the product of the cooperation of so many talents, none of which completely overshadows the others as to make it impossible from the start to name a specific originator. It is not in his personality, but in the creation that is connected. 376. With his name, that we must seek the reason why the messianic activity of Jesus did not have the fate of the similar activities of Judas and Theudas and the other messiahs of that time. Ecstatic faith in the personality of the prophet, and the love of miracles, rapture, the faith in the resurrection, all these we find among the adherents of the other messiahs as well as among the adherents of Jesus. We may not seek the cause for the differentiation of one of them in that which all have in common. While it may be natural for theologians, even the most liberal, to assume that though all the miracles may be abandoned that are told of Jesus, Jesus himself remains a miracle, a superman, such as the world has never seen, we are forced to deny even this miracle. The only point of difference between Jesus and the other messiahs is in the fact that the latter left nothing behind them in which their personality might be preserved, while Jesus bequeathed an organization with elements that were excellently calculated to hold together his adherents and attract increasing numbers of new adherents. The other messiahs had merely gathered together bands for the purpose of insurrection, the bands dispersed after the failure of the insurrection. If Jesus had done no more than this, his name would have disappeared without a trace after his crucifixion. But Jesus was not merely a rebel, he was also a representative and champion, perhaps even the founder of an organization which survived him and continued to increase in numbers and in strength. To be sure, the traditional assumption is that the congregation of Christ was not organized until after his death by the apostles. But nothing obliges us to accept this assumption, which is, moreover, very implausible. For this assumption takes for granted no less a condition than that immediately after Jesus' death his adherents introduced into his doctrine an entirely new element, hitherto ignored and not desired by him, and that those who had remained unorganized until that time proceeded to take the step of organization, to which their teacher had been opposed, at the very moment when they had suffered a defeat that was strong enough to have destroyed even a well-knit organization. To judge by the analogy of other similar organizations with whose beginnings we are better acquainted, we should rather assume that communistic beneficiary organizations of the proletarians of Jerusalem, imbued with hopes for the coming of the Messiah, had existed even before the time of Jesus, and that a bold agitator and rebel named Jesus, coming from Galilee, merely became their most prominent champion and martyr. According to John, the 12 apostles had a common treasury while Jesus was still alive. But Jesus also demands that all his other disciples surrender all their property. Nor do we read anywhere in the Acts of the Apostles that the apostles and the congregation were not organized until after the death of Jesus. We find them already organized at this time, and holding their membership meetings and discharging their functions. The first mention of communism in the Acts of the Apostles is the following. And they continued steadfastly in the apostles' doctrine and fellowship, and in breaking of bread, and in prayers. In other words, they continued to take their meals together as before, also continuing other communistic practices. If these practices had not been introduced until after the death of Jesus, this wording could not have been used. It was the organization of the congregation that served as a bond to hold together Jesus's adherents after his death, and as a means of keeping alive the memory of their crucified champion, who according to tradition had announced himself to be the Messiah. With the increase of the organization, as it grew more and more powerful, its martyr necessarily occupied the imagination of its members more and more, and they necessarily became more and more averse to regarding the crucified Messiah as a wrong Messiah, more and more impelled to recognize him as the true Messiah in spite of his death, as the Messiah who would come again in all his splendor. It became more natural for them to believe in his resurrection, and the belief in the messianic character and in the resurrection of the crucified became the characteristic mark of the organization, distinguishing it from 378 other believers in the Messiah. If the faith in the resurrection of the Messiah had arisen from personal impressions, it would necessarily have become fainter and fainter in the course of time, being more and more obliterated by other impressions, and would finally disappear altogether with the death of those who had known Jesus. But if the faith in the resurrection of the crucified was a result of the influence of his organization, then this faith would become all the more solid and enthusiastic with the increase in the organization. The less it positively knew concerning the person of Jesus, the less the imagination of his worshippers was fettered by definite details. It was not the faith in the resurrection of the crucified which created the Christian congregation and gave it its strength, but, on the contrary, it was the vigor and strength of the congregation that created the belief in the continued life of the Messiah. There was nothing in the belief in the resurrection of the Messiah that had been crucified, which would be in contradiction with the Jewish philosophy of life. We have seen how thoroughly that philosophy was permeated with the belief in the resurrection, but we must not overlook the fact that the entire messianic literature of the Jews was shot through with the thought that the future glory could be obtained only at the price of the suffering and death of the righteous, a thought which was a natural consequence of the trials and tribulations to which the Jews were then exposed. The faith in the crucified Messiah gave every indication, therefore, of becoming simply one of the numerous variations of the messianic prophecy among the Jews of that day. It might never have amounted to more than that. But it was saved from this fate and from the resulting oblivion by the fact that the foundation on which it rested was a foundation that necessarily involved the development of an opposition to the Jews. This foundation, which was the life and vigor of the communistic organization of the proletariat, was closely connected with the peculiar quality of the messianic expectations of the communistic proletarians in Jerusalem. The international Redeemer. The messianic expectations of the rest of the Jews were purely national in character, including those of the Zealots. They involved a subjection of the other nations under Jewish world dominion, which was to replace Roman world rule, the taking of revenge against the nations that were oppressing and maltreating the Jews. But the messianic expectations of the Christian congregation were quite different. This congregation also was filled with Jewish patriotism and hostility to the Romans. The throwing off of the foreign yoke was the necessary preliminary to any liberation, but the adherents of the Christian congregation did not content themselves with that. They did not plan to throw off only the yoke of foreign rulers, but of all rulers, including those at home. They summoned to themselves only the weary and heavy laden. The day of judgment was to be a day of revenge on all the rich and powerful. The passion which animated them was not race hatred but class hatred. This characteristic was the germ of their separation from the rest of the Jews, who were unified by a national spirit. But this element also was a germ of rapprochement to the rest of the world, the non-Jewish world. The national theory of the Messiah remained limited to the Jewish world, being rejected by the rest of the world, whose subjection was a portion of this idea. Class hatred against the rich as well as proletarian solidarity were thoughts that were by no means acceptable to Jewish proletarians only. A messianic hope that involved a redemption of the poor must necessarily have found a willing ear among the poor of all nations. Only the social Messiah, not the national Messiah, could transcend the bounds of Judaism, only such a Messiah could victoriously survive the terrible catastrophe that befell the Jewish community, culminating in the destruction of Jerusalem. On the other hand, a communistic organization could not maintain itself in the Roman Empire, except in a region where this organization was strengthened by the faith in the coming of the Messiah and in his saving of those that were oppressed and mal. 380. Treated. Practically, these communistic organizations, as we shall learn later, were based on an association for mutual aid. The need for such organizations had become universal in the Roman Empire beginning with the 1st century of our era, and was the more vividly felt as the general poverty was increasing and as the last remnants of the traditional primitive communism were dissolving. But a suspicious despotism was putting down all forms of organizations. We have seen that Trajan was afraid even of the volunteer fire organizations. Caesar had still spared the Jewish organizations, but later these also lost their privileged position. The mutual aid organizations could not continue to exist except as secret bodies. But would anyone consent to risk his life for the profit of mere aids in illness? Or who would risk his life through a feeling of solidarity with his comrades? At a time when almost all public spirit had been extinguished? Whatever was left of such public spirit, or of devotion to the common will, did not anywhere encounter a great, elevating idea like that of a messianic renewal of the world, which means, of society. And the more selfish among the proletarians, those that joined the mutual aid associations for the sake of personal advantage, were reassured as to the endangering of their persons by the idea of a personal resurrection with a subsequent rich reward, an idea which would not have been necessary in order to keep up the morale of the persecuted in an age whose conditions goaded the social instincts and feelings to the utmost, so that the individual felt himself irresistibly forced to obey them, even to the point of endangering his own advantage, his own life. The idea of a personal resurrection was, on the other hand, indispensable in the conduct of a dangerous struggle against powerful forces, in an age in which all the social instincts and feelings had been depressed to an extremely low point by the progressive social dissolution, not only among the ruling classes, but also among the oppressed and exploited. Only in the communistic form of the Christian congregation, in that of the crucified Messiah, could the idea of the Messiah strike root outside of Judaism. Only through faith in the Messiah and in the resurrection could the communistic organization maintain and extend itself in the Roman Empire as a secret body. But when united, these two factors, communism and the faith in the Messiah, became irresistible. What the Jews had vainly hoped for from their Messiah of royal lineage was accomplished by the crucified Messiah who had issued forth from the proletariat. He subjected Rome, he brought the Caesars to their knees, conquered the world. But he did not conquer the world for the proletariat. In its victorious course, the proletarian, communistic, beneficial organization became transformed into the most tremendous instrument of domination and exploitation in the world. This dialectic process is not an entirely new one. The crucified Messiah was neither the first nor the last conqueror who finally turned the armies that had won his victories, to fight their own people, utilizing them for their subjection and enslavement. Caesar and Napoleon also had their origins in democratic victories. 3 Jewish Christians and pagan Christians. The agitation among the pagans. The first communistic congregation of the Messiah was formed in Jerusalem. We have not the slightest reason to doubt the statement to this effect in the Acts of the Apostles. But congregations soon arose in other cities having a Jewish proletariat. Between Jerusalem and the other portions of the empire, particularly its eastern half, there was of course a very active traffic, if only because of the many hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions of pilgrims, who annually made pilgrimages to that city. And numerous propertyless beggars without family or home were ceaselessly traveling from place to place, as is still the case in Eastern Europe, staying at each place until the local charity was exhausted. Such is the meaning of the instructions given by Jesus to his apostles. Carry neither purse, nor scrip, nor shoes, and salute no man by the way. And into whatsoever house ye enter, first say, Peace be to this house. And if the Son of Peace be there, your peace shall rest upon it, if not, it shall turn to you again. And in the same house remain, eating and drinking such things as they give, for the laborer is worthy of his hire. Go not from house to house. And into whatsoever city ye enter, and they receive you, eat such things as are set before you, and heal the sick that are therein, and say unto them, the kingdom of God is come nigh unto you. But into whatsoever city ye enter, and they receive you not, go your ways, out into the streets of the same, and say, even the very dust of your city, which cleaveth on us, we do wipe off against you, notwithstanding be ye sure of this, that the kingdom of God is come nigh unto you. But I say unto you, that it shall be more tolerable on that day for Sodom, than for that city. The final threat which the evangelist puts in Jesus's mouth is 82. Typical of the spitefulness of the beggar who has been deceived in his expectations of alms. He would most like to be requited by seeing the entire city go up in flames. But in this case the Messiah is to play the incendiary for him. All the propertyless agitators of the new organization who thus wandered about were considered apostles, not only the 12 whose names have been handed down as installed by Jesus, to be proclaimers of his word. The already mentioned Didache still speaks in the middle of the 2nd century of apostles who are active in the congregation. Such traveling beggars and conspirators, who held themselves to be full of the Holy Spirit, brought the principles of the new proletarian organization, the joyous message of the Evangel won from Jerusalem to the neighboring Jewish communities and ultimately as far as Rome. But as soon as the gospel left the soil of Palestine, it entered an entirely different social environment, which placed an entirely different stamp upon it. Together with the members of the Jewish community, the apostles found another group, in close contact with these members, the associates of the Jews, the God-fearing pagans, who worshipped the Jewish God, attended the synagogues, but were unable to go so far as to accept all the Jewish customs. At most they would subject themselves to the ceremony of immersion or baptism, but they would have nothing to do with the circumcision or with the dietary laws, the observance of the Sabbath, and other externals which would have cut them off entirely from their pagan surroundings. The social content of the gospel must have found ready acceptance in the proletarian strata of such God-fearing pagans. It is they who transplanted it into other non-Jewish proletarian groups, which offered a favorable soil for the doctrine of the crucified Messiah, at least to the extent that it promised a social transformation and immediately organized institutions for the giving of aid. But these classes had no sympathy for all the specifically Jewish customs, in fact, regarded them with aversion and contempt. The more the new teaching spread in the Jewish communities outside of Palestine, the more evident it necessarily became that it would gain immensely in propaganda power if it should slough off its Jewish peculiarities, cease to be national, and become exclusively social in nature. The man who first recognized this condition and advocated it energetically is called Saul, a Jew of whom tradition says that he did not come from Palestine, but from the Jewish congregation of a Greek city, Tarsus, in Cilicia. A fiery spirit, he first threw himself with all his strength into an advocacy of Phariseeism, and as a Pharisee he fought the Christian congregation, which was closely related to Zelotism, until, according to the tale, he was suddenly convinced of the error of his ways by a vision, with the result that he went to the opposite extreme. He joined the Christian congregation, but immediately appeared in it as one in favor of the overthrow of the established views, since he demanded that the new doctrine be propagated among non-Jews, and that it be made unnecessary for the latter to accept Judaism. The fact that he altered his Hebrew name of Saul into the Latin Paul is typical of his tendencies. Such changes of name were frequently undertaken by Jews who wished to play a role in non-Jewish circles. If Manasseh should change his name to Menelaus, why should not Saul call himself Paul? The historically correct portion of the story of Paul can probably not be determined at this date with any certainty. As in all matters concerning personal histories, the New Testament here again is a very unreliable source, full of contradictions and impossible tales of miracles. But the personal acts of Paul are a subsidiary matter. The important point is his opposition in principle to the former views of the Christian congregation. This opposition arose from the nature of the case, it was unavoidable, and no matter how much the Acts of the Apostles may exaggerate individual events, the fact of the conflict between these two tendencies within the congregation has not been concealed from us. The Acts of the Apostles itself is a polemic product, the result of this conflict, written for the purpose of winning friends for the Pauline position, and also of hushing up the opposition between the two tendencies. At first the new tendency probably was very modest, demanding only tolerance in certain points which the mother congregation could have afforded to overlook. At least that is what seems probable from the report in the Acts of the Apostles, which, we must admit, however, painted the situation in rather rosy colors and pretended that peace reigned where actually a savage struggle was in progress. Thus, Acts relate, for example, from the time of Paul's propaganda activity in Syria. And certain men which came down from Judea taught the brethren, and said, Except ye be circumcised after the manner of Moses, ye cannot be saved. When therefore Paul and Barnabas had no small dissension and disputation with them, they determined that Paul and Barnabas, and certain other of them, should go up to Jerusalem unto the apostles and elders about this question. And being brought on their way by the church, they passed through Phenice and Samaria, declaring the conversion of the Gentiles, and they caused great joy unto all the brethren. And when they were come to Jerusalem, they were received of the church, and of the apostles and elders, and they declared all things that God had done with them. But there rose up certain of the sect of the Pharisees which believed, saying, that it was needful to circumcise them, and to command them to keep the law of Moses. The apostles and elders, in other words, the executive committee of the party, now assemble, Peter as well as James deliver conciliatory speeches, and it is finally resolved to send Judas Barsabas and Silas, likewise members of the executive committee, to Syria, for the purpose of proclaiming to the brethren there. For it seemed good to the Holy Ghost, and to us, to lay upon you no greater burden than these necessary things, that yet abstain from meats offered to idols, and from blood, and from things strangled, and from fornication. The executive committee thus renounced the circumcision of the pagan proselytes, but the charitable practices might not be neglected, only they would that we should remember the poor, the same which I also was forward to do. Such is the Apostle's report in his epistle to the Galatians. The system of aids was dear to the hearts both of the Jewish Christians and the pagan Christians, and did not constitute a subject of dispute between them. Therefore it is so little mentioned in their literature, which was concerned almost exclusively with polemic aims. But it would be wrong to assume from these infrequent mentions that this charitable activity played no part in primitive Christianity. It is true it did not play a part in the latter's internal disagreements. These disagreements went on in spite of all efforts at conciliation. In the above-quoted epistle of St. Paul to the Galatians, we already find the advocates of circumcision accused of acting from opportunistic considerations. As many as desire to make a fair show in the flesh, they constrain you to be circumcised, only they should suffer persecution for the cross of Christ. After the above-mentioned congress at Jerusalem, the Acts of the Apostles describe Paul as undertaking an agitational tour through Greece, the object of which is again propaganda among the pagans. After his return to Jerusalem, he reports to his comrades concerning the success of his mission. And when they heard it, they glorified the Lord, and said unto him, Thou seest, brother, how many thousands of Jews there are which believe, and they are all zealous of the law, and they are informed of thee, that thou teachest all the Jews which are among the Gentiles to fear Moses, saying that they ought not to circumcise their children, neither to walk after the customs. Paul is now requested to clear himself of this charge and to give evidence that he is still a pious Jew. He declares he is ready to do this, but is prevented from carrying out his intention by a sudden attack made on him by the Jews, who wish to kill him as a traitor to their nation. The Roman authorities place him under a kind of protective arrest and finally send him to Rome, where he is enabled to carry on his agitation absolutely unmolested, which was far from being the case in Jerusalem. Preaching the kingdom of God and teaching those things which concern the Lord Jesus Christ, with all confidence, no man forbidding him. b. The opposition between Jews and Christians. It was natural that the pagan Christians should proclaim their standpoint more emphatically when their numbers increased. The opposition therefore was bound to become sharper and sharper. The longer this opposition endured, the more numerous the surfaces of friction, the more hostile was necessarily the attitude of these two tendencies toward each other. This condition was further sharpened by the aggravation of the contrast between the Jews and the nations in whose midst they lived, in the decades just preceding the destruction of Jerusalem. It was precisely the proletarian element in Judaism, particularly in Jerusalem, that approached the non-Jewish nations, especially the Romans, with a more and more fanatical hatred. The Roman was the worst oppressor and exploiter, the worst enemy, and the Hellene was his ally. Every point by which the Jews were distinguished from them was now emphasized more than ever before. All those who laid the greatest stress on propaganda among the Jews were necessarily impelled, from considerations based on the success of their agitation, to place greater emphasis on Jewish characteristics, to cling to all the Jewish laws, to which they were furthermore inclined, owing to the influences of their environment. But in the same measure as the fanatical hatred of the Jews for the nationalities of their oppressors increased, the repulsion and contempt which the masses felt for the Jews also increased. Again, this led many of the pagan Christians and their agitators not only to demand for themselves exemption from the Jewish 388 laws, but also to speak more and more disparagingly of these laws. The contrast between the Jewish Christians and the pagan Christians became more and more, in the case of the latter, a hostility to Judaism itself. Yet, the belief in the Messiah, including also the crucified Messiah, was far too intimately interwoven with Judaism to enable the pagan Christians to deny the latter outright. They took over from Judaism all the messianic prophecies and other supports for the faith in the Messiah, and nevertheless were simultaneously becoming more and more hostile towards Judaism. This added a new contradiction to the many contradictions already found in Christianity. We have already seen how great was the emphasis placed by the Gospels on Jesus's descent from David, and how they make the most peculiar combinations in order to have the Galilean born in Jerusalem. Again and again they quote passages from the sacred scriptures of the Jews, in order to prove by them Jesus's messianic mission. And they even represent Jesus himself as protesting against any accusation that he wished to abolish the Jewish law. Think not that I am come to destroy the law, or the prophets. I am not come to destroy but to fulfill. For verily I say unto you, till heaven and earth pass, one jot or one tittle shall in no wise pass, from the law until all be fulfilled. Jesus commands his disciples as follows. Go not into the way of the Gentiles, and into any city of the Samaritans enter ye not, but go rather to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. This is an outright prohibition against propaganda outside of Judaism. Jesus expressed himself similarly, though more gently, to a Phoenician woman in Matthew. She called out to him, Have mercy on me, Lord, thou son of David, my daughter is grievously vexed with a devil. But he answered her not a word. And his disciples came and besought him, saying, Send her away, for she crieth after us. But he answered and said, I am not sent but unto the lost sheep of the house of Israel. Then came she and worshipped him, saying, Lord, help me. But he answered and said, It is not meet to take the people's bread and to cast it to dogs. And she said, Truth, Lord, yet the dogs eat of the crumbs which fall from their master's table. Then Jesus answered and said unto her, Woman, great is thy faith, be it unto thee even as thou wilt. And her daughter was made whole from that very hour. In this case Jesus consents to listen to reason. But at first he shows himself to be very ungracious toward the Greek woman, for the reason that she is not a Jewess, although she calls upon him as the son of David in terms suggesting a Jewish faith in the Messiah. Quite Jewish is the thought behind Jesus's promise to his apostles that they shall sit in his state of the future upon 12 thrones, judging the 12 tribes of Israel. This promise could have charms only for a Jew, and only for a Jew in Judea. It completely lost its point in the propaganda among the pagans. But while the Gospels took over such impressive traces of the Jewish faith in the Messiah, they often placed them in immediate juxtaposition with outbursts of that hostility to the Jews with which their authors and editors were filled. Jesus again and again delivers sermons against everything that is dear to the pious Jew, the fasts, the dietary laws, the observance of the Sabbath. He exalts the pagans over the Jews. Therefore say I unto you, the kingdom of God shall be taken from you, and given to a nation bringing forth the fruits thereof. Jesus even goes so far as to curse the Jews outright. Then began he to upbraid the cities wherein most of his mighty works were done, because they repented not. Woe unto thee, Chorazin! Woe unto thee, Bethsaida! For if the mighty works, which were done in you had been done in Tyre and Sidon, they would have repented long ago in sackcloth and ashes. But I say unto you, it shall be more tolerable for Tyre and Sidon at the day of judgment, than for you. And thou, Capernaum, which art exalted into heaven, shalt be brought down to hell. 390. If the mighty works which have been done in thee, had been done in Sodom, it would have remained until this day. But I say unto you, that it shall be more tolerable for the land of Sodom in the day of judgment, than for thee. These words are an evidence of distinct hatred of the Jews. We no longer hear one sect of Judaism reviling another sect of the same nation. Here the Jewish nation as such is branded as morally inferior, is represented as unusually malicious and stubborn. We also find this thought expressed in the prophecies laid into the mouth of Jesus concerning the destruction of Jerusalem, which of course were only fabricated after this event had come to pass. The Jewish war, which so astonishingly revealed the strength of the Jews and the danger they embodied for their enemies, this savage outburst of wild despair, exaggerated the hostility between Jews and pagans to the utmost degree, and had about the same effect therefore as the June battle and the Paris Commune had in the 19th century on the class hatred between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. This, also deepened the chasm between Jewish Christianity and pagan Christianity, but in addition it deprived the former more and more of its entire basis. The destruction of Jerusalem took the ground from under the feet of any independent class movement on the part of the Jewish proletariat. Such a movement must be based on the independence of the nation. After the destruction of Jerusalem, Jews existed only in foreign countries, among enemies, by whom they were all, rich and poor, equally hated and persecuted, and against whom they all had to hold firmly together. The charity of the wealthy toward their poor fellow countrymen therefore reached a very high point precisely among the Jews. In many cases the feeling of national solidarity overpowered class hostilities. The Jewish phase of Christianity therefore actually lost its propaganda strength. Christianity from that time on became more and more exclusively a pagan Christianity. It was no longer a political party within Judaism, but a political party outside of Judaism, even hostile to Judaism. A Christian attitude and an anti-Semitic attitude gradually became identical conceptions. But with the downfall of the Jewish community, the national Jewish hope for the Messiah lost the soil from which it grew. It was possible for it to continue to live for a few decades, to make a few more spasmodic motions before its death, but as an effective factor in political and social development it had received its death blow in the destruction of the Jewish capital. But this was not true of the hopes of the Messiah among the pagan Christians, who had been completely divorced from the Jewish nation and were untouched by its tribulations. The idea of the Messiah now retained its living force only in the form of the crucified Messiah, in other words the non-Jewish Messiah, the Messiah translated into Greek, the Christ. In fact, the Christians went so far as to transform the gruesome event which signified the bankruptcy of the Jewish hope for the Messiah into a triumph of their Christ. Jerusalem now begins to appear as the enemy of Christ. The destruction of Jerusalem is Christ's revenge on the Jews, a fearful evidence of his victorious power. Luke tells of Jesus's Entrance into Jerusalem. And when he was come near, he beheld the city, and wept over it, saying, If thou hadst known, even thou, least in this thy day, the things which belong unto thy peace. But now they are hid from thine eyes. For the days shall come upon thee, that thine enemies shall cast a trench about thee, and compass thee round, and keep thee in on every side, and shall lay thee even with the ground, and thy children within thee, and they shall not leave in thee one stone upon another, because thou knewest not the time of thy visitation. And immediately thereafter Jesus again says that the days of the destruction of Jerusalem, bringing annihilation even to the pregnant and nursing mothers, will be days of revenge. The September murders of the French Revolution, which were not committed for the purpose of wreaking vengeance on infants, but in order to repel a cruel enemy, seem relatively 392 gentle when compared with this judgment of the Good Shepherd, but the destruction of Jerusalem also had other consequences for Christian thought. We have already pointed out how Christianity, which until then had been characterized by violence, now achieved its peaceful character. It was only among the Jews that we still find a vigorous democracy in the early beginnings of the imperial era. The other nations of the empire had become cowardly and unfit for warfare, even their proletarians. The destruction of Jerusalem destroyed the last reservoir of popular energy in the empire. All rebellion now became hopeless. Christianity now became pagan Christianity only. This made it submissive, even servile. But the rulers of the empire were the Romans. It was necessary for all the other elements of the empire to ingratiate themselves with the Romans. While the first Christians had been Jewish patriots and enemies of all foreign rule and exploitation, the pagan Christians supplemented their hatred of the Jews with a worship of Romanism and of the imperial authority. We find this expressed even in the Gospels, in the well-known story of the provocateurs sent by the scribes and Pharisees to Jesus in order to provoke him to treasonable utterance. And they watched him, and sent forth spies, which should feign themselves just men, that they might take hold of his words, so that they might deliver him unto the power and authority of the governor. And they asked him, saying, Master, we know that thou seest and teachest rightly, neither acceptest thou the person of any, but teachest the way of God truly. Is it lawful for us to give tribute unto Caesar or no? But he perceived their craftiness, and said unto them, Why tempt ye me? Show me a penny. Whose image and superscription hath it? They answered and said, Caesar's. And he said unto them, Render therefore unto Caesar the things which be Caesar's, and unto God the things which be God's. Jesus here expounds a remarkable theory of money and taxation. The coin belongs to him whose image and superscription it bears. In paying taxes, we are therefore only returning his money to the emperor. The same spirit pervades the writings of the champions of propaganda among pagan Christians. Thus we read in the epistle of Paul to the Romans, Let every soul be subject unto the higher powers. For there is no power but of God, the powers that be are ordained of God. Whosoever therefore resisteth the power, resisteth the ordinance of God, and they that resist shall receive to themselves damnation. For he beareth not the sword in vain, for he is the minister of God, the revenger to execute wrath upon him that doth evil. Wherefore ye must needs be subject not only for wrath but also for conscience sake. For this cause pay ye tribute also, for they are God's ministers, attending continually upon this very thing. Render therefore to all their dues, tribute to whom tribute is due, custom to whom custom, fear to whom fear, honor to whom honor. How far removed we are now from the Jesus who summoned his disciples to buy swords and who preached hatred of the rich and powerful, how far removed from the Christianity which in St. John's Revelation curses Rome and the kings allied with it most roundly, Babylon, the great, the habitation of devils, and the hold of every foul spirit, and a cage of every unclean and hateful bird. For all nations have drunk of the wine of the wrath of her fornication, and the kings of the earth have committed fornication with her, and the merchants of the earth are waxed rich through the abundance of her delicacies. The kings of the earth, who have committed fornication and lived deliciously with her, shall bewail her and lament for her, when they shall see the smoke of her burning, etc. L. The fundamental note in the Acts of the Apostles is the emphasis on the hostility felt by the Jews for the teaching of the crucified Messiah, and also the emphasis on a certain alleged receptivity of the Romans for this T.Cheng. What the Christians either desired or imagined to be the case after the fall of Jerusalem is represented as having been the case in that city. 394. The Christian propaganda, according to the Acts of the Apostles, is again and again suppressed by the Jews in Jerusalem. The Jews persecute and stone the Christians wherever they can, while the Roman authorities protect the Christians. We have seen that Paul was said to have been seriously menaced in Jerusalem while he was permitted to preach unmolested in Rome. Freedom in Rome, suppression by force in Jerusalem. But the most striking evidence of a hatred for the Jews and flattery for the Romans appears in the story of Christ's Passion, the tale of the sufferings and death of Christ. Here we can distinctly observe how the content of this story was transformed into its precise opposite under the influence of the new tendencies. As the story of the Passion is the most important part of the historical outline given by the Gospels, the only part in which we can pretend that we are dealing with history, and as it is very typical of the primitive Christian mode of writing history, this story deserves our special consideration. There are indeed few things that may be pointed out in the Gospels with a certain degree of plausibility as actual facts in the life of Christ, his birth and his death, two facts which indeed, if they can be proved, would show that Jesus actually lived and was not merely a mythical figure, but which throw no light whatever upon the most important elements in a historical personality, namely, the activities in which this person engages between birth and death. The hodgepodge of moral maxims and miraculous deeds which is offered by the Gospels as a report on these activities, is so full of impossible and obviously fabricated material, and has so little that can be borne out by other evidence, that it cannot be used as a source. Not much different is the case with the testimony as to the birth and death of Christ. Yet we have here a few indications that an actual nucleus of fact lies hidden under the mass of fabrications. We may infer the existence of some such basic facts if only from the circumstance that these stories contain communications that were extremely embarrassing for Christianity, which Christianity had surely not invented, but which were obviously too well known and accepted among its adherents to have enabled the authors of the Gospels to substitute their own inventions for them, which they often did without hesitation in other cases. One of these facts is the Galilean origin of Jesus, which was very inconvenient in view of his claims to be a Messiah of the line of David. For the Messiah had to come from the city of David. We have seen what peculiar subterfuges were required in order to connect the Galilean with this city. If Jesus had been merely a product of the imagination of some congregation with an exaggerated messianic vision, such a congregation would never have thought of making a Galilean of him. We may therefore 395. 396. At least accept his Galilean origin, and with it his existence, as extremely probable. Also, we may accept his death on the cross. We have seen that the Gospels still contain passages which permit us to assume that Jesus had planned an insurrection by the use of force, and had been crucified for this attempt. This also is such an embarrassing situation that it can hardly be based on invention. It is too sharply in contrast with the spirit prevailing in Christianity at the time when it was beginning to reflect on its past and to record the history of its origin. Not be it remembered for historical purposes, but for polemical and propaganda purposes. The death of the Messiah himself by crucifixion was an idea so foreign to Jewish thought, which always represented the Messiah with the splendor of a victorious hero, that only a real event, the martyrdom of the champion of the good cause, producing an ineffaceable impression on his adherents, could have created the proper soil for the idea of the crucified Messiah. When the pagan Christians accepted the tradition of this crucifixion, they soon discovered that it had a drawback. Tradition declared that the Romans had crucified Jesus as a Jewish Messiah, a king of the Jews, in other words, a champion of Jewish independence, a traitor to Roman rule. After the fall of Jerusalem, this tradition became doubly embarrassing. Christianity was now in open opposition to the Jews, and wished to be on good terms with the Roman authorities. It was now important to distort the tradition in such a manner as to shift the blame for the crucifixion of Christ from the shoulders of the Romans to those of the Jews, and to cleanse Christ not only from every appearance of the use of force, but also from every expression of any pro-Jewish, anti-Roman ideas. But as the evangelists were just as ignorant as the great mass of the lower classes in those days, they produced the most remarkable mixtures of colors in their retouching of the original picture. Probably nowhere in the Gospel can we find more contradictions and absurdities than in the portion which for nearly 2,000 years has always made the profoundest impression on the Christian world and stimulated its imagination most powerfully. Probably no other subject has been so frequently painted as the sufferings and the death of Christ. And yet this tale will bear no sober investigation, and is an aggregation of the most inartistic and crude devices. It was only the power of habit which caused even the finest spirits of Christendom to remain obtuse to the incredible interpolations made by the authors of the Gospels, so that the elemental pathos involved in the crucifixion of Jesus, as well as in any martyrdom for a great cause, had its effect in spite of this mass of detail, and imparted a brighter halo even to the ridiculous and absurd elements of the story. The story of the Passion begins with Jesus' entrance into Jerusalem. This is a king's triumphal procession. The population comes out to greet him, some spread their clothes before him on the road, others chop down branches from the trees, in order to strew them on his path, and all shout to him with jubilation. Hosanna, blessed is he that cometh in the name of the Lord, blessed be the kingdom of our father David, that cometh in the name of the Lord. Kings were received thus among the Jews. The common people are attached to Jesus, only the aristocracy and bourgeoisie, the high priests and scribes, are hostile to him. Jesus conducts himself as a dictator. He has sufficient strength to drive the sellers and bankers out of the temple, without encountering the slightest resistance. He appears to have absolute control of the citadel of Judaism. Of course, this is a slight exaggeration on the part of the evangelist. If Jesus had ever possessed such great strength, it would not have failed to attract considerable notice. An author like Josephus, who relates the most insignificant details, surely would have had something to say on the subject. Besides, even the proletarian elements in Jerusalem, the Zealots, for instance, were never strong enough to govern the city without opposition. They encountered resistance again and again. If Jesus had been attempting to enter Jerusalem and purify the temple against the opposition of the Sadducees and Pharisees, it would have been necessary for him first to fight a victorious battle in the streets. Such street battles between the various Jewish factions were everyday events in Jerusalem at that time. It is worthy of note, however, in the tale of his entrance, that the population is represented as greeting Jesus as the bringer of the kingdom of our father David, in other words as the restorer of the Jewish kingdom. This shows Jesus not only in the light of an opponent of the ruling class among the Jews, but also as opposing the ruling classes of the Romans. This hostility is surely not the product of a Christian imagination, but of the Jewish reality. There now follow in the report of the Gospels the events that we have already treated, the order that the disciples obtain arms, the treason of Judas, the armed conflict on the Mount of Olives. We have already seen that these are remnants of an ancient tradition that later were no longer felt to be appropriate and were retouched to make them more peaceful and submissive in tone. Jesus is taken prisoner, led to the high priest's palace and there tried. And the chief priests, and all the council sought for witnesses against Jesus to put him to death, and found none. For many bare false witness against him, but their witness agreed not together. And the high priest stood up in the midst, and asked Jesus, saying, Answerest thou nothing? What is it which these witness against thee? But he held his peace and answered nothing. Again the high priest asked him, and said unto him, Art thou the Christ, the Son of the Blessed? And Jesus said, I am, and ye shall see the Son of Man sitting on the right hand of power, and coming in the clouds of heaven. Then the high priest rent his clothes, and saith, What need we any further witnesses? Ye have heard the blasphemy, what think ye? And they all condemned him to be guilty of death. Truly a remarkable form of court procedure. The court assembles immediately after the arrest of the prisoner, the same night, and not in the courthouse, which was probably on the mount of the temple, but in the palace of the high priest. What would we think in Germany of the reliability of an account of a trial for high treason, with the court reported as sitting in the royal palace in Berlin? False witnesses now appear against Jesus, but in spite of the fact that no one cross-examines them, and that Jesus makes no reply to their accusations, they can adduce nothing to incriminate him. Jesus is the first to incriminate himself by declaring that he is the Messiah. Wherefore all this apparatus of false witnesses if this admission is sufficient to condemn Jesus? Their object is solely to demonstrate the wickedness of the Jews. The death sentence is immediately imposed. This is a violation of the prescribed forms, on which the Jews at that time laid very careful stress. Only a sentence of acquittal could be pronounced by the court without delay, a condemnation could only be pronounced on the day following the trial. But did the council at that time have the right to impose sentence of death at all? The Sanhedrin says, 40 years before the destruction of the temple Israel was deprived of the right to pronounce judgment of life and death. We find this, confirmed in the fact that the council does not execute the punishment of Jesus, but hands him over, after having tried him, to be tried again by Pilate, this time under the accusation of high treason against the Romans, the accusation that Jesus had intended to make himself king of the Jews, and thus free Judea from the Roman rule. An excellent indictment to be drawn by a court of Jewish patriots. It is quite possible, however, that the council had the right to pronounce sentences of death which required the approval of the procurator for their execution. Now what course does the trial take before the Roman potentate? And Pilate asked him, Art thou the king of the Jews? And he answering said unto him, Thou sayest it. And the chief priests accused him of many things, but he answered nothing. And Pilate asked him again, saying, Answerest thou nothing? Behold how many things they witness against thee. But Jesus yet answered nothing, so that Pilate marveled. Now at that feast he released unto them one prisoner, whomsoever they desired, and there was one named Barabbas, which lay bound with them that had made insurrection with him, who had committed murder in the insurrection. And the multitude crying aloud began to desire him to do as he had ever done unto them. But Pilate answered them, saying, Will ye that I release unto you the King of the Jews? For he knew that the chief priests had delivered him for envy. But the chief priests moved the people, that he should rather release Barabbas unto them. And Pilate answered and said again unto them, What will ye then that I shall do unto him whom ye call the King of the Jews? And they cried out again, Crucify him. Then Pilate said unto them, Why, what evil hath he done? And they cried out the more exceedingly, Crucify him. And so Pilate, willing to content the people, released Barabbas unto them, and delivered Jesus, when he had scourged him, to be crucified. In Matthew, Pilate goes so far as to wash his hands in the presence of the multitude and to declare, I am innocent of the blood of this just person, see ye to it. Then answered all the people, and said, His blood be on us, and on our children. Luke does not tell us that the council condemned Jesus to death, the council simply denounced Jesus to Pilate. And the whole multitude of them arose, and led him unto Pilate, and they began to accuse him, saying, We found this fellow perverting the nation, and forbidding to give tribute to Caesar, saying that he himself is Christ a king. And Pilate asked him, saying, Art thou the King of the Jews? And he answered him and said, Thou sayest it. Then said Pilate to the chief priests and to the people, I find no fault in this man. And they were the more fierce, saying, He stirreth up the people, teaching throughout all Jewry, beginning from Galilee to this place. Luke is probably closest to the truth. Jesus is here accused of treason in the presence of Pilate, and with courageous pride he does not deny his guilt. When asked by Pilate whether he is the King of Jews, in other words, their leader in the struggle for independence, Jesus declares, "Thou hast said it." The Gospel of St. John is aware how awkward it would be to retain this remnant of Jewish patriotism, and therefore has Jesus reply, "My kingdom is not of this world," meaning, if it had been of this world, my subordinates would have fought. The Gospel of St. John is the youngest, it therefore took a long time for the Christian writers to make up their minds, thus to distort the original facts. The case for Pilate was very clear. As a representative of the Roman power, he was merely doing his duty in having the rebel Jesus executed. But the great mass of the Jews had not the slightest cause to be indignant at a man who wished to have nothing to do with Roman rule and summoned them to refuse to pay taxes to the emperor. If Jesus really did so, he was acting in full accord with the spirit of zealotism, then dominant in the Jerusalem population. It therefore follows from the nature of the case, if we assume the accusation in the Gospel to be true, that the Jews sympathized with Jesus, while Pilate was obliged to condemn him. But what is the record in the Gospels? Pilate finds not the slightest guilt in Jesus, although the latter admits such guilt himself. The governor again and again declares the innocence of the accused, and asks, what evil this man has done. 402. This alone would be peculiar. But still more peculiar is the fact that although Pilate does not recognize Jesus's guilt, he yet does not acquit him. Now it sometimes came to pass that the procurator found a political case too complicated to judge it himself. But it is unheard of that one of the emperor's officials should seek a solution of the difficulty by asking the masses of the people what was to be done with the accused. If he preferred not to pronounce condemnation in cases of high treason, he would have to send the accused to Rome, to the emperor. The procurator Antonius Felix, for example, acted thus. He enticed the head of the Jerusalem zealots, the bandit chieftain Eleazar, who had harried the land for 20 years, to come to him, by promising him safe conduct, then took him prisoner and sent him to Rome, besides crucifying many of his adherents. Pilate might thus have sent Jesus to Rome. But Matthew assigns a most ridiculous role to Pilate, a Roman judge, a representative of the Emperor Tiberius, Lord of life and death, begs a popular gathering in Jerusalem to permit him to acquit a prisoner, and on their deciding negatively, replies, "Well, slay him, I am innocent of this blood." But no quality could more violently contradict that of the historical Pilate than the clemency suggested in the Gospels. Agrippa I, in a letter to Philo, calls Pilate an inexorable and ruthlessly severe character, and accuses him of corruption, bribery, violence, theft, manhandling, insults, continuous executions without sentence, endless and intolerable cruelties. His severity and ruthlessness produced such terrible conditions that even the central government at Rome became disgusted and recalled him. And we are asked to believe that this man was exceptionally just and kind in the case of the proletarian seditionist Jesus, besides showing a degree of consideration for the wishes of the people that was a fatal outcome for the accused. The evangelists were too ignorant to notice these difficulties. But they must have felt that they were assigning a peculiar role to the Roman governor. Therefore they looked for a cause that would make this role more plausible. They report that Pilate was accustomed to release a prisoner at Easter at the request of the Jews, and that when he offered to release Jesus they replied, "And 0, we should rather have the murderer Barabbas won in the first place." It is peculiar that no such custom is mentioned anywhere except in the Gospels. Such a custom would be contrary to the Roman practice, which did not give governors the right of pardon. And it is contrary to any orderly legal practice to assign the right of pardon to an accidental mob rather than to a responsible body. Only theologians could accept such legal conditions at their face value. But even disregarding this, even if we accept the right of pardon so peculiarly assigned to the Jewish mob that happens to be circulating in front of the procurator's house, we must nevertheless ask, what is the relation between this practice and the present case? Jesus has not even been legally sentenced. Pontius Pilate is faced with the question, is Jesus guilty of high treason or not? Shall I sentence him or not? And he answers with the question, will you make use of your right of pardon in his favor or not? Pilate, instead of pronouncing judgment, appeals for pardon. If he considers Jesus innocent, has he not the right to acquit him? Now follows a new absurdity. The Jews are supposed to have the right to pardon. How do they exercise this right? Do they content themselves with asking that Barabbas be freed? No, they also demand that Jesus be crucified. The evangelists apparently infer that the right to pardon one implies the right to condemn the other. This insane judicial practice is paralleled by a not less insane political practice. The evangelists depict for us a mob that hates Jesus to such an extent that it would rather pardon a murderer than him. The reader will please remember, a murderer no more worthy object of clemency was available and is not satisfied until Jesus is led off to crucifixion. Remember that this is the same mob that only yesterday hailed him as a king with cries of Hosanna, spread garments before his 404 steps and greeted him jubilantly, without the slightest contradicting voice. And it was just this devotion on the part of the mob that constituted, according to the Gospels, the cause for the desire on the part of the aristocrats to take Jesus's life, also preventing them from attempting to arrest him by daylight, making them choose the night instead. And now this same mob appears to be just as unanimous in its wild, fanatical hatred against him, against the man who is accused of a crime that would make him worthy of the highest respect in the eyes of any Jewish patriot, the attempt to free the Jewish community from foreign ruie. Has anything happened to justify this astonishing mental transformation? The most powerful motives would be needed as an explanation of such a change. The evangelists merely utter a few incoherent and ridiculous phrases, if anything at all. Luke and John assign no motives. Mark says, the high priests incited the multitude against Jesus. Matthew, they persuaded the multitude. These turns of phrase merely show that the Christian writers had lost even the last remnant of their political sense and political knowledge. Even the most brainless mob cannot be talked into fanatical hatred without some motive. This motive may be foolish or base, but there must be a motive. The Jewish mob in the Gospels exceeds the most infamous and idiotic stage villain in its stupid villainy. For without the slightest reason, without the slightest cause, it clamors for the blood of him whom it venerated but yesterday. The matter becomes still more stupid when we consider the political conditions of the time. Distinguishing itself from almost all the other portions of the Roman Empire, the Jewish community had a particularly active political life, presenting the highest extremes of all social and political oppositions. The political parties were well organized, were by no means mobs beyond control. The lower classes of Jerusalem had been completely imbued with zealotism, and were in constant sharp clash with the Sadducees and Pharisees, and filled with the most savage hatred against the Romans. Their best allies were the rebellious Galileans. Even if the Sadducees and Pharisees succeeded in inciting certain of the people against Jesus, they could not possibly have brought about a unanimous popular demonstration, but at most a bloody street battle. There is nothing more ridiculous than the notion that the zealots would dash with savage cries, not against the Romans and aristocrats, but against the accused rebel whose execution they force from the jellyfish Roman governor, in spite of the governor's strange infatuation for the traitor. None ever invented anything more outrageously childish. But with this effort to represent the bloody tyrant Pilate as an innocent lamb, and to make the native depravity of the Jews responsible for the crucifixion of the harmless and peaceful Messiah, the genius of the evangelists is completely exhausted. The stream of their invention runs dry for a bit and the original story again peeps through, at least for a moment. After being condemned, Jesus is derided and maltreated, but not by the Jews, by the soldiers of the same Pilate who has just declared him innocent. Pilate now has his soldiers not only crucify Jesus, but first has him scourged and derided as King of the Jews. A crown of thorns is put upon his head, a purple mantle folded about him, the soldiers bend the knee before him, and then, they again beat him upon the head and spit on him. Finally they place upon his cross the inscription, Jesus, King of the Jews. This again brings out the original nature of the denouement. Again the Romans appear as Jesus's bitter enemies, and the cause of their derision as well as of their hatred is his high treason, his claim to be King of the Jews, his effort to shake off the Roman yoke. Unfortunately, the simple truth does not continue to hold the floor for long. Jesus dies, and it is now necessary to furnish proof, in the form of a number of violent theatrical effects, that a God has passed away. 406. Jesus, when he had cried again with a loud voice, yielded up the ghost. And behold, the veil of the temple was rent in twain from the top to the bottom, and the earth did quake, and the rocks rent, and the graves were opened, and many bodies of the saints which slept arose, and came out of the graves after his resurrection, and went into the holy city, and appeared unto many. The evangelists do not report what the resurrected saints accomplish in and after their joint outing to Jerusalem, whether they remain alive or duly lay themselves down again in their graves. In any case, one would expect that such an extraordinary event would have made a profound impression on all eyewitnesses and convinced everyone of the divinity of Jesus, but the Jews still remain obstinate. Again it is only the Romans who recognize the divinity. Now when the centurion, and they that were with him, watching Jesus, saw the earthquake and those things that were done, they feared greatly, saying, Truly, this was the Son of God. But the high priests and Pharisees on the other hand still declare Jesus to be an impostor, and when he is resurrected from the dead the only effect is that the Roman eyewitnesses become richer by the bribe we have already mentioned, in payment for their declaring the miracle to be an imposture. Thus, at the end of the story of the Passion, Jewish bribery transforms the honest Roman soldiers into tools of Jewish treachery and baseness, which had shown devilish hatred in fighting the sublimest divine clemency. In this entire tale the tendency of servility toward the Romans and hatred for the Jews is laid on so thick and expressed in such an accumulation of monstrosities that one would think it could not have had the slightest influence on intelligent persons, and yet we know that this device worked very well. This tale, enhanced by the halo of divinity, ennobled by the martyrdom of the proud proclaimer of a high mission, was for many centuries one of the best means of arousing hatred and contempt for the Jews even in the most benevolent minds of Christendom, for Judaism was nothing to them, and they kept aloof from it. They branded the Jews as the scum of humanity, as a race endowed by nature with the most wicked malice and obstinacy, that must be kept away from all human society, held down with an iron hand. But it would have been impossible ever to secure a general acceptance of this attitude toward the Jews, if it had not arisen at a time of a universal hatred and persecution of the Jews. Arising at a time when the Jews were outlawed, it has immensely aggravated this condition, prolonged its duration, widened its sphere. What we know as the story of the Passion of our Lord Jesus Christ is in reality only an incident in the history of the sufferings of the Jewish people. V. The evolution of the organization of the congregation. A. Proletarians and slaves. We have seen that several ingredients of Christianity, monotheism, messianism, belief in the resurrection, the Essenian communism, arose among the Jews, and that a part of the lower classes of this people found the most satisfactory expression of its desires and aspirations in a combination of these elements. We have also seen that the whole social organism of the Roman Empire was permeated with conditions rendering it, particularly its proletarian sections, more and more susceptible to these new tendencies of Jewish origin, but that these tendencies, when subjected to the influence of a non-Jewish environment, not only were severed from Judaism, but even assumed a hostile attitude toward the latter. These tendencies now became fused with the movements of the dying Greco-Roman world, which transformed the vigorous national spirit prevailing among the Jews down to the destruction of Jerusalem into its precise opposite, diluting the Jewish movement in a helpless resignation, an abject servility, a longing for death. Simultaneously with the change in the realm of thought, the organization of the congregation also was profoundly altered. At first it had been inspired with a vigorous but hazy communism, a condemnation of all private property, a desire for a new and better social order in which all class differences should be eliminated by a division of property. Probably the Christian congregation was at first chiefly a fighting organization, if we are correct in our assumption that the various otherwise inexplicable references to violence in the Gospels are the remnants of the original tradition. This trait would also be in full accord with the historical position of the Jewish nation at that time. It would be inconceivable to assume that a proletarian sect above all should remain untouched by the general revolutionary current. At any rate, the first Christian organizations among the Jews were saturated with the desire for revolution, for the coming of the Messiah, for social upheaval. Attention to the present moment, the practical detail work in other words, was probably neglected. But this condition changed after the destruction of Jerusalem. The elements that had given the Messianic congregation its rebellious character had been defeated. And the congregation of the Messiah became more and more an anti-Jewish congregation, within the non-Jewish proletariat, which had neither the ability nor the desire for struggle. But as the congregation became older, it became more and more clear that it could no longer count on the fulfillment of the prophecy still contained in the Gospels, to the effect that the contemporaries of Jesus would live to see the great change. Faith in the coming of the kingdom of God on earth gradually disappeared. The kingdom of God, which was to descend from heaven, was now more and more transferred to heaven. The resurrection of the flesh was transformed into the immortality of the soul, which was alone destined to experience all the joys of heaven or the pangs of hell. As the messianic expectations of the future assumed more and more this unworldly form, becoming politically conservative or indifferent, the practical interest in the present day necessarily became more and more prominent. But with the decrease in revolutionary enthusiasm, practical communism itself underwent certain changes. Originally it had resulted from an energetic but vague desire for the abolition of all private property, a desire to remedy the poverty of the comrades by pooling all possessions. But we have already pointed out that in contrast to the Essenes, the Christian congregations were originally merely urban, even chiefly metropolitan congregations, and that this constituted an obstacle to the full and permanent development of their communism. 410. Among the Essenes, as well as among the Christians, communism had originally been a communism of consumption, of ownership in commodities. But consumption and production are today still closely related in country districts, and this was then far more the case. Production meant production for private consumption, not for sale. Agriculture, cattle breeding, the household, all were closely related. Large-scale production in agriculture was quite feasible at the time and already superior to petty production, inasmuch as it permitted a more perfect division of labor and a fuller utilization of the various tools and structures. Of course, this was more than neutralized by the disadvantages of slave labor. But while operation by slaves was then by far the most common form of large-scale agriculture, it was not the only possible form. We already find large establishments operated by numerous peasant families, at the very beginning of agricultural evolution. The Essenes probably established family cooperative agricultural enterprises on a large scale wherever the Essenes constituted great semi-monastic settlements in the wilderness, resembling the settlement by the Dead Sea of which Pliny reports, where they lived in the society of the palms. But the form of production is in the last analysis always the decisive factor in every social structure. Only such societies as are based on the mode of production may have strength and endurance. While social or cooperative agriculture was possible at the time when Christianity originated, none of the necessary prerequisites for cooperative urban industry was, however, present. Workers in urban industries were either slaves or free domestic workers. Large establishments with free workers, resembling the large peasant family, were hardly known. Slaves, domestic workers, burden bearers, also peddlers, small shopkeepers, the lumpen proletariat, these were the lower classes of the urban population of those times among whom communistic tendencies might arise. But these classes present no element that might have expanded the common possession of commodities into a common faculty of production. The common element remained a community of consumption only. And this community in turn was essentially nothing more than the taking of common meals. Clothing and habitations in the cradle of Christianity, also in southern and central Italy, were not of great importance. Even such a thoroughgoing communism as that of the Essenes did not go far in establishing a community of clothing. In the matter of clothing, private property seems indeed inevitable. A community in dwellings was all the harder to attain in a large city since the workshops of the various comrades were scattered in all directions, and since real estate speculation in the early Christian era made the prices of houses, in large cities very high. The absence of transportation facilities herded the population of large cities in a small space and made the owners of this space the absolute masters of its inhabitants, who were frightfully mulcted. Houses were built as high in the air as the art of masonry then permitted. In Rome they were 7 stories or more in height. Rents reached fabulous figures. Real estate profiteering was therefore a favorite form of investment for the capitalist of the time. In the triumvirate which bought out the Roman Republic, particularly Crassus had gained his wealth by such speculations. The proletarians of the large city could not compete in this field. This alone made it impossible for them to resort to community dwellings. Furthermore, in view of the suspicious character of the emperors, the Christian congregation could not exist except as a secret society. Community dwellings would have rendered its discovery an easy matter. Therefore the Christian communism could not have any permanent general form for most of the members except as expressed in the common meals. The Gospels also describe the kingdom of God, the state of the future, almost exclusively as a common repast. No other joy is expected. This bliss evidently was foremost in the minds of the early Christians. Important though this form of practical communism may have been for the free proletarians, it meant very little to the slaves, who usually were a part of the family of their master and were fed at his table, frugally enough, to be sure. Only a few slaves, 412, lived outside of their master's home, for instance, those who kept a shop in town for the sale of the products of their master's country estate. For the slaves the hope in the coming Messiah, the prospect of a kingdom of general bliss, necessarily was most attractive, much more so than practical communism, which could be realized only in forms that had little meaning for them so long as they were slaves. We do not know the attitude of the first Christians with regard to slavery. The Essenes condemned it, as we have seen. Philo reports, "Among them none is a slave, but all are free, mutually working for each other." They consider slave holding to be not only unjust and a violation of piety, but also godless, a transgression of the natural law, which has created all equal, as brothers. Probably the proletarians of the Jerusalem congregation of the Messiah were of the same mind. But the prospects of social revolution disappeared with the destruction of Jerusalem. The spokesmen of the Christian congregation, who were so solicitously concerned not to give rise to any suspicion of hostility to the dominant powers, necessarily attempted also to pacify the rebellious slaves whom they might count in their ranks. Thus, for example, the author of the Epistle of Paul to the Colossians in the extant form and editing or fabrication dating from the 2nd century adjures the slaves as follows: "Servants, obey in all things your masters according to the flesh, not with eye service as men pleasers, but in singleness of heart, fearing God." The author of the first epistle of St. Peter, probably composed in the time of Trajan, uses even plainer terms. "Servants, be subject to your masters with all fear, not only to the good and gentle, but also to the froward. For this is thankworthy, if a man for conscience toward God endure grief, suffering wrongfully. For what glory is it, if, when ye be buffeted for your faults, ye shall take it patiently? But if when ye do well and suffer for it, ye take it patiently, this is acceptable with God." The incipient Christian opportunism of the 2nd century even found it proper for Christian masters to keep slaves who were their brethren in the congregation, as is proved by Paul's first epistle to Timothy. "Let as many servants as are under the yoke count their own masters worthy of all honor, that the name of God and his doctrine be not blasphemed. And they that have believing masters, let them not despise them, because they are brethren, but rather do them service, because they are faithful and beloved, partakers of the benefit toll. 2. Nothing could be more erroneous than the assumption that Christianity abolished slavery. On the contrary, it provided slavery with a new support. In antiquity, the slave was kept in his place by fear. It was reserved for Christianity to exalt the blind obedience of the slave to a moral duty, cheerfully performed. Christianity, at least after it ceased to be revolutionary, no longer offered the slave a hope for freedom, and its practical communism also rarely involved advantages for the slave. The sole element that might still attract the latter was equality before God, in other words, within the congregation, where each comrade had equal rights, where the slave might sit beside his master at the common repast, if the latter also was a member of the congregation. Callistus, the Christian slave of a Christian freedman, even became Bishop of Rome. But even this form of equality was no longer of much significance. The reader should recall how close the status of the free proletariat was to that of the slaves, from whose number it drew many of its members, and that on the other hand the slaves of the imperial family attained high positions in the state and were often flattered even by aristocrats. If Christianity, in spite of all its communism and all its proletarian sentiment, was unable to abolish slavery even in its own ranks, slavery must have had powerful roots in pagan antiquity, although the latter on the whole was opposed to it, and although ethics as a rule is closely bound up with the mode of production. The all-embracing love of one's neighbor, the fraternity, the equality of all before God, as proclaimed in the congregation of the Messiah, were no more incompatible with slavery than were the rights of man, as proclaimed in the Declaration of Independence of the United States of America. Christianity from the start was chiefly a religion of the free proletariat, but in spite of all the rapprochement between the latter and the slaves in antiquity, there remained a difference of interests between the two classes. The free proletarians constituted a majority in the Christian congregation, from the outset, preventing the interests of the slaves from finding a full expression in the congregation. This in turn necessarily made the congregation less attractive to slaves than to free proletarians, thus strengthening the latter's majority. Economic evolution was working in the same direction. Precisely at the time when the revolutionary tendencies in the Christian congregation received their death blow, namely, at the time of the fall of Jerusalem, a new era begins for the Roman Empire, an era of universal peace, domestic peace, but also in great measure international peace, since the Roman Empire had lost its power of expansion. But war, civil war as well as imperialistic war, had been the means of obtaining cheap slaves. This condition now ceased. The slave became rare and costly, slave operation no longer paid, in agriculture it was replaced by the colony, in urban industry by the labor of free workers. More and more the slave ceased to be a producer of necessary products and became a producer of luxuries. Personal services to the great and powerful now became the chief function of slavery. The spirit of the slave now became more and more synonymous with the spirit of the lackey. The days of Spartacus were gone. The opposition between the slaves and the free proletarians necessarily was sharpened by a decrease in the number of slaves, proceeding simultaneously with an increase in the number of free proletarians in the large cities. Both these tendencies caused the slave element in the Christian congregation to be relegated still further to the background. It is not surprising that Christianity finally lost all interest in the slaves. This evolution is easy to understand if we regard Christianity as the precipitation of certain class interests, but it cannot be understood if we consider Christianity merely as an ideological structure. For the logical development of its fundamental notions necessarily would have led to the abolition of slavery, but logic has never operated in universal history when class interests have decreed otherwise. b. The decline of communism, the recognition of slavery, as well as the increasing tendency to limit the community of goods to the common meals, were not the only obstacles encountered by the Christian congregation in its effort to carry out its communistic ambitions. These aspirations demanded that every member of the congregation sell all his possessions and place the proceeds at the disposal of the congregation for distribution to its members. It is plain at the outset that such a practice could not be carried out on a large scale. Its necessary presupposition was that at least one half of society should remain unbelievers, otherwise there would have been no one to buy the possessions of the believers. Nor could anyone have been found to sell to the believers the foodstuffs they needed, in return for the proceeds of these sales. If the believers intended to live not on production but by division, a sufficient number of unbelievers was necessary, who would produce for the believers. But even in the latter case, the system was doomed as soon as all the believers had sold their property, distributed and consumed it. Of course the Messiah would descend from the clouds before then and remedy all the evils of the flesh. But this test never had time to be applied. The number of the members who had anything worth selling and dividing was very small in the early stages of the Congra. 416. Gashen. They could not live on that. They could obtain a permanent income only by having each member deliver his daily earnings to the congregation. If the members were not mere beggars or burden bearers, they needed some property if they would earn anything, property in the means of production for weavers, potters, or smiths, or in stock of goods, in the case of shopkeepers or peddlers. Under the given circumstances, the congregation could not arrange special workshops to produce for its own needs, as did the Essenes. It could not isolate itself from the realm of commodity production and individual production, therefore, in spite of all its communistic aspirations, it had to accept private property in the means of production and stocks of commodities. But having recognized production by the individual, the recognition of the individual household, connected with such production, had to follow, also that of the single family, and monogamy, in spite of all their common meals. Again, the practical outcome of the communistic tendencies is found to be the common meals. But it was not their only result. The proletarians had succeeded in uniting in order to reduce their misery by their united efforts. When they encountered obstacles, in the execution of a perfect communism, they found themselves all the more obliged to expand their charity work, which would give assistance to the individual in cases of extraordinary distress. The Christian congregations were closely connected with each other. A member arriving from another town was given work by the congregation if he wished to stay. If he wished to travel further, he was given an expense mite. If a member became ill, the congregation took charge of him. When he died, it buried him at its own expense and looked after his widow and children. If he was imprisoned, which happened often enough, it was again the congregation that brought him consolation and aid. The Christian proletarian organization thus created a sphere of duties about equivalent to the system of insurances in a modern nation. In the Gospels, it is the observance of this mutual insurance system that entitles one to the life eternal. When the Messiah comes, he will divide men into those that are to share in the splendor of the state of the future and the life eternal, and those destined to eternal damnation. To the former, the sheep, the king will say, "Come, ye blessed of my Father, inherit the kingdom prepared for you from the foundation of the world, for I was an hungered, and ye gave me meat, I was thirsty and ye gave me drink, I was a stranger, and ye took me in, naked, and ye clothed me, I was sick and ye visited me, I was in prison, and ye came unto me." The righteous will then reply that they have done no such thing for the king. And the king will answer and say unto them, "Verily I say unto you, inasmuch as ye have done it unto one of the least of these my brethren, ye have done it unto me." Their common meals and their mutual charity were in any case the securest bond within the Christian congregation, permanently holding the masses together. But precisely this practice of charity was developing a force destined to weaken and burst asunder the original communistic aspirations. As the expectation of the coming of the Messiah in all his glory dwindled, as the congregation became more and more convinced that it was necessary to acquire property in order to carry out its program of assistance, the proletarian class character of the Christian propaganda was violated. More and more effort was directed to the recruiting of wealthy members whose money could be put to use. The more money the congregation needed, the more diligently did its agitators work in order to prove to wealthy patrons the vanity of all the treasures of this world, their worthlessness compared to the bliss of eternal life, which was attainable by the rich only if they parted with their possessions, and their preaching in that time of general dispiritedness, particularly among the wealthy classes, was not without effect. How many wealthy persons there were who, after a dissipated youth, were filled with disgust with all enjoyments and all means of enjoyment. Having 418. Exhausted all the sensations to be bought with money, one sensation still remained, that of poverty. Down into the Middle Ages we still find a frequent recurrence of the case of wealthy persons who give all their possessions to the poor and lead the life of beggars themselves, in most cases after having fully enjoyed all the pleasures of the world, to the point of complete nausea. But such persons were not so numerous as to make these windfalls as frequent as the congregation required. With the increasing distress in the empire, with the multiplication of the lumpen proletariat in the congregation, who either could not or would not earn their bread by toil, it became more imperative to recruit rich persons in order to pay the expenses of the congregation. It was easier to get a rich man to leave his money for the charity purposes of the congregation at his death than to make him donate it during his lifetime. Childless families were very common, family ties were very weak, the desire to make bequests to relatives often very slight. On the other hand, the interest in one's own personality had been developed to a high point, involving a desire for a continued life after death, for a happy life, of course. The Christian doctrine was well adapted to the satisfaction of this desire, and a convenient way of attaining eternal bliss without serious privations in this life was open to the rich if they did not give away their property until death, when it was no longer of use to them. The bequest of their property, now quite useless, might purchase them eternal salvation. The Christian agitators therefore captured the young and passionate aristocrats through their disgust with the life they had led, they captured exhausted old rich men through their fear of death and the pangs of hell awaiting them. A stealthy manipulation of inheritances has never since ceased to be a favorite method of Christian agitators, for gorging the strong stomach of the church with more and more food. But in the first few centuries of the congregation's life, the supply of rich bequests was probably not large, particularly since the congregation, being a secret organization, was not a legal personage and could therefore not inherit directly. Efforts were therefore made to recruit rich persons while they were still alive for the support of the congregation, even if such persons were not ready to carry out strictly the Lord's commandment to distribute among the poor all they possessed. We have seen that generosity was a common trait among the wealthy of that day before the accumulation of capital played an important part in the mode of production. This generosity redounded to the advantage of the congregation, constituting a permanent source of its income, whenever it was possible to awaken the interest and the sympathy of the wealthy for the congregation. The more the congregation ceased to be a fighting organization, the more its charity phase was emphasized, the stronger became the tendencies within the congregation to soften the original proletarian hatred against the rich and to enable the latter to feel at home in the congregation, even though they remained rich and clung to their possessions. The congregation's view of life, rejection of the ancient gods, monotheism, the belief in resurrection, the hope for the Messiah, these things, as we have seen, were in accord with the general tendency of the times, making the Christian doctrine sympathetic even to the upper classes. On the other hand, the rich, faced with the increasing distress of the masses, were seeking for methods of decreasing this distress, as their charity foundations go to show. For this distress menaced all society. This fact also made the Christian organizations more sympathetic in their eyes. Finally, the desire for popularity also played a part in the support given the Christian congregations, at least in places where these congregations acquired an influence over a considerable portion of the population. Therefore the Christian congregation might very well become attractive even to such rich persons as had not become unworldly and despairing, as were not driven to promise a bequest of their property by fear of death or the pangs of eternal damnation. But to make the rich feel at home in the congregation, its char. 420. Actor had to be changed fundamentally, class hatred of the rich had to be abandoned. The proletarian fighting spirits in the congregation were hurt by this effort to attract the rich and make concessions to them, as we learn from the general epistle of James to the 12 tribes of the diaspora, dating from the middle of the 2nd century and mentioned before in this book. James admonishes the members. For if there come unto your assembly a man with a gold ring, in goodly apparel, and there come in also a poor man in vile raiment, and ye have respect to him that weareth the gay clothing, and say unto him, Sit thou here in a good place, and say to the poor, Stand thou there, or sit here under my footstool, are ye not then partial in yourselves and are become judges of evil thoughts? But ye have despised the poor. But if ye have respect to persons, ye commit sin. And then he attacks those who would require only a theoretical acceptance of doctrine by the rich, and not that they give their money. What doth it profit, my brethren, though a man say he hath faith, and have not works? Can faith save him? If a brother or sister be naked, and destitute of daily food, and one of you say unto them, Depart in peace, be ye warmed and filled, notwithstanding ye give them not those things which are needful to the body, what doth it profit? Even so faith, if it hath not works, is dead, being alone. The foundation of the organization was of course not altered by this consideration for the rich, that foundation remained theoretically and practically unchanged. But the duty to give all one owned was replaced by a voluntary self-imposed tax, often amounting to but a small gift. Somewhat younger than the Epistle of James is the Apologeticus of Tertullian. This document also describes the organization of the congregation. Even if there does exist a sort of common fund, it is not made up of fees, as though we contracted for our worship. Each of us puts in a small amount one day a month, or whenever he pleases, and only if he pleases and if he is able, for there is no compulsion in the matter, everyone contributing of his own free will. These monies are, as it were, the deposits of piety. They are expended upon no banquets or drinking bouts or useless eating houses, but on feeding and burying poor people, on behalf of boys and girls who have neither parents nor money, in support of old folk unable now to go about, as well as for people who are shipwrecked, or who may be in the mines or exiled in islands or in prison so long as their distress is for the sake of God's fellowship, and they themselves entitled to maintenance by their confession. Tertullian goes on, we who feel ourselves united heart and soul, have no difficulties about community of goods, with us all is common, except our wives, the community ceases there, where alone others practice it. 8. Communism was therefore retained theoretically, and in practice only the severer of its application seemed to be softened. But imperceptibly the entire character of the congregation, originally adapted solely to proletarian conditions, was changing because of the increased consideration for the rich. Those elements who favored the recruiting of rich members had to combat not only the class hatred of the congregation, but also to alter its internal operations in many ways. Although communism had been much weakened, the common meal still remained the firm bond uniting all the members. The charitable arrangements were applicable only in isolated cases of distress, to which all members were, however, exposed. But the common meal satisfied the daily needs of every member. This meal was attended by the entire congregation. It was the center around which the entire life of the congregation revolved. But the common meal had no significance as a meal, in the case of the wealthy members. They had better food and drink at their own homes. The simple, often coarse meal surely offended their fastidious palates. They came to these meals for the purpose of participating in the congregational life, obtaining influence in it, not to fill their stomachs. That which meant the satisfaction of a physical need for the others, meant for them only the satisfaction of a spiritual need. Sharing the bread and wine was a purely symbolic performance. As the number of the wealthy increased in the congregation, there was also an increase in the number of those participants in the common meals who were concerned only in the gathering and its symbols, not in eating and drinking. Therefore, in the 2nd century, the actual common meals for the poorer members were detached from the purely symbolic meals intended for the entire congregation, and in the 4th century, after the church had become the dominant power in the state, meals of the former kind were eliminated from the meeting houses of the congregation, the churches. They fell more and more into disuse, being abolished in the course £0 the following centuries. The most prominent feature of practical communism thus disappeared entirely from the Christian congregation, and its place was taken exclusively the charity work, the solicitude for the poor and weak, which has been retained to this day, on a considerably less extensive scale, however. There remained nothing in the congregation that might offend the rich, it had ceased to be a proletarian institution. The rich, who originally had been entirely excluded from the kingdom of God, unless they gave their possessions to the poor, might now play the same role in this kingdom as in the world of the devil, and they have made abundant use of this privilege. Not only were the old class contrasts again revived in the Christian congregation, but a new dominant class arose in the latter, a new bureaucracy with a new head, the bishop, whose acquaintance we shall make very soon. It was the Christian congregation, not Christian communism, to which the Roman emperors finally bent the knee. The victory of Christianity was not a dictatorship of the proletariat, but a dictatorship of the masters it had raised in its own congregation. The champions and martyrs of the early congregations, who had surrendered their possessions, their labors, their lives, for the liberation of the poor and miserable, had merely laid the foundations for a new mode of tyranny and exploitation. Apists, prophets, and teachers. Originally the congregation had no officers and no distinctions between its members. All members, male or female, might set up as teachers and agitators, if they felt that they had the stuff in them. Each spoke out frankly, according to his lights, or as it was phrased in those days, as the Holy Ghost moved him. Most of them also, of course, continued their own trades, but quite a number, who had gained particular prestige, sold their possessions and devoted themselves entirely to agitation as apostles or prophets. A new class distinction was the result. Two classes now arose within the Christian congregation, the ordinary members, whose practical communism was applied only to the common meals and the general welfare arrangements of the congregation, assigning jobs, giving aid to widows and orphans, as well as to prisoners, sickness insurance, death benefits. But those who carried out communism completely were considered to be holy or perfect ones. These renounced property and monogamy, giving all their possessions to the congregation. This was a fine gesture and gave these radical elements, as their very names indicate, great prestige in the congregation, and they were animated by a feeling of superiority over the other comrades and conducted themselves as a dominant elite. Thus the radical form of communism was the one that produced a new aristocracy. Like every other aristocracy, the latter did not content itself with claiming the right to command the rest of the community, but also attempted to exploit the community. After all, how should the holy live, having given away all the means of production and stores of goods that they owned? They could only resort to occasional labor, such as carrying parcels or running errands and the like, or to mendicancy. The most natural thing to do was to gain a livelihood by begging from their comrades and from the congregations themselves, who could not permit a worthy man or a worthy woman to starve, particularly if this meritorious member possessed the gift of 424. Propaganda. This gift then required no knowledge that was difficult to acquire, but merely temperament, a nimble wit and readiness in repartee. We already find Paul upbraiding the Corinthians and reminding them that the congregation is obliged to relieve him and all other apostles of manual labor, and also to support them. Am I not an apostle? Am I not free? Have I not seen Jesus Christ our Lord? Have we not power to lead about a sister, a wife, as well as other apostles, and as the brethren of the Lord, and Cephas? Or I only and Barnabas? Have we not power to forbear working? Who feedeth a flock, and eateth not of the milk of the flock? For it is written in the law of Moses, Thou shalt not muzzle the mouth of the ox that treadeth out the corn. Doth God take care for oxen? Or saith he it altogether for our sakes? God's threshing ox means us. This is the significance of Paul's words. Of course this passage does not refer to oxen who are threshing empty straw. The apostle continues, If we have sown unto you spiritual things, is it a great thing if we shall reap your carnal things? If others be partakers of this power over you, or not we rather? The last sentence, we may remark in passing, also indicates the communistic character of the first Christian congregations. After this plea for the good things of life for the apostles, Paul states that he is not speaking for himself, but for others. He asks nothing from the Corinthians. But he permits other congregations to support him. I robbed other churches, taking wages of them, to do you service. For that which was lacking to me the brethren which came from Macedonia supplied. But this does not alter the fact that Paul emphasizes the congregation's duty to look after its holy, who do not recognize the obligation to work. The effect this Christian communism made on the minds of non-believers is apparent from the story of Peregrinus Proteus, written in 165 AD, by Lucian. The scoffer Lucian is of course not an unprejudiced observer. He reports much malicious gossip of a very improbable variety, relating for instance that Peregrinus had left his native city, Perium on the Hellespont, because he had murdered his own father. Since no accusation was ever made for this offense in court, the matter is at least quite doubtful. But after we have applied the necessary restrictions to Lucian's report, enough still remains that is of great value because it not only shows how the Christian congregation impressed the pagans, but also affords glimpses of the actual life of the former. After Lucian has made a number of most malicious statements about Peregrinus, he tells how the latter became a voluntary exile after he had murdered his father, and drifted around in the world. At this time he also became acquainted with the admirable wisdom of the Christians by intercourse with their priests and scribes in Palestine. They soon appeared mere children in comparison with him. He became their prophet, the spokesman at their banquets XY1, head of the synagogue, all in one person. He commented a number of writings and explained them to them, a number he wrote himself. In short, they took him for a god, made him their legislator and appointed him their head. Of course, they still venerate that great man who was crucified in Palestine, for having introduced this new religion. For this reason Peregrinus was then arrested and thrown into prison, which gave him considerable prestige for the rest of his life, besides imparting to him his lying habits and his desire for fame, which became his dominant passions. As he lay in prison, the Christians, believing this to be a great misfortune, left no stone unturned to help him escape. Finding this to be impossible, they lavished every possible care and solicitude upon him. From early in the morning you could see old women, widows and orphans, sitting outside the jail while their elders bribed the wardens and spent the night with him. Many articles of food were brought to him, they exchanged their holy legends, and the dear Peregrinus, as he was still called, was a new Socrates in their eyes. Certain representatives of the Christian congregations even came from the Asiatic towns in order to support him, to assist him in court, and to console him. In such cases, in which their brotherhood is involved, they show an incredible zeal. In short, they spare no wealth. Peregrinus also received much money from them because of his imprisonment, and gained not a little thereby. For these sad wretches live in the conviction that they will be altogether immortal and live forever, wherefore they despise death and often seek it voluntarily. Furthermore, their first legislator persuaded them that they had all become brothers since they had forsworn the Hellenic gods, and worshipped that crucified teacher of theirs and lived by his laws. Therefore they esteem all things as equally unimportant, considering them common possessions, without having any good reason for this view. If they are visited by a clever impostor, capable of utilizing this situation, he will soon become very rich, because of his ability to hoodwink these simple folk. Of course all this may not be taken literally. It is probably no more true than the tales of the treasures accumulated by socialistic agitators from the pennies of the workers. The Christian congregation had first to become richer than it was, before anyone could become rich on it. But it is probably true that at that time it took good care of its agitators and organizers, and that unscrupulous fellows took advantage of this condition. And we must also note what this implies with regard to communism in the congregation. Lucian then tells us that the government of Syria liberated Peregrinus because the latter seemed so insignificant. Peregrinus thereupon returned to his native town, where he found his patrimony considerably reduced. However, he still had a large sum of money, considered immense by his adherents, and estimated even by Lucian, who is by no means favorably disposed, at his talents. This sum he gave to the population of his native town, according to Lucian, in order to free himself from the accusation of patricide. He spoke in the popular assembly of the Parians. He already had long hair, wore a dirty cloak, had a bag slung around him, a staff in his hand, and made in general a very theatrical impression. He appeared before them in this raiment and declared the entire property left him by his father to be the property of the people. When the people heard this, poor fellows whose mouths were watering for a division, they at once shouted that he alone was a friend of wisdom and of the nation, he alone a successor of Diogenes and Crates. But the mouths of his enemies were sealed, and anyone who would have recalled the incident of the murder would have been slain immediately. He now set forth a homeless wanderer for the second time, the Christians supplying him plentifully with traveling money and following him everywhere, permitting him to suffer no want. He thus made his way for some time. 5. But finally he was excluded from the congregation, for the alleged reason that he had eaten forbidden foods. He was thus deprived of his means of subsistence, and attempted to regain his property, in which he was unsuccessful. A cynical and ascetic mendicant philosopher, he now wandered through Egypt, Italy, Greece, finally putting an end to his life in Olympia, after the games, in the presence of an audience invited for this spectacle, by the theatrical method of leaping into a burning pyre at midnight, by the light of the moon. It is evident that the age in which Christianity arose was productive of singular creatures, but it would be doing an injustice to a man like Peregrinus to consider them as swindlers only. His voluntary death alone is an evidence to the contrary. Suicide as an advertising stunt certainly requires not only a boundless 428 vanity and love of sensation, but also a bit of contempt for the world and disgust with life, or else it must be laid to insanity altogether. If Peregrinus Proteus, as depicted by Lucian, is not the real Peregrinus Proteus, but a caricature, the caricature is a brilliant one. The essence of caricature is not a mere distortion of appearances, but a one-sided emphasis and exaggeration of the characteristic and determining elements. The true caricaturist may not be a mere grotesque clown, he must see through things and recognize essential and significant elements in them. Thus Lucian has emphasized those phases of Peregrinus that were to become important for the entire class of the holy and perfect whose representative he was. They might have been impelled by the most varied, sometimes sublime, sometimes idiotic motives appearing very unselfish to themselves, while behind their entire attitude to the congregation, there was already the exploiting tendency observed by Lucian. The enrichment of the impoverished holy by the communism of the congregation may in his days have still been an exaggeration, it was soon to become a reality that finally left far behind it the crudest exaggerations of the scoffer of its early stage. Lucian lays most emphasis on the wealth acquired by the prophets. Another pagan, a contemporary of Lucian, stresses their insanity. Celsus describes how they prophesy in Phoenicia and Palestine. There are many who, although they are without reputation or name, carry on at the slightest provocation, with the greatest ease, within and without the sacred places, as if they were seized with prophetic ecstasy. Others, roaming about as beggars, and visiting the cities and military camps, offer the same spectacle. Each of them has the words at the tip of his tongue and uses them instantly: I am God, or God's Son, or God's Spirit. I am come because the destruction of the world is already approaching, and you humans are going to destruction because of your unrighteousness. But one will save you, and you will soon behold me coming again with heavenly power. Blessed is he who now honors me. I shall consign all others to the eternal fire, the cities as well as the countries and their peoples. Those who will not recognize now the dooms impending over them, will soon change their minds in vain and lament. But those who have believed in me, them will I preserve forever. To these grandiloquent threats they add curious, half-idiotic, and absolutely incoherent words whose sense may not be understood by any man, however intelligent, so obscure and empty are they, but the first simpleton or mountebank that hears them can explain them as he may like. These alleged prophets whom I have more than once heard with my own ears have admitted their weaknesses to me, after I convinced them, and confessed that they had themselves invented all their inscrutable words. 6. Here again we are dealing with the amiable combination of swindler and prophet, but again we should be going too far if we should designate the entire business as an imposture. It merely indicates a general condition of the population which offered a good field of activity for impostors, but which also must have given rise to real cases of exaggerated and ecstatic feelings, in minds easily aroused. Apostles as well as prophets probably were alike in this respect. But they differed in one important respect: the apostles had no permanent place of domicile, they wandered about homeless, whence their name. The prophets, on the other hand, were the local celebrities. The apostle class must have developed first. While a congregation was still small, it could not permanently support an agitator. As soon as its means for supporting him were exhausted, he had to go elsewhere. And while the number of congregations was small, the important task was that of founding new congregations in cities as yet without them. The extension of the organization into new fields, hitherto untouched, and the maintenance of a connection between them, was the great task of these traveling agitators, the apostles. They are particularly responsible for the international character of the Christian organization, which contributes so much to its permanence. A local organization could be destroyed, as it had no outside support. But it was hardly possible, with the resources then at the disposal of the state authority, to persecute all the Christian congregations in all parts of the empire. There always remained a few who could supply material aid to the persecuted, and in which the persecuted could seek refuge. This was due above all to the apostles, who were constantly on the move, and whose number must at times have been considerable. Local agitators, concerned entirely with organizational work, could not arise until certain congregations had attained such size that their means permitted them to maintain such agitators permanently. The larger the number of cities containing Christian congregations, and the larger the membership of the latter, the more did the prophets flourish, and the smaller was the field of activity of the apostles, who had operated chiefly in the cities as yet containing no congregations or only small ones. The prestige of the apostles necessarily declined. But there must have been a sort of opposition between them and the prophets, for the means of the congregations were limited. The more the apostles took for themselves, the less was left for the prophets. The latter therefore necessarily strove to diminish the already declining prestige of the apostles, to restrict the gifts allotted to them, and, on the other hand, to raise their own prestige and formulate definite claims on the gifts of the believers. These efforts are clearly apparent in the doctrine of the 12 apostles, already several times cited, a document written between 135 and 170 AD. We read in this document, "Every apostle that comes to you shall be received as the master. But he must stay not longer than 1 day, at most 2 days. But if he remains for 3 days, he is a false prophet. And when the apostle leaves you, he shall receive nothing except so much bread as he needs on his journey to his next stop. But if he demands money, he is a false prophet. Do not tempt nor test any prophet who speaks in the Spirit, for every sin will be forgiven, but this sin will not be forgiven. But not every man speaking in the Spirit is a prophet, but only if he has the deportment of the Master. Therefore the prophet and the false prophet may be distinguished by their conduct. And no prophet who, impelled by God's Spirit, orders a meal, will partake of it unless he be a false prophet. But every prophet that teaches the truth is a false prophet if he does not practice what he preaches. And every prophet, tried and true, who acts with respect to the earthly mysteries of the church, but does not teach others to do all that he does, himself, let him not be judged by you, for he has his judgment with God. The ancient prophets acted thus always. The fact that this passage probably contains a reference to free love, which was to be permitted to the prophets if they did not require the congregation to emulate their example, we have already seen. We read further. But he who says in the Spirit, Give me money or some other thing, heed him not, but if he requests gifts for other sufferers, no one shall judge him. But every man who comes in the name of the Lord, let him be admitted, but you shall test him and distinguish the true and the false, for you must have understanding. If the newcomer is a transient visitor, help him, but he shall not stay longer than 2 or 3 days with you at most. If he wishes to settle among you, let him work and eat, if he is an artisan. But if he knows no trade, see to it to the best of your knowledge that no Christian shall lie idle among you. If he will not accept this condition, he is one who is drawing profit from Christ. Avoid such. It was therefore already considered necessary to see to it that the congregation was not overrun and exploited by beggars, from other places. But this was to apply only to common beggars. But every true prophet that wishes to settle among you is worthy of his nourishment. Likewise, a true teacher, like any worker, is worth his nourishment. All the first fruits of thy wine presses and threshing floors, of thy cattle and sheep, thou shalt take and give them to the prophets, for they are your, 432. Priests. But if you have no profit, give them to the poor. When thou makest dough, take the first piece of it and give in accordance with the commandment. Likewise, when thou openest a vessel of wine or oil, take the first outflow and give it to the prophets. But of money and clothing and other possessions take a share according to your judgment and give in accordance with the commandment. The apostles are treated very shabbily in these regulations. It is not yet possible to suppress them altogether, but the congregation in which they present themselves is to dispatch them as quickly as possible. While an ordinary transient comrade may claim entertainment by the congregation for 2 or 3 days, the unhappy apostle gets only 1 or 2 days. Money he may not ask for at all. The prophet, on the other hand, is worthy of his nourishment. He must be supported from the treasury of the congregation. But besides this, believers are obliged to deliver to him all the first fruits of wine, bread, oil, and cloth, even of their money income. This accords very well with the description given by Lucian just at the time when the Dildash was written, of the prosperous life of Peregrinus, who also had declared himself a prophet. While the prophets were thus displacing the apostles, they were themselves encountering a new competition in the teachers, whose importance when the Didache was written was still quite small, for they are only mentioned in passing. In addition to these 3 elements, there were also others active in the congregation that are not mentioned in the Didache. Paul mentions them all in his first epistle to the Corinthians. And God hath set some in the church, first apostles, secondly prophets, thirdly teachers, after that miracles, then gifts of healings, helps, governments, diversities of tongues. Of these, the gifts of helps and governments became quite important, but not those of quadratory and healing, which probably did not take, in the congregation, any forms that distinguished them from those generally current at the time. The rise of the teachers is connected with the admission of wealthy and cultured elements to the congregation. The apostles and prophets were ignorant people who kept on talking, without ever studying the subjects of their remarks. The cultured probably merely turned up their noses at this. Sued persons were found among the number of the latter who, attracted either by the charitable nature of the congregation, or by its power, or possibly by the general character of the Christian doctrine, attempted to raise the latter to a higher stage of what was then known as science, which, to be sure, no longer amounted to much. These persons became teachers. It is they who first sought to fill Christianity with the spirit of Seneca or of Philo, of which it had previously not had too much. But they were regarded with envy and dislike by the body of the congregations, probably also by most of the apostles and prophets. The relation was perhaps not dissimilar to that between the horny hand of toil and the intellectuals. Nevertheless, the teachers would undoubtedly have secured more and more prestige with the increase of the wealthy and cultured elements in the congregations, and would ultimately have done away with the prophets and apostles. But before matters reached this point, all three categories were absorbed by a power that was beginning to exceed them all in strength, but which the Didache only mentions in passing: the bishop. D. The bishop. The beginnings of the Christian congregations were not unlike the circumstances attending every new proletarian organization. Its founders, the apostles, had to conduct all the work of the congregation themselves, propaganda as well as organization and administration. But with the growth of the congregation, the need for a division of labor became felt, the necessity to assign certain functions to definite functionaries. First, the administration of the income and expenses of the congregation was made a separate congregational office. 434. Propaganda might be carried on by any member as he thought best. Even those who were exclusively concerned with propaganda had, in the 2nd century, as we have just seen, not yet been entrusted with this task by the congregation. Apostles and prophets were self-appointed to their callings, or, as it seemed to them, they followed God's voice alone. The prestige enjoyed in the congregation by the individual propagandist, whether apostle or prophet, as well as the amount of his income, depended on the impression made by him, in other words, on his personality. On the other hand, the maintenance of party discipline, if we may call it so, was a matter for the congregation itself, so long as it was small and all the members knew each other. The congregation itself decided on the admission of new members. It was immaterial who should conduct the initial ceremony, which was that of immersion. The congregation itself decided on expulsions, maintained peace among the comrades, decided disputes that might arise among them. It was the tribunal before which all accusations made by comrades against comrades had to be tried. The Christians were not less suspicious of state courts than socialists are now. Their social views also were in sharp contrast with those of the state judges. A Christian would have considered it a sin to appear before a state judge to seek his rights, particularly in a case involving litigation with a comrade. Thus the germ of a special judicial power was planted, a power always claimed by the Church over its adherents, as opposed to the state courts. Of course, in this matter also, the original character of church law was later completely distorted, for, in the beginnings of the Christian congregation, it signified the abolition of all class justice, the trial of the accused by his peers. In the first epistle of Paul to the Corinthians, we read, "Dare any of you, having a matter against another, go to law before the unjust, and not before the saints? Do ye not know that the saints shall judge the world? And if the world shall be judged by you, are ye unworthy to judge the smallest matters? Know ye not that we shall judge angels? How much more things that pertain to this life? If then ye have judgments of things pertaining to this life, set them to judge who are least esteemed in the church." The maintenance of discipline and peace in the congregation at first had as little form and as little connection with any definite office or any definite authority as had the propaganda itself. But the economic factor required regulation even at an early stage, the more since the congregation was not a mere propaganda organization, but from the very start also a mutual aid association. According to the Acts of the Apostles, the need was soon felt in the Jerusalem congregation of entrusting certain comrades with the collection and distribution of members' gifts, particularly the serving of meals at table. Diaconia means to serve, particularly at table. Obviously this was at first the chief task of the deacons, as the common meal was the chief function of primitive Christian communism. We read in the Acts of the Apostles, "And in those days, when the number of the disciples was multiplied, there arose a murmuring of the Grecians against the Hebrews, because their widows were neglected in the daily ministration. Then the 12 called the multitude of the disciples unto them and said, It is not reason that we should leave the word of God and serve tables. Wherefore, brethren, look ye out among you 7 men of honest report, full of the Holy Ghost and wisdom, whom we may appoint over this business. The report informs us that this suggestion was carried out, which seems quite plausible, as it is in the nature of the case. The apostles were therefore relieved of their service as waiters in the dining hall, which they had originally been obliged to perform in addition to propaganda, and which became burdensome to them with the increase of the congregation. But the newly appointed waiters also necessarily had to divide their tasks. Service at table and other serving and cleansing operations were quite a different matter from the collection and administration of members' dues. The latter involved a position of trust of the highest order, particularly in a large congregation with 436. Increased income. This post required a considerable measure of honesty, business knowledge, and kindliness, coupled with severity. An administrator was therefore appointed over the deacons. The appointment of such an administrator was inevitable. Every organization having property or income must have such an administrator. In the brotherhoods and societies of Asia Minor, the administrative and financial officials bore the title of epimelides or episcopus. The same name was also applied in the government of cities to certain administrative officials. Hatch, who traces this evolution in detail, and describes it in a book to which we owe much information on this subject, quotes a Roman jurist Charisus as follows. Episcopi are those who supervise the bread and other purchasable things, serving for the daily sustenance of the city population. The city bishop therefore was an administrative official particularly concerned with the proper feeding of the population. It was natural to give the same title to the administrator of the Christian people's house. We have already read of the common treasury of the congregation, mentioned by Tertullian. We learn from the first apology of Justin the Martyr that the administration of this treasury was assigned to a special trustee. Tertullian says, "The wealthy and willing may give at their discretion of their possessions, the gifts being collected and deposited with the overseer, the latter supports therewith the orphans and widows, those in distress because of illness or other reason, prisoners and strangers in the city, and takes care of all the needy in general." Much labor, much responsibility, but also much power was thus placed in the hands of the bishop. In the beginnings of the congregation, the office of the bishop as well as that of his aides and other functionaries of the congregation, was an honorary office, discharged without compensation in addition to each official's regular trade. The bishops and presbyters of those early days kept banks, practiced medicine, wrought as silversmiths, tended sheep, or sold their goods in open market. The chief existing enactments of early local councils, on the point are that bishops are not to huckster their goods from market to market, nor are they to use their position to buy cheaper and sell dearer than other people. 8. But as a congregation grew, it became impossible to discharge its numerous economic functions as an avocation. The bishop was made an employee of the congregation and received a salary in payment. But this rendered permanent his tenure of office. The congregation had the right to remove him if he did not fulfill its requirements, but it is evident that some reluctance would be felt in depriving of his position a man who had been taken away from his calling. On the other hand, the administration of the congregation's business required a certain degree of skill and an acquaintance with the conditions of the congregation, which could be acquired only by long activity in office. It was therefore necessary, in order to facilitate the discharge of the congregation's business, to avoid any unnecessary change in the office of bishop. But the longer the bishop remained in office, the more his prestige and power necessarily increased, if he was equal to the demands of his office. He did not remain the only permanent official of the congregation. The office of the deacons also could not permanently be held as an avocation. The deacons also were paid, like the bishop, from the treasury of the congregation, but were his subordinates. The bishop, who would have to work with them, was for this reason consulted in their appointment. Thus the bishop had the privilege of distributing jobs in the congregation, which necessarily increased his influence. Look after matters of its own discipline. Not only the numbers of the members increased, but also the varieties of their occupations. While at first all constituted a single family, in which everyone was acquainted with all the other comrades, all being completely united with each other in thought and feeling, thus composing an elite of self-sacrificing enthusiasts. This condition gradually changed with the increase of the congregation. The most varied elements gained admission, elements from different classes and regions, often strange and without understanding for each other, sometimes even hostile to each other, as such as slaves and slave owners, also elements that were not impelled by enthusiasm, but by crafty calculation, to take advantage of the credulity and generosity of the comrades. In addition, there were differences of views. All this necessarily produced disputes of all kinds, disputes that often could not be decided by a simple discussion in the gathering of the congregation, but required rather long investigations of the actual facts. Therefore a committee, the committee of elders, or presbyters, was entrusted with the task of maintaining discipline in the congregation and settling disputes arising within it, reporting to the congregation on the expulsion of unworthy members, perhaps also on the admission of new members, whose admission this committee celebrated by the initiating ceremony, baptism. The bishop, who was precisely informed on all congregational matters, was the chairman of this committee. He thus obtained an influence over the moral policing and jurisdiction of the congregation. Where the presbyters, by reason of the increasing size of the congregation, became its permanent paid officials, they were placed immediately under the jurisdiction of the guardian of the congregation's treasury, the bishop, as were also the deacons. In a large city, the congregation might easily become so large as to require more than one building to house its gatherings. It was then divided into districts. In each district gathering, a deacon had to wait upon the members, while a presbyter was delegated by the bishop to conduct the gathering and represent the bishop. The case in the suburbs and villages was similar. Where these lay close to a congregation like that of Rome or Alexandria, the influence of the latter was overwhelming, and the neighboring congregations fell directly under the influence of the great city and its bishop, who sent out his deacons and presbyters to them. Thus there was gradually formed a congregational bureaucracy headed by the bishop, which became more and more independent and powerful. One had to have the greatest prestige in the congregation to be elected to a position that was so much sought after. Once the position had been gained, it conferred so much power on the incumbent that any bishop with a little intelligence and ability could impose his will more and more, particularly in personal matters, the more since his tendencies had from the first coincided with those of the majority of his congregation. The result was that he acquired authority not only over persons who discharged functions in the administration of the congregation, but also over such as were concerned with propaganda and theory. We have seen how the apostles were forced aside in the 2nd century by the prophets. But both, apostles and prophets, probably came into frequent conflict with the bishop, who would not hesitate on such occasions to let them feel his financial and moral power. He probably found no difficulty in forbidding apostles and prophets and even teachers to sojourn in the congregation as soon as they displayed tendencies that did not please him. And this probably occurred very frequently in the case of apostles and prophets. The bishops, in other words, the holders of the cash, were of course not chosen by preference from the unworldly enthusiasts, but from among sober, businesslike, practical men. These men knew the value of money, and therefore also the utility of having many wealthy communicants. It is natural to suppose that it was these men who represented the opportunistic revisionism in the Christian congregation, that they strove to attenuate the hatred against the rich man in the congregation, to weaken the teachings of the congregation to an extent that would cause the wealthy to feel more at home in it. 440. The wealthy of that day were also the cultured. The act of adapting the congregation to the requirements of the rich and cultured meant a weakening of the influence of the apostles and prophets and a reducing of their tendencies to absurdity, as well as of the tendencies of those who fought the wealthy through mere cussedness. But this effect was also produced on those who fought them with an enthusiastic and profound hatred, the more since they had given their entire property to the congregation, while they were still wealthy, in order to realize their high communistic ideal. In the struggle between rigorism and opportunism, the latter was victorious. In other words, the bishops were victorious over the apostles and prophets, whose liberty of motion, whose very right to live, perceptibly decreased in the congregation. Officials of the congregation displaced them more and more. Since at first every member had had the right to take the floor in the gathering of the congregation and to engage in propaganda activities, an official of the congregation might also display such activity, which they probably did on a large scale. It is clear that members who stood out from the nameless mass as well-known speakers had a better chance to be elected to office in the congregation than entirely unknown members. On the other hand, those elected probably also were required to carry on propaganda work in addition to their administrative and judicial activities. Many administrative officials probably were more active in the former function than in the work that was theirs originally, since the growth of the congregation created new positions which relieved the others. Thus the deacons were enabled in many cases to devote more attention to propaganda work, if their functions in large congregations were taken charge of by special hospitals, orphan asylums, poor houses, inns for members from other towns. On the other hand, it became necessary, precisely because of the growth of the congregation and its economic functions, to give its officials some training in preparation for their office. It would now have been too costly and dangerous to permit every man to acquire wisdom only by his actual experiences. The new supply of congregational officials was trained in the house of the bishop and there made acquainted with the duties of church offices. Where the officials had also to conduct propaganda in addition to their official business, it was natural to train them for this job also in the house of the bishop, to instruct them in the teachings of the congregation. Thus the bishop became the center not only of the economic, but also of the propaganda activity of the congregation, ideology being once more obliged to bend the knee to economic conditions. There was now developed an official doctrine, recognized and disseminated by the congregational bureaucracy, which applied repressive measures more and more to all doctrines with which it did not agree. This does not mean that the official doctrine was always hostile to intelligent opinion. The tendencies opposed by the bishops were those of the original proletarian communism, hostile to state and property. In accordance with the ignorance of the lower classes of the population, their credulity, the incompatibility of their hopes with reality, it was precisely these tendencies that were associated with a special faith in miracles and with an exalted mental state. Much as was accomplished by the official church in this field, the sects which it persecuted in the first few centuries far exceeded it in their insane exaggerations. The sympathy with the oppressed, the aversion to all oppression, must not mislead us into regarding every opposition to the official church, every form of heresy, as certain to represent a higher mental state. The formulation of an official doctrine of the church was also facilitated by certain other circumstances. We are but poorly informed as to the doctrines taught in the early beginnings of the Christian congregation. To judge by mere indications, they were not very extensive, and of very simple nature. Surely we may not assume that they already contained everything later represented as the teaching of Jesus in the Gospels. 442. While we may perhaps go so far as to admit the probability that Jesus lived and was crucified, probably because of an attempted insurrection, there is practically nothing else that can be said about him. What is reported as his teaching has so little evidence to support it, is so contradictory and so little original, so full of commonplace moral maxims then current in the mouths of many, that not the slightest trace can be assigned with certainty to the actual teachings of Jesus. Concerning these we know nothing. On the other hand, we have all the more right to imagine the beginnings of the Christian congregations as similar to those of socialistic organizations, to which they present many other similarities. A glance at these beginnings never reveals to us an overpowering personality whose doctrine becomes the rule for the later history of the movement, but always a chaotic germ, an uncertain, instinctive seeking and groping of numerous proletarians, none perceptibly more prominent than the others, all moved forward on the whole by the same tendencies, but often displaying the most striking individual deviations. Such a picture is, for instance, presented by the beginnings of the proletarian socialistic movement in the 30s and 40s of the 19th century. Thus, the League of the Righteous, the later League of Communists, WAG, already an institution of some age before Marx and Engels gave it a definite theoretical basis in the Communist Manifesto. And this league itself was only the continuation of earlier proletarian tendencies. In France and England. Had it not been for Marx and Engels, its teachings would have continued to remain in the stage of ferment for a long time. The two authors of the Communist Manifesto were only enabled to secure their dominant and determining position by virtue of their mastery of the science of their times. We have nothing to show on the contrary. It is absolutely impossible that a truly cultured person presided over the cradle of Christianity. It is expressly reported of Jesus that he did not surpass his comrades, plain proletarians, in education. Paul does not refer to his superior knowledge, but to his martyr's death and his resurrection. This death made a profound impression on the Christians. The apostles and prophets are not repeating definite doctrines handed down to them by others, but speak just as the Spirit moves them. They express the most varied views. The early congregations are filled with bickering and dispute. Paul writes to the Corinthians, "Now in this that I declare unto you, I praise one, that you come together not for the better, but for the worse. For first of all, when ye come together in the church, I hear that there be divisions among you, and I partly believe it. For there must be also heresies among you, that they which are approved may be made manifest among you." This need for various tendencies, heresies in the congregation was later by no means recognized by the official church. In the 2nd century this vague seeking and groping comes to an end. The congregation has a history behind it, and in the course of this history various doctrines of faith have come out victorious, gaining recognition among the great mass of the congregation. Furthermore, educated persons now enter the congregation. On the one hand, they put the history and doctrines of the movement, transmitted to them by word of mouth, into written form, thus preserving them against further changes. On the other hand, they elevate the congregation's teachings, quite simple as they find them, to the level of the science of their time, which is still quite low, fill these teachings with their philosophy, thus making them palatable to the cultured also, and fortify them against the objections of pagan criticism. He who would now become a teacher in the Christian congregation had to possess a certain amount of knowledge. The apostles and prophets, who had merely fumed about the sinfulness of the world and predicted its early collapse, could no longer compete with them. Thus the unhappy apostles and prophets were restricted and 44. Oppressed from all quarters. Their petty business soon had to succumb to the immense mechanism of the Christian bureaucracy. They disappeared. But the teachers were deprived of their freedom and made subordinate to the bishop. Soon no one dared open his mouth in the gathering of the congregation, the church, without previous permission from the bishop, i.e., no one outside of the congregation's bureaucracy, which was managed by the bishop, in other words, the clergy, which was becoming more and more distinct from the mass of members, the laymen, and assuming a superior position. The metaphor of the shepherd and his flock becomes popular, and the flock means a flock of such docile sheep that they permit themselves to be driven and shorn without resistance. The supreme shepherd is the bishop. The international character of the movement also contributed to an increase in the power of the bishop. It had formerly been the apostles who had maintained the international cohesion of the various congregations, by their constant traveling among them. But as the apostles were relegated to the background, it became the more important to find other means of cementing and uniting the congregations. If disputes should arise, where a common action or common regulation were required in any matter, congresses of delegates from the congregations would meet, provincial congresses, and even imperial congresses, beginning with the 2nd century. At first these gatherings served only for discussion and mutual agreement. They could not pass resolutions that were binding. Each individual congregation felt itself to be supreme. Cyprian, in the first half of the 3rd century, proclaimed the absolute independence of the congregation. But it is clear that the majority from the first must have swayed the congregation. Gradually this superiority attained binding power, the resolutions of the majority became a law for all the congregations represented. They all resolved themselves into a single united body. All that was lost by the individual congregation in its freedom of action was now gained in the strength of the movement as a whole. Thus the Catholic Church was created. Congregations that refused to comply with the decisions of the congresses were driven out of the Catholic Church organization, being excluded by the central body. But an individual who was expelled from his congregation could no longer find admittance to other congregations. He was expelled from all the congregations. And the effects of expulsion or excommunication were now far more severe. The right to expel members who opposed the purposes of the organization will surely not be denied to the Church while it was a specific party or organization existing by the side of many other parties or organizations within the state, pursuing a specific aim. It could not have attained this aim if it had renounced the right to expel anyone opposing its goal. But things were different when the Church had become an organization embracing the entire state, the whole of European society, of which the nations constituted only the various parts. Expulsion from the Church now was equivalent to expulsion from human society. It might amount to a sentence of death. The right to exclude members who do not recognize the objects of the organization is necessary for the formation and successful operation of definite parties in the state, for an active and fruitful political life therefore, for a healthy political development, but it becomes a means of preventing party formations, for rendering impossible all political life and political development, if, instead of being utilized by various parties in the state, it becomes a function of the state itself, or of an organization of statewide proportions. But it is pure nonsense to demand from the various parties, for all the members of an organization, the same freedom of opinion that every democratic party must demand from the state. A party tolerating all possible opinions in its ranks ceases to be a party. But the state, when it prosecutes certain views, itself becomes a party. Democracy must demand not that parties cease to be parties, but that the state cease to be a party. No objection may be made from a democratic standpoint to excommunications by the Church, while the Church remains merely one of several parties. He who does not believe in the doctrines of the Church, who will not comply with its rules, has no place in the Church. Democracy has no right to demand tolerance of the Church while the Church contents itself to remain a party among many other parties, unless the state takes sides with the Church or identifies itself with it. Then a democracy of the Church policy must be introduced, not a demand for the toleration of unbelievers in the Church, which would be only a weak half measure. But while no objection could be raised from the democratic standpoint to the Church's right of excommunication per se, for it became a state church, much might already be said against the manner in which this right was applied. For it was no longer the great mass of the members, but the bureaucracy, by whom excommunication was applied. The more damage could thus be done to the individual, the more did the power of the ecclesiastical bureaucracy and of its head, the bishop, grow. The latter's power increased also by virtue of the fact that he was the delegate of his congregation at ecclesiastical congresses. The bishop's power therefore begins simultaneously with the councils, and these were gatherings of bishops from the very start. The prestige and authority enjoyed by the bishop because £0 his administration of the congregation's funds and his appointing and governing the entire administrative, judicial, propaganda, and learned apparatus of the congregational bureaucracy, was not supplemented by the authority held by the whole, the Catholic Church, as opposed to the part, the congregation. The bishop approached the congregation with all the authority of the Church behind him. As the organization of the entire Church became more rigid, the congregations became more powerless as opposed to the bishops, at least in cases where the latter represented the tendencies of the majority of his colleagues. This association of the bishops entirely took away the rights of the laity. 13. The bishops were not wrong in asserting that their authority came from the apostles, and in considering themselves as their successors. The bishops, like the apostles before them, were the international and unifying element among all the congregations, and it is precisely this fact that gave them much of their influence and power over individual congregations. Even the last remnant of the original democracy of the congregation now soon disappeared, namely, the right to elect the officials that were needed. With the increase of the independence and power of the bishop and his adherents among the congregation, it became easier for him to persuade the latter to elect persons suitable to him. It was actually the bishop who filled these offices. But in the election of the bishop himself, candidates proposed by the clergy had the best prospects from the start, owing to the clergy's power in the congregation. Finally, it came to pass that only the clergy elected the bishop, the mass of members of the congregation retaining only the right to approve or reject this election. But even this gradually became a mere formality. The congregation was finally degraded to a mere claque, who, when the elected bishop was presented by the clergy, were obliged to greet him with jubilant applause. This meant the final destruction of the democratic organization of the congregation, by confirming the absolute power of the clergy, and completing its transformation from a humble servant of the servants of God to their absolute master. It was natural that the property of the congregation now should actually become the property of its administrators, of course not their personal property, but that of the bureaucracy as a body. The property of the church ceased to be a congregational property of the members. It became the property of the clergy. This transformation found powerful support in, and was accelerated by, the state recognition of Christianity in the beginning of the 4th century. But, on the other hand, the recognition of the Catholic Church by the emperors was only a consequence of the progress made by the power of the bureaucracy and of the bishop's absolute power within the bureaucracy. As long as the Church was a democratic organization, it was absolutely opposed to the imperial despotism in the Roman Empire. On the other hand, the bureaucracy of bishops, which absolutely ruled and exploited the people, was a very good instrument for imperial despotism. Furthermore, the latter could not ignore the Church, but had to come to terms with it, as otherwise the Church might have grown over its head. The clergy had become a power that every ruler of the empire had to reckon with. Among various pretenders to the throne before the civil wars in the beginning of the 4th century, Constantine, who had made an alliance with the ecclesiastical clergy, was the victorious one. The bishop now became the master, ruling the empire by the side of the emperors. The emperors often presided in the councils of bishops, but in exchange they placed the state authority at the disposal of the bishops for carrying out the decisions of the councils and the excommunications. Simultaneously, the Church now attained the rights of a legal personage capable of holding and inheriting property. Its proverbial appetite was thus enormously stimulated, church property grew apace. But the exploitation practiced by the Church also increased. Thus the organization of a proletarian, subversive communism gave rise to the most faithful support of despotism and exploitation, a source of new despotism, of new exploitation. The victorious Christian congregation was at every point the precise opposite of that congregation which had been founded 3 centuries before by poor Galilean fishermen and peasants and Jerusalem proletarians. The crucified Messiah became the firmest prop of that debased and infamous society whose complete destruction the Messianic congregation had expected him to accomplish. The monastery, the Catholic Church, particularly as it had been recognized by the state, transformed the tendencies of the original Messianic congregation into their precise opposite, but this was not done by peaceful means, without resistance and struggle. The social conditions that brought about the democratic communism of the primitive Christians continued to exist, in fact, became more aggravating and tormenting as the empire dissolved. We have seen that voices protesting against the new conception had made themselves heard from the very start. But when the innovation had become the dominant and official attitude of the Church, not tolerating other views among the congregation, new democratic and communistic sects, again and again arose by the side of the Catholic Church. Thus, for example, at the time when this church was recognized by Constantine, the sect of the Circumcellianese became widespread in northern Africa, ecstatic mendicants who pushed to the extreme the struggle of the Donatist sect against the state church and the state itself, preaching hostility to all the wealthy and powerful. As in Galilee at the time of Christ, so in northern Africa in the 4th century, the peasant population rose in desperation against its oppressors, and the banditry practiced by numerous bands shows the manner in which their protest expressed itself. As had formerly been the case with the Zealots, and perhaps also with the first adherents of Jesus, the Circumcellionists now set for these bands the goal of liberation and freedom from all oppression. With extreme audacity they gave battle even to the imperial troops, who sought, hand in hand with Catholic clergymen, to put down the insurrection, which lasted several decades. But this effort failed, as did every other effort to introduce communism into the church again by peaceful or violent means. They all were defeated by the same causes which had finally transmuted the primitive communism into its opposite, causes which continued to exist side by side with the stimulus producing 450 such efforts. While this stimulus was increased by the rising distress, it must not be forgotten that the church's resources were also increasing, enabling the church to shield an increasingly large portion of the proletariat from the worst temptations by means of its charitable institutions, thus making the proletariat dependent on the clergy, and corrupting it and stifling all enthusiasm and all higher ideals within it. When the church became a state church, a tool of despotism and exploitation more powerful and more gigantic than any that had yet appeared in history, the doom of all communistic tendencies within it seemed finally sealed. And yet these tendencies were to draw new strength precisely from the state church. Up to the time of its recognition by the state, the spread of the Christian congregations had as a rule been limited to the great cities, only in these could they maintain themselves in periods of persecution. In the provinces, where it is easier to observe each individual, secret organizations may maintain themselves only when they enjoy the support of the entire population, as, for example, in the case of the Irish secret bodies in the last few centuries, in opposition to the English yoke. A minority opposition movement in society has always encountered the greatest difficulties in the provinces, and this applies also to the Christian movement in the first 3 centuries. The obstacles to its spread in the provinces disappeared when Christianity ceased to be an opposition movement and was recognized by the state. From this time on nothing stood in the way of the organization of Christian congregations in the provinces. For 3 centuries Christianity, like Judaism, had been almost exclusively a city religion. Now for the first time it became a religion of the peasants also. Together with Christianity, its communistic tendencies invaded the provinces, finding different and far more favorable conditions than in the city, as we have already seen in our discussion of Essenism. The latter immediately awoke to new life in a Christian form, as soon as the possibility of open communistic organizations was offered in the provinces, which indicates how strong was the want it fulfilled. Precisely at the time when Christianity was recognized by the state, in the beginning of the 4th century, the first monasteries were established in Egypt, soon followed by others in many parts of the empire. This form of communism was soon not only not opposed by the ecclesiastical and national authorities, but even favored by them, as the communistic experiments in America in the first half of the 19th century were similarly not unsympathetic to the governments of France and England. They could not fail to gain by having the restless communistic agitators of their large cities seclude themselves from the world, to devote themselves to a peaceful cultivation of cabbages in the wilderness. Unlike the communistic experiments of the Owenites, Fourierists and Kabbatists in America, the experiments of the Egyptian peasant Anthony and his disciples met with the most brilliant success, as did also the peasant communistic colonies in the United States in the 18th and 19th centuries, which were very similar to the Egyptian movement. Many persons would like to ascribe their success to their religious enthusiasm, lacking in the adherence of modern utopias, no communism without religion. But the same religious enthusiasm that had inspired the monks in the monasteries had also inspired the Christians of the large cities in the first centuries, and yet their communistic experiments had been neither thorough nor of long duration. The cause of success in the one case and failure in the other is not to be found in religion, but in their material circumstances. As contrasted with the communistic experiments of the primitive Christianity of the large cities, the monasteries, as well as the communistic colonies in the wilderness, have the advantage that agriculture requires a combination of the farm and the family, and large-scale agriculture had not only become possible, but had already attained a high stage of development in the ecosystem of the large landed proprietors. This large-scale operation of the ecosystem had, however, been based on slavery. Slavery set the limits for its productivity and for its existence too. The cessation of the supply of slaves caused the large farms of the large landowners to disappear. The monasteries took them up again and continued them, in fact, could develop them to a 4. higher point, as the monasteries replaced slave labor by that of their own free members. In view of the general disintegration of society, the monasteries finally became the only places in the decaying empire in which the last remnants of ancient technology were preserved through the storms of the migration period and even perfected in many points. Aside from the influences of the Orient, particularly of the Arabs, the monasteries were the points from which civilization in Europe again started to grow during the Middle Ages. The cooperative mode of production of the monastery was excellently adapted to the conditions of rural production toward the end of the ancient period and in the early Middle Ages. This explains its success. In the cities, on the other hand, the conditions of production were opposed to cooperative labor, and communism could exist only in the form of a mere communism of consumption, but it is the mode of production, not the mode of distribution or consumption, which determines in the last analysis the character of social relations. It was only in the country, in the monasteries, that the community of consumption originally desired by Christianity obtained a permanent basis in the community of production. On this basis, the brotherhoods of the Essenes had flourished for several centuries, being finally destroyed by the sudden annihilation of the Jewish community, and not as a result of internal causes. It is on a community of production that the great structure of the Christian monastery arose, enduring to the present day. But why have the colonies of modern utopian communism been failures? Their basis was not unlike that of monastic communism, but the mode of production has completely changed since then. In place of the isolated single industries of antiquity, developing an individualism in labor, and rendering the cooperation of urban workers very difficult, inspiring them with an anarchistic attitude toward production, we now find immense plants in urban industry in which each worker constitutes only a cog operating together with countless other cogs. The habits of work in cooperation, of discipline in labor, of a subordination of the individual to the requirements of the whole, in the modem instance replaces the anarchistic attitude of the individual worker. But only in production, consumption is a different matter. The conditions of life were formerly so simple and uniform for the mass of the population, that there resulted a uniformity of consumption and of needs, making a permanent community of consumption by no means intolerable. The modern mode of production, which throws all classes and nations together, gathers all the products of the entire world into the great commercial centers, produces new products unceasingly, tirelessly creating not only new means of satisfying needs, but also creating the needs, thus establishes in the mass of the population a great variety of personal inclinations and desires, an individualism that could formerly be found only in the wealthy and aristocratic classes. In other words, many modes of consumption, taking the word in the broadest sense of enjoying material things. The crudest, most material means of consumption, foods, beverages, clothing, are of course, in many instances, subject to standardization in the modern mode of production. But it is of the essence of this mode of production not to limit even the consumption of the masses to such substances, but to create among the workers also a corresponding demand for more articles of culture, educational, artistic, sporting, and other articles, these needs differentiating themselves more and finding varying expression in each individual. Thus the individualism of enjoyment, formerly the privilege of the wealthy and cultured, is spread among the working classes also, first in the large cities, thence gradually permeating the remainder of the population. Although the modern worker is obliged to make great concessions to discipline in his cooperation with his fellow workers, and recognizes such concessions as necessary, he nevertheless emphatically resists all attempts to govern his consumption, his enjoyment. In this field he is becoming more and more an individualist, or if you like, anarchistic. The reader will now understand how the modern city proletarian must feel in a small communist colony in the wilderness, which cannot be more than a large agricultural establishment with subsidiary industrial. 454. Operations. As we have already stated, industry and the household have always been related in this branch of production. This was an advantage for Christian communism, which began with a community of consumption. In the monastic institutions in the provinces, this communism was therefore obliged to unite with a communism of production, which gave it great power of resistance and development. Modern utopian communism, beginning with a community in production, and finding a very solid basis in this community, was forced, on the other hand, by the close relation between consumption-find production, in its small settlements, to add a communism of consumption to the communism of production, the former affecting the latter as red cloth does a bull, producing eternal bickering of the most repulsive sort, on petty provocations. Only elements of the population that had remained untouched by modern capitalism, unworldly peasants, could still found communistic colonies in the 19th century within the area of modern civilization. Their religion has no bearing on their success, except to the extent that religious enthusiasm as a social phenomenon, not as an individual idiosyncrasy, is now found only in the most backward strata of the population. Communism of production can be executed in modern large-scale industrial populations only at such an advanced stage that a very far-reaching individualism of consumption in the widest sense of the word may be united with it. It was a communism of production that met with failure in the non-religious communistic colonies of the 19th century, for capitalism has been successfully practicing such communism for some time. It was communism in the standardization of personal consumption, so contrary to modern habits, that failed. In ancient times, and also in the Middle Ages, there was no trace among the masses of the people of an individualization of wants. Thus, monastic communism encountered no such obstacle, and could flourish the more as its mode of production excelled that commonly prevalent, in accordance with its own economic superiority. Rufinus, who founded a monastery himself on the Mount of Olives near Jerusalem, in 377 AD, maintains that almost as many persons lived in the monasteries in the country districts of Egypt as in the cities. After due allowance for an exaggerated pious imagination, there is no doubt this statement was based on a number of monks and nuns that must have appeared extraordinary. Thus, the monastic system gave a new lease of life to the communistic enthusiasm in Christianity, since the latter here found an expression that was not obliged to appear as an heretical opposition to the dominant ecclesiastical bureaucracy, but might very well come to terms with the latter. But this form of Christian communism could also not become the universal form of society, but was limited to certain strata. Therefore the new communism also necessarily again and again turned into its opposite, which was the more likely, the greater its economic superiority. The latter factor was most likely to transform its participants into an aristocracy, superior to the remainder of the population, and finally dominating and exploiting it. The monastic communism could not become the universal form of society if only for the reason that its conduct of a common household, on which it was based, necessarily rejected marriage, as the Essenes had done before, and as the religious communistic colonies in North America did later. The prosperity of the common household required only the renunciation of individual marriage. A sort of community marriage would have been quite compatible with it, as is also shown by a number of the colonies referred to. But this relation between the sexes too sharply contradicted the general social feeling of the later Middle Ages to be generally recognized and publicly practiced. In general, this period was characterized by a down-in-the-dumps feeling which made abstinence from all enjoyment, asceticism, a more natural solution, besides which it surrounded with a peculiar halo those who practiced such abstinence. But the practice of celibacy doomed monasticism in advance to remain limited to a minority. This minority might at times increase considerably, as the above quoted passage from Rufinus shows, but even Rufinus' obvious exaggeration does not dare represent. 456. The monastic population as a majority. And the monastic enthusiasm of the Egyptians in Rufinus's day soon abated. As monastic communism became firm and durable, the wealth of the monastery necessarily increased. The monastic industries soon furnished the best products and the cheapest, since the common household rendered the cost of production quite low. Like the oikos system of the great landed proprietors, the monasteries produced themselves almost everything they needed in foodstuffs and raw materials. The workers showed far more zeal than had the slaves of the great landed proprietor, for they were members themselves, receiving the entire product of their labor. Besides, each monastery included so many workers that it might select for each of its industries those workers best fitted for it, thus introducing a far-reaching division of labor. Finally, the monastery, as contrasted with the individual, was eternal. Inventions and business secrets which might easily be lost with the death of the inventor and his family, became the enterprise of many members in the monastery, being transmitted by them to their successors. Besides, the monastery, being an eternal personage, was not beset with the destructive danger of dissipating its patrimony by inheritance. Its accumulations of property were never divided in the form of bequests. Thus the wealth of each monastery grew, also the wealth of combinations of monasteries under a single head and under uniform regulations, the so-called orders of monks. But no sooner did a monastery become rich and powerful, than the same process took place in it that has recurred in many other communistic organizations since then, embracing but a portion of society, as may still be observed in productive cooperative organizations now in existence. The owners of the means of production now find it easier to have others work for them than to work themselves, if they can find the necessary workers, penniless wage laborers, slaves, or serfs. While the monastic system in its beginnings imparted new life to the communistic enthusiasm in Christianity, it nevertheless finally took the same path that the clergy of the Church had taken. Before it, like the clergy, it became an organization for exploitation and domination. To be sure, this controlling organization did not always consent to be a mere blind tool of the rulers, of the Church, the bishops. Economically independent of them, rivaling them in wealth, with an international organization like theirs, the monasteries were able to oppose the bishops when no one else would have dared do so. They thus occasionally aided in somewhat attenuating the despotism of the bishops, but even this clemency was destined ultimately to turn into its opposite. After the division of the Church into an Eastern and a Western Church, the emperor became the liege lord of the bishops in the former. In the latter there was no state authority that could have controlled the entire realm of the Church. Therefore it was the Bishop of Rome who first obtained precedence over the other bishops in the Western Church, thanks to the importance of his diocese. This precedence in the course of centuries developed more and more into a domination over the other bishops. As the absolute monarchy of modern times developed out of the class struggle between the feudal nobility and the bourgeoisie, so the absolute monarchy of the Pope developed out of the class struggle with the aristocracy of bishops and monks, the owners of the large monastic industries. With the consolidation of the papacy, the ascending curve of the Church's development reaches its culmination. All later evolutions in state and society involve defeats for the Church. The development is now against the Church and the Church against all development. It becomes an out-and-out reactionary, anti-social institution. Even after its transformation into the opposite of its early stage, after becoming an organization of domination and exploitation, the Church still succeeded for a time in achieving great things. But with the end of the Crusades, the Church had no further function to discharge for the human race. Its contribution, after it had become the state religion, consisted in rescuing and developing the remnants of ancient civilization as it found them. But when a new mode of production, far superior to the ancient, developed on the basis of the system that had been re-s. 458. Cured and perfected by the Church, when capitalism was the result and an all-embracing communism of production arose, the Catholic Church could be nothing more than an obstacle to social progress. Born from communism, it is now among the bitterest enemies of modern communism. Will not this communism in turn develop the same dialectic process as the Christian communism and also become a new mechanism for exploitation and domination? This question is the last one requiring our attention. 6. Christianity and Socialism. The famous introduction written by Engels in March 1895, for the new edition of Marx's Class Struggles in France from 1848 to 1850 closes with the following words. Now almost 1600 years ago, there was at work in the Roman Empire a dangerous revolutionary party. It undermined religion and all the foundations of the state, it denied point-blank that the emperor's will was the highest law, it was without a fatherland, international, it spread out over the entire realm from Gaul to Asia, and even beyond the borders of the empire. It had long worked underground and in secrecy, but had, for some time, felt strong enough to come out openly in the light of day. This revolutionary party, known under the name of Christians, also had a strong representation in the army, entire legions were composed of Christians. When they were commanded to attend the sacrificial ceremonies of the pagan established church, there to serve as a guard of honor, the revolutionary soldiers went so far in their insolence as to fasten special symbol crosses on their helmets. The customary disciplinary barrack measures of their officers proved fruitless. The emperor, Diocletian, could no longer quietly look on and see how order, obedience, and discipline were undermined in his army. He promulgated an anti-socialist an anti-Christian law. The meetings of the revolutionaries were prohibited, their meeting places were closed or even demolished, the Christian symbols, crosses, etc., were forbidden as in Saxony they forbid red pocket handkerchiefs. The Christians were declared unfit to hold office in the state, they could not even become corporals, inasmuch as at that time they did not have judges well drilled as to the reputation of a person, such as Herr Kohler's anti-socialist law presupposes. The Christians were simply forbidden to seek their rights in a court of law. But this exceptional law, too, remained. 459. 460. Ineffective. In defiance, the Christians tore it from the walls, it is said that at Nicomedia they fired the emperor's palace over his head. Then the latter revenged himself by means of a great persecution of Christians in 303 AD. This was the last persecution of its kind. It was so effective that, 17 years later, the army was composed largely of Christians, and that the next autocratic ruler of the entire Roman Empire, Constantine, called the Great by the clericals, proclaimed Christianity as the religion of the state. He who knows his Engels and compares these last lines of Engels's political testament with the views Engels expressed throughout his life, cannot have any doubts as to the intentions behind this humorous comparison. Engels wanted to point out the irresistible and elemental nature of the progress of our movement, which he said owed its inevitability particularly to the increase of its adherents in the army, so that it would soon be able to force even the most powerful autocrat to yield. This narration is interesting chiefly as an expression of the healthy optimism which Engels retained up to his death. But the passage also has been interpreted differently, since it is preceded by statements to the effect that the party at present flourishes best when pursuing legal methods. Certain persons have maintained that Engels in his political testament denies his entire life work and finally represents the revolutionary standpoint, which he has defended for 2 generations, as an error. These persons inferred that Engels had now recognized Marx's doctrine to the effect that force is the midwife of every new form of society as no longer tenable. In drawing a comparison between Christianity and socialism, interpreters of this stamp did not place the emphasis on the irresistible and elemental nature of the advance, but on Constantine's voluntary proclamation of Christianity as the state religion. The latter was brought to victory without any violent convulsions in the state, by peaceful means alone, through the friendly assistance of the government. These persons imagine that socialism will also conquer thus. Immediately after the death of Engels, this hope indeed seemed about to be fulfilled, as M. Waldeck Rousseau came out as a new Constantine in France and appointed a bishop of the New Christians, M. Milrand, as his minister. He who knows Engels and judges him without bias, will know that it never even entered Engels's mind to abjure his revolutionary ideas, that the final passage of his introduction cannot therefore be interpreted in the sense indicated above. But it must be admitted that the passage is not very clear. Persons who do not know Engels, who imagine that he was assailed immediately before his death by sudden doubts as to the utility of his entire life work, may interpret this passage, standing alone, as indicating that Christianity's path to victory is a pattern for the journey that socialism has still to make. If this had really been Engels's opinion, no worse judgment could have been spoken on socialism. It would have been equivalent to a prophecy not of approaching triumph, but of a complete defeat of the great goal proposed by socialism. It is characteristic that the persons who thus utilize this passage overlook all the great and profound elements in Engels, but greet with enthusiasm such sentences as if they really contained what is alleged to be in them would be entirely erroneous. We have seen that Christianity did not attain victory until it had been transformed into the precise opposite of its original character, that the victory of Christianity was not the victory of the proletariat, but of the clergy which was exploiting and dominating the proletariat, that Christianity was not victorious as a subversive force, but as a conservative force, as a new prop of suppression and exploitation, that it not only did not eliminate the imperial power, slavery, the poverty of the masses, and the concentration of wealth in a few hands, but perpetuated these conditions. The Christian organization, the Church, attained victory by surrendering its original aims and defending their opposite. Indeed, if the victory of socialism is to be achieved in the same way as that of Christianity, this would be a good reason for renouncing, not revolution, but the social democracy. No. 462. Severer accusation could be raised against the social democracy, from the proletarian standpoint, and the attacks made by the anarchists against the social democracy would be only too well justified. Indeed, the attempt by bourgeois and socialistic elements at a socialistic ministerial function in France, which aimed to imitate the Christian method of rendering Christianity a state institution in the old days and applied, strangely enough, in this instance, to combat the state church has had no other effect than to strengthen the semi-anarchistic, anti-socialistic syndicalism. But fortunately the parallel between Christianity and socialism is completely out of place in this connection. Christianity, to be sure, is in its origin a movement of the poor, like socialism, and both therefore have many elements in common, as we have had occasion to point out. Engels also referred to this similarity in an article entitled On the History of Primitive Christianity, in Die Neue Zeit II, written shortly before his death, and indicating how profoundly Engels was interested in this subject at that time, how natural it therefore was for him to write the parallel found in his introduction to the class struggles in France. This article says, "The history of primitive Christianity presents remarkable coincidences with the modern workers' movement. Like the latter, Christianity was originally a movement of the oppressed. It first appeared as a religion of slaves and freedmen, of the poor, the outcasts, of the people subjected or dispersed by Rome. Both Christianity and socialism preach an approaching redemption from servitude and misery. Christianity assigns this redemption to a future life in heaven after death. Socialism would attain it in this world by a transformation of society. Both are hunted and persecuted, their adherents outlawed, subjected to special legislation, represented, in the one case, as enemies of the human race, in the other, as enemies of the nation, religion, the family, of the social order. And in spite of all persecutions, in some cases even aided to victory by such persecutions, both advance irresistibly. 3 centuries after its beginning, Christianity is the recognized state religion of the Roman Empire, and in barely 60 years socialism has conquered a place that renders its victory absolutely certain. This parallel is correct on the whole, with a few limitations of course, Christianity can hardly be called a religion of the slaves, it did nothing for them. On the other hand, the liberation from misery proclaimed by Christianity was at first quite material, to be realized on this earth, not in heaven. This latter circumstance, however, increases the similarity with the modern workers' movement. Engels continues. The parallel between these two historical phenomena becomes apparent even in the Middle Ages, in the first insurrections of oppressed peasants, and particularly of urban plebeians. The communists of the French Revolution, as well as Weitling and his adherents, make references to primitive Christianity long before Ernest Renan said, "If you would form an idea of the first Christian congregations, drop in at the local section of the International Workers' Association." The French litterateur who wrote the ecclesiastical novel Les Origines du Christianisme, a plagiarism of German Bible criticism unparalleled for its audacity, was himself not aware how much truth these words contained. I should like to see any old international who would read, let us say, the so-called Second Epistle to the Corinthians, without feeling the opening of old wounds, at least in a certain sense. Engels then goes into greater detail in comparing primitive Christianity and the International, but he does not trace the later development of either Christianity or the workers' movement. The dialectic collapse of the former does not receive his attention, and yet, if Engels had pursued this subject, he would have discovered traces of similar transformations in the modern workers' movement. Like Christianity, this movement is obliged to create permanent organs in the course of its growth, a sort of professional bureaucracy in the party, as well as in the unions, without which it cannot function, which are a necessity for it, which must continue to grow, and obtain more and more important duties. 464. This bureaucracy, which must be taken in the broad sense as including not only the administrative officials, but also editors and parliamentary delegates, will not this bureaucracy in the course of things become a new aristocracy, like the clergy headed by the bishop? Will it not become an aristocracy dominating and exploiting the working masses, and finally attaining the power to deal with the state authorities on equal terms, thus being tempted not to overthrow them but join them? This final outcome would be certain if the parallel were perfect. But fortunately this is not the case. In spite of the numerous similarities between Christianity and the modern workers' movement, there are also fundamental differences. Particularly, the proletariat today is quite different from the proletariat of early Christianity. The traditional view of a free proletariat consisting of beggars only is probably exaggerated. The slaves were not the only workers. But it is true that slave labor also corrupted the free working proletarians, most of whom worked in their own homes. A laboring proletarian's ideal then strove, as did that of the beggar, to realize an existence without labor at the expense of the rich, who were expected to squeeze the necessary quantity of products out of the slaves. Furthermore, Christianity in the first 3 centuries was exclusively an urban movement, but the city proletarians at that time had but little significance in the composition of society, whose productive basis was almost entirely that of antiquity, combined with quite important industrial operations. As a result of all this, the chief bearers of the Christian movement, the free urban proletarians, workers and idlers, did not feel that society was living on them. They all strove to live on society without giving any return. Work played no part in their vision of the future state. It was therefore of course natural that in spite of all the class hatred against the rich, the effort to gain their favor and their generosity becomes apparent again and again, and the inclination of the ecclesiastical bureaucracy to favor the rich members in the mass of the congregation encountered as little resistance as did the arrogance of this bureaucracy itself. The economic and moral decay of the proletariat in the Roman Empire was further increased by the general decline of all society, which was becoming poorer and more desperate, while its productive forces were declining more and more. Thus hopelessness and despair seized all classes, crippled their initiative, caused all to expect salvation only at the hands of extraordinary and supernatural powers, made them helpless victims of any clever impostor, or of any energetic, self-confident adventurer, caused them to relinquish as hopeless any independent resistance to any of the dominant powers. How different is the modern proletariat! It is a proletariat of labor, and it knows that all society rests upon its shoulders. And the capitalistic mode of production is shifting the center of gravity in production more and more from the provinces to the industrial centers, in which mental and political life are most active. The workers of these centers, the most energetic and intelligent of all, now become the elements controlling the destinies of society. Simultaneously, the dominant mode of production enhances the productive forces enormously and thus increases the claims made on society by the workers, also increasing their power to put through these claims. Hopefulness, confidence, self-consciousness, inspire them, as they once inspired the rising bourgeoisie, giving it the power to break the chains of the feudal, ecclesiastical, bureaucratic domination and exploitation, and drawing the necessary strength from the great growth of capital. The origin of Christianity coincides with the collapse of democracy. The 3 centuries of its development previous to its recognition are characterized by a constant decline of all remnants of autonomy, and also by a progressive disintegration of the productive forces. The modern workers' movement originates in an immense victory of democracy, namely, the Great French Revolution. The century that has elapsed since then, with all its changes and fluctuations, nevertheless presents a steady advance of democracy, a veritably fabulous increase in the productive forces, and not only a greater expansion, but also a greater independence and clarity on the part of the proletariat. 466. One has only to examine this contrast to become aware that the development of socialism cannot possibly deviate from its course as did that of Christianity. We need not fear that it will develop a new class of rulers and exploiters from its ranks, sharing their booty with the old tyrants. While the fighting ability and the fighting spirit of the proletariat progressively decreased in the Roman Empire, these qualities are being strengthened in modern society. The class oppositions are becoming perceptibly more acute, and this alone must frustrate all attempts to induce the proletariat to relinquish its struggle because its champions have been favored. Any such attempts have hitherto led to the isolation of the person making them, who has been deserted by the proletariat in spite of his former services to them. But not only the proletariat and the political and social environment in which it moves are entirely different today from the conditions of the primitive Christian era. Present-day communism and the conditions of its realization are quite different from the conditions of ancient communism. The struggle for communism, the need for communism, today originate from the same source, namely poverty, and so long as socialism is only a socialism of the feelings, only an expression of this want, it will occasionally express itself even in the modern workers' movement in tendencies resembling those of the time of primitive Christianity. The slightest understanding of the economic conditions of present-day communism will at once recognize how different it is from the primitive Christian communism. The concentration of wealth in a few hands, which in the Roman Empire proceeded hand in hand with a constant decrease in the productive forces for which decrease it was partly responsible, this same concentration has today become the basis for an enormous increase in productive forces. While the distribution of wealth then did not injure the productivity of society in the slightest degree, but rather favored it, it would be equivalent to a complete crippling of production today. Modern communism can no longer think of an equal distribution of wealth. Its object is rather to secure the greatest possible increase in the productivity of labor and a more equitable distribution of the annual product of labor by pushing the concentration of wealth to the highest point, transforming it from the private monopoly of a few capitalist groups into a state monopoly. But modern communism, if it would satisfy the needs of the new man created by modern methods of production, must also fully preserve individualism of consumption. This individualism does not involve an isolation of individuals from each other when consuming. It may even take the form of a social consumption, of social activity. The individualism of enjoyment is not equivalent to an abolition of large enterprises in the production of articles of consumption, nor to a displacement of the machine by hand labor, as many systematic socialists may dream. But the individualism of consumption requires liberty in the choice of enjoyments, also liberty in the choice of the society in which the consumer consumes. But the mass of the urban population in primitive Christian days knew no forms of social production, Large enterprises with free workers can hardly be said to have existed in urban industry. But they are well acquainted with social forms of consumption, particularly common meals, often provided by the congregation or the state. Thus the primitive Christian communism was a communism of distribution of wealth and standardization of consumption. Modern communism means concentration of wealth and concentration of production. The primitive Christian communism did not need to be extended over all of society in order to be brought about. Its execution could begin within a limited area. In fact, it might, within those limits, assume permanent forms. Indeed, the latter were of a nature that precluded their becoming a universal form of society. Therefore primitive Christian communism necessarily became a new form of aristocracy, and it was obliged to accomplish this inner dialectic even within society as it then was. It could not abolish classes, but only add a new form of domination to society. But modern communism, in view of the immense expansion of the means of production, the social character of the mode of 468. Production, the far-reaching concentration of the most important objects of wealth, has not the slightest chance of being brought about on any smaller scale than that of society as a whole. All attempts to realize communism in the petty establishments, of socialistic colonies or productive cooperatives within society as it is, have been failures. Communism may not be produced by the formation of little organizations within capitalist society, which would gradually absorb that society as they expand, but only by the attainment of a power sufficient to control and transform the wholly of social life. This power is the state power. The conquest of political power by the proletariat is the first condition of the realization of modern communism. Until the proletariat reaches this stage, there can be no thought of socialistic production, or of the latter's affecting contradictions in its development that will transform sense into nonsense and benefactions into torments. But even after the modern proletariat has conquered the political power, social production will not come into being at once as a finished whole, but economic development will suddenly take a new turn, no longer in the direction of an accentuation of capitalism but toward the development of a social production. When will the latter have advanced to the point where contradictions and abuses will appear in it, destined to develop the new society in another direction now unknown and absolutely obscure? This condition cannot be outlined at present and need not be dwelt on here. As far as we can trace the modern socialistic movement, it is impossible for it to produce phenomena that will show any similarity with those of Christianity as a state religion. But it is also true that the manner in which Christianity attained its victory cannot in any way serve as a pattern for the modern movement of proletarian ambitions. The victory of the leaders of the proletariat will surely not be as easy as that of the good bishops of the 4th century. But we may maintain not only that socialism will not develop. 8 Vernon feet word unsin, woltat plage, we dir, class du ein enkel bist, Goethe's Faust. Any internal contradictions in the period preceding this victory, that will be comparable with those attending the last phases of Christianity, but also that no such contradictions will materialize in the period in which the predictable consequences of this victory are developed. For capitalism has developed the conditions for placing society on an entirely new basis, completely different from all of the bases on which society has stood since class distinctions first arose. While no new revolutionary class or party, even those that went much further than Christianity in the form recognized by Constantine, even when they actually would abolish existing class distinctions, has ever been able to abolish all classes, but has always substituted new class distinctions for the old ones, we now have the material conditions for an elimination of all class distinctions. The modern proletariat is moved by its class interest to utilize these conditions in the direction of this abolition, for it is now the lowest class, while in the days of Christianity the slaves were lower than the proletariat. Class differences and class oppositions ought by no means to be confused with the distinctions brought about between the various callings, by a division of labor. The contrast between classes is the result of 3 causes: private property in the means of production, in the manipulation of weapons, in science. Certain technical and social conditions produce the differentiation between those who possess the means of production and those who do not. Later, they produce the distinction between those who are trained in the use of arms and those who are defenseless. Finally comes the distinction between those well versed in science and those who are ignorant. The capitalistic mode of production creates the necessary conditions for abolishing all these oppositions. It not only works toward an abolition of private property in the means of production, but by its wealth of productive forces it also abolishes the necessity of limiting military training and knowledge to certain strata. This necessity had been created as soon as military training and science had attained a rather high stage, enabling those 470 who had free time and material means exceeding the needs of life, to acquire weapons and knowledge and to apply both successfully. While the productivity of labor remained small and yielded but a slight surplus, not everyone was able to gain sufficient time and means to keep abreast of the military knowledge or the general science of his day. In fact, the surplus of many individuals was required to enable a single individual to make a perfect performance in the military or learned field. This could not be obtained except by the exploitation of many by a few. The increased intelligence and military ability of the few enabled them to oppress and exploit the defenseless ignorant mass. On the other hand, precisely the oppression and exploitation of the mass became the means of increasing the military skill and the knowledge of the ruling classes. Nations that were able to remain free from exploitation and oppression remained ignorant and often defenseless, as opposed to better armed and better informed neighbors. In the struggle for existence, the nations of exploiters and oppressors therefore defeated those who retained their aboriginal communism and their aboriginal democracy. The capitalistic mode of production has so infinitely perfected the productivity of labor, that this cause for class differences no longer exists. The latter are no longer maintained as a social necessity, but merely as a result of a traditional alignment of forces, with the result that they will cease when this alignment is no longer effective. The capitalistic mode of production itself, owing to the great surpluses created by it, has enabled the various nations to resort to a universal military service, thus eliminating the aristocracy of warriors. But capitalism is itself bringing all the nations of the world market into such close and permanent relations with each other that world peace becomes more and more an urgent necessity, war of any kind a piece of ruthless folly. If the capitalistic mode of production and the economic hostility between the various nations can be overcome, the state of eternal peace now desired by the great masses of humanity will become a reality. The universal peace realized by imperial despotism for the nations around the Mediterranean in the second century of the Christian era, the only advantage which that despotism conferred on these nations will be realized in the 20th century for the nations of the world by socialism. The entire basis of the opposition between the classes of warriors and non-warriors will then disappear. But the basis of the contrast between educated and uneducated will also disappear. Only, now, the capitalistic mode of production has immensely cheapened the tools of knowledge by cheap printing, making them accessible to the masses. Simultaneously it produces an increasing demand for intellectuals, which it trains in its schools in great numbers, pushing them back into the proletariat, however, when they become more numerous. Capitalism has thus created the technical possibility for an immense shortening of the working day, and a number of classes of workers have already gained certain advantages in this direction, with more time for educational activities. With the victory of the proletariat, these germs will at once be fully developed, making a splendid reality of the possibilities of a general education of the masses that are afforded by the capitalistic mode of production. The period of the rise of Christianity is a period of the saddest intellectual decline, of the flourishing of an absurd ignorance, of the most stupid superstition. The period of the rise of socialism is a period of the most striking progress in the natural sciences and a speedy acquisition of knowledge by the classes under the influence of the social democracy. The class opposition arising from military training has already lost its basis. The class contrast arising from private property in the means of production will also lose its basis as soon as the political rule of the proletariat produces its effects, and the consequences of this rule will soon become evident in a decrease in 472. The distinction between educated and uneducated, which may disappear within a single generation. The last causes for class distinctions and class oppositions will then have ceased. Socialism must therefore not only attain power by entirely different means than did Christianity, but it must produce entirely different effects. It must forever eliminate all class rule.